The Master of Poisons transforms Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, It's Too Late to Mourn the Fall of the Blood Wolf. Hearing Huo Yuhao's calm words for a moment, everyone opened their mouths and fell silent, especially Wang Yan. Looking at the high-spirited Huo Yuhao, he was indeed somewhat emotional. Maybe the members of the external college reserve team did not have a clear understanding of what he had just said, but as a knowledgeable person, he did have a deep understanding of it. In particular, he himself has been trapped in the realm of Soul King for many years. Ye King, who could be praised by Master Xuan, was no simple man. He reached the 58th level of Soul King at the age of only 19. It can be said that his talent is definitely not inferior to Dai Yuhen. If it was true as Master Xuan said, Ye King had not been delayed by Hangshan Academy, but was able to study at Shrek, then Ye King will definitely break through to the Soul Emperor before the age of 20. Huo Yuhao, indeed, after all, the current Shrek has a history of thousands of years, rich resources, and is truly the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent, not a makeshift team when Dao Yi was first established. But if you want to break through, you have to be very lucky. Breaking through to the Soul Emperor before the age of 20 and breaking through to the Soul Emperor after the age of 20 are two completely different concepts. For a Soul Master who can cultivate to the Soul Emperor level before the age of 20, it can be said that his future is bright as long as there are no accidents. They can basically cultivate to the level of title Douluo smoothly, and there is even a great possibility of touching the realm of Super Douluo. Compared with 10,000 years ago, the human Soul Master training system has become more and more perfect, and the number of title Douluo level powerhouses has increased significantly. But among the many title Douluo, only 1 in 10 can enter the realm of Super Douluo, or even closer to 1 in 100. Not to mention far away, take this year's Shrek 7 Devils as an example. Except Huo Yuhao on the 2 Soul Emperors, the ones with the highest soul power level are Guang Yangmo and Chen Zifan. Even in Shrek's inner courtyard, the talents of these two people can be considered among the best, but even for them, they are still some distance away from reaching level 60. They are all 19 years old this year. Guang Yangmo, whose soul power is as high as level 59, may still have a chance, but Chen Zifan, who is only level 57, is probably unable to do it. And, except Ye King, the threat posed by Hangshan College is not limited to this. In the first knockout round among the remaining 2 Soul Kings, the one is a female student named Ju Mengdi. She revealed her martial spirit, the angel, an angel with divine attributes. It is very likely that it is the angel lineage inherited from the spirit hall 10,000 years ago. As for the last Soul King, his name is Tang Xiaoli. His martial soul is the Zihobo, which is a long-range attack type. Compared with the previous 2, it seems a bit ordinary at first glance, but it should be noted that Tang Xiaoli uses his own soul ring as arrows. Once the 5 arrows are shot, his own soul power will be exhausted, but the price he gains in return is extremely terrifying attack power and explosive power. I can only say that the quarterfinals are worthy of being the quarterfinals, although there are no Soul Emperor level masters in Hangshan Academy. But each of these 3 Soul Kings possesses unique skills. Of course, Wang Yan knew that Huo Yuhao was very strong. If it was just 1 or 2 duels, Wang Yan would naturally feel relieved, but this is a personal elimination match, especially when the opposing Hangshan Academy is likely to put Ye King in the last game. Huo Yuhao may have to face a full 7 games of fierce battles. No matter how strong Huo Yuhao is, he cannot change the fact that he is only a soul sect level soul master. Generally speaking, the stronger the soul skill, the more soul power it consumes. Wang Yan was very worried. Even for Huo Yuhao, who possessed the ultimate martial spirit, it would be difficult for him to defeat 7 enemies alone. Therefore, he wanted the 7 members of the reserve team to take action and consume as many members of this Hangshan team as possible, and Huo Yuhao would finish off the rest. At this time, the referee's voice sounded again. Both sides, please send players to the field. I'm up. Huo Yuhao nodded to Wang Yan and the others, then took a step forward and walked towards the stage. Only the reserve team members were left staring at each other in silence. Afterwards, Su Sanchi poked the dazed Bibi with his elbow and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Xiaobi? What are you thinking about? With Yuhao, it's definitely a safe bet. Not to mention that Huo Yuhao could easily defeat him a year ago. Take the recent example as a defensive spirit master. He was also the punching bag who was often beaten in the training competition some time ago." Su Sanchi was confident that among the people present, no one understood Huo Yuhao better than him. Huo Yuhao's physical fitness was really too abnormal. and coupled with the elusiveness of his teleportation soul skill, it was simply unreasonable. And there is also the terrifying Ice Soul Blade domain. Su Sanchi assured that even if he used all his strength and fully awakened the Zhuangwu bloodline, he would not be able to block the knife. Bei pulled away Su Sanchi's pig's trotters, looked at Huo Yuhao's back, and said with a sense of loss, "I just feel a little dazed all of a sudden. Xiaoya and I knew Yuhao earlier than you did. We were the ones who brought him into Shrek. I never thought that Yuhao has grown to this point now." Tang. You also nodded. "Yes, I just realized that although Yuhao has entered the inner courtyard, he is actually younger than us, about the same age as Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, but he has taken on responsibilities that he shouldn't have at this age." As several people began to talk, several reserve team members also started chatting about this topic. Wang Donger was very emotional. "Every time Yuhao takes action, I always feel that everything is a lot easier." Xiao agreed with this very much. "Yes, I believe in Yuhao unconditionally." He Tao felt a little sorry. "It's a pity that Yuhao said that my cigar martial spirit can only be used in team battles, otherwise it could have helped him share some of the pressure." Jiang Nanan couldn't help but say, "Yeah, luckily Yuhao is on our Shrek side." Su Sanchi took over the conversation and said righteously, "Although it was an easy win, we are the reserve team. Now we are the cheerleaders. Just cheer for Yuhao together." Wang Yan looked at the 7 people and smiled. To be honest, because of the huge crowds of eagerly awaited audiences, even Wang Yan felt a lot of pressure. There are so many fans of Shrek. If the start was not good, Wang Yan didn't dare to imagine how the atmosphere would evolve later. And with the appearance of Huo Yuhao, Wang Yan became more confident. Is this what is called the style of a great general? Wang Yan clapped his hands. "Alright, kids, let me cheer for Yuhao together. He can definitely do it." As Huo Yuhao came on stage, the audience cheered even louder. The champion of the last quarterfinals, just the first game of the round-robin tournament, was so exciting. They were all a little impatient and wanted to witness this undoubtedly exciting game with their own eyes. The first person to come on stage from Xiangshan Academy was a tall and mighty Soul Master, Agility Attack type Soul Master, Blood Wolf. He has a sturdy build, broad shoulders and strong arms, and can even be compared to He Tao in the audience. Although it was unlucky to encounter Shrek Academy, Xiangshan Academy had no intention of giving up directly. The team members were not afraid at all. Even though they knew they would lose in a head-on battle, they wanted to lose honorably. The referee saw the 2 people in place and said in a deep voice, "The rules of the individual elimination match are that the losing party will step down immediately, and the winning party can choose to continue the game or withdraw and change players. Each side will send 7 people until all 7 people on one side have lost the game. Do you understand?" "Understood." Both of them agreed straightforwardly. The referee said, "Okay, both sides step back and listen to my command to start the game. You are not allowed to use high-lethal soul guides such as fixed-type soul guides that rely on materials to win. Game. Start." The referee shouted loudly, and the person who had retreated to the edge at this moment, the Blood Wolf, felt a terrifying pressure suddenly coming from all directions. The hair on his body stood up unconsciously, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The gentle and refined young man opposite him seemed like a ferocious beast from ancient times, and he dared not look directly at him. Just by looking at the opponent, the Blood Wolf's fighting spirit was decreasing. So, Blood Wolf made a prompt decision, roared wildly, exerted force with his feet, and rushed forward like lightning. While charging, his body began to change drastically. The first soul skill, Wolf Transformation. The silver-gray hair grew wildly, fangs were exposed, and hands turned into claws. The Blood Wolf had turned into a werewolf. The Blood Wolf's martial spirit is the Soul Wolf. The quality of his martial soul itself is not high. The reason why he was selected for the Xiangshan Academy team is because his martial soul has several very powerful soul skills attached to it. This is also the reason why Xiangshan Academy sent him to take the lead for Beast Soul Masters. The greater the changes in their body when they unleash their martial soul, and the closer it is to their own martial soul, the stronger their ability will be. His wolf transformation is a skill that amplifies himself, and its amplifying effect is like a weakened version of Dai Yuheng's White Tiger Vajra transformation. Although the Blood Wolf is a sensitive attack type, after using wolf transformation, it has both speed and attack power, and to a certain extent, it is capable of competing with a strong attack type at the same time. Blood Wolf had no intention of holding back. The 4th soul skill is breaking the army. It's ready to go at any time. As long as you can reach the right distance, you can do it. This is what Blood Wolf thought. However, Just as Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed, the only yellow soul ring among the 4 soul rings lit up symbolically. The Blood Wolf's consciousness immediately returned to tranquility. A mediocre soul attack directly eliminated him. Huo Yuhao only used his soul skills if he directly used the advanced version of his killer move, Soul Blast. Even if Huo Yuhao controlled the power to the minimum, he was afraid that his opponent would die on the spot. This is what happens when you play too many high-end games with a continuous improvement of his spiritual power realm, the broadening of his horizons, the inspiration from the purple demon pupil, and the research on poisonous insects such as the witness goo. Huo Yuhao now has a very strong grasp of this million-year soul ring, especially the soul shock, which has almost reached the point where no skills are better than skills. In this regard, Tianmeng, who endowed this soul ring, couldn't help but sigh, the disciple is better than the master. It can be said that Huo Yuhao's current mastery of Soul Shock has reached the level of Yi Lao taking over and fighting for him in the original novel like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The originally ball of Soul Shock was gathered by him to the thickness of a hair, which he spit lightly towards the Blood Wolf and then quickly retracted with just a slight touch. Blood Wolf changed from his wolf form, fell backwards heavily, hit the ground, and fell into coma. Watching such a dramatic scene for a moment, all the audience opened their eyes wide. All they could see was that the Blood Wolf had transformed into a wolf and was charging. Blood Wolf is down. Everyone was confused. What on earth happened? Especially the players and teachers from Zhangshan College at this moment. Their faces are filled with old people, subways, and mobile phones. If Blood Wolf wasn't their companion, they would have almost thought it was a fixed match. However, it was too late to mourn the fall of Blood Wolf, as the next person to appear on the scene was Yang Yifan, the Soul Master of the Agility Attack Department from Zhangshan Academy. With a dagger as his martial spirit, he looked determined and quickly approached Huo Yuhao. He must have a way. Sad, Yang Yifan also fell. The one who appears again is Soul Sexy Yana. Her long fiery red hair was draped behind her, her pretty face was very charming, full of youthfulness, and her figure was very well developed, giving her a feeling of being about to burst out. It's a beauty trap. Cough cough. Stop it. As a level 46 strong attack type fighting soul master, her martial soul is fireball. Since close range advance is not possible, just use long range firepower to cover the enemy. We absolutely cannot let the main force go into the field without knowing the whole situation. We must do whatever it takes to find out information about Huo Yuhao. The leader thought so. However, Yanner didn't have time to use his soul skills. He simply closed his eyes and fell to the ground. The leader of Zhangshan College, WDNMD. He looked at Huo Yuhao, feeling pain but unable to express it. This humiliating defeat has put his career as a head coach on the brink of collapse. He seemed to see a flying pot of black pot thrown at him. Yu Wuking watched his teammates being killed instantly by invisible attacks, and he, who was originally responsible for providing a safety net, could no longer sit still. As the captain, it is his duty to protect his teammates. Let him end the team's losing streak. Captain, let me do it. I already know the opponent's attack method. Shangwen Can volunteered. Soul Sect leader Shangwen Can, whose soul power level is as high as level 46. Like Aner, they are the two people with the highest soul power level below Soul King in Zhangshan Academy. Seeing his goddess being defeated by the opponent with ease, he could no longer sit still, and the horrifying guess in my heart became clearer and clearer. Huo Yuhao must be a spiritual soul master. Zhangshan Academy, which focuses on the cultivation of martial spirits and rejects soul guides, is indeed unique in the selection and training of students. As an auxiliary control type fighting soul master, Shangwen Can's martial soul, the soul capture bell, is a very rare spiritual attribute soul master. Therefore, he was able to make some guesses about the current situation, although it was hard for him to believe. When did spiritual attribute martial spirits become so powerful? How come he doesn't know? Could it be that he was not included in the version update? In short, when Shangwen Can ruled out all impossible situations, what remained, no matter how unbelievable, was the fact. Although Shangwen Can's appearance was a bit chubby, he was obviously less than 20 years old, with a flat nose, small eyes, thick lips, and was not tall. Even his hair seemed a bit sparse. High emotional intelligence, mature low emotional intelligence, ugly and short. When the experienced Shangwen Can volunteered to go on the court, his image immediately became majestic in the eyes of the team members who were still awake. Shangwen Can, it's a pity that Tian'er can't see his heroic figure anymore. The game started again, and Shangwen Can on the field closed his eyes slightly. At that moment, a layer of light blue mist spread over his whole body. As the mist swirled and rose, his body seemed to be looming, and his whole body was filled with mystery. Jingle bell. Along with a series of crisp sounds, An ancient dark blue bell appeared in his right hand. Inside it were 3 strange blue balls, and the sound was emitted by the bell itself when they collided. Martial soul-catching bell. Only the psychic system can fight against the psychic system. Shangwen Kan thought so. End of this chapter. Chapter 177. A mayfly sees the blue sky. Under the expectant gazes of everyone at Xiangshan College, Shangwen Kan's face was solemn. The moment the game started, he used all his strength without hesitation as the purple 4th soul ring behind him shone brightly. A series of tinkling sounds were heard, and the dark blue soul-capturing bell was enveloped in an evil dark red light, transforming into circles of halos that spread out from it and accurately landed on Huo Yuhao, the 4th soul skill, soul control. This is Shangwen Kan's strongest soul skill at present, and as long as it is performed successfully, it can confuse the opponent and control the enemy for a short time. Of course, Shangwen Kan didn't expect to cause any harm to Huo Yuhao. After all, he is just an auxiliary control spirit master with no combat ability, and most of his spirit skills are of the type to weaken the opponent. Like in normal group battles and team competitions, Shangwen Kan can use the soul stirring bell to weaken his opponent. He just needs to leave the damage to his teammates. It can be said that this method works every time, but on this one knockout Shangwen Kan can only rely on himself. Xiangshan Academy did not make things difficult for this control and auxiliary spirit master. In fact, his mission was not to defeat Huo Yuhao. Instead, they wanted to find out Huo Yuhao's elusive attack method. As long as the information is available, the 3 soul kings at the back will take action. However, Shangwen Kan had his own little thoughts. Although his own lethality is insufficient, however, as long as Huo Yuhao can be controlled and made to step off the stage, it will be fine according to the rules of the competition. As long as you leave the competition stage and keep your feet on the ground, you will be judged as the loser. This is his hidden winning formula. In Shangwen Kan's opinion, even if Huo Yuhao had the 4th ring of 10,000 years, his own cultivation was only that of a soul sect like himself. Plus, the information about his 4th soul skill has not been leaked yet. Calculation of intention and lack of intention. As long as I exert all my strength to control this soul and catch the opponent by surprise, I will be able to control the opponent for at least 1 second, right? Even if the other party is a soul master with spiritual attributes, and this short period of time was enough for Huo Yuhao to leave the ring. Shangwen Kan has this confidence. In other words, he believed in Huo Yuhao's strength. Huo Yuhao's speed was already revealed during the knockout round. Not only did he not use any soul skills, he didn't even use his martial soul, and he eliminated his opponent in no time. This is also the reason why many viewers have high hopes for Huo Yuhao. It's not just because of the appearance, although Shangwen Kan didn't know why a soul master with a spiritual martial soul could be so fast, but undoubtedly, now is his chance to perform. Whether we can defeat Shrek depends on this time. It can be said that this is the only chance in this life. Although the information from Xiangshan Academy is not as accurate as that from Sun and Moon Royal Academy, but they could tell from their appearance that most of the 8 people who came from Shrek today were young and were most likely just reserve players. Moreover, the Phoenix Soul Emperor who appeared last time was not present either. Therefore, when they met Shrek Academy today, the people from Xiangshan Academy were not afraid, but were full of excitement and eager to try. Although the current Shrek team is by no means the strongest combination of Shrek Academy, but no matter what, they all represent Shrek. As long as we can defeat them, we will be the first team to defeat Shrek Academy in thousands of years. This honor is extremely important to Xiangshan College. Therefore, Xiangshan College will definitely not give up on today's game. This is his full-strength soul controlling mouth and teeth. But a scene occurred that no one present had expected. The previous second, Shangwen Kan had just used this soul skill, full of vigor and vitality. The next second, Shangwen Kan started bleeding from all 7 orifices and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. This time, everyone actually saw how the battle would be fought. After all, Shangwen Kan's martial spirit and soul skills have sufficient special effects, vivid and colorful. But what is happening? Obviously Shangwen Kan was the one who activated the soul skill. From the time he activated his soul skill to the time he fell unconscious, it all happened in just a moment. The audience all opened their mouths wide with blank eyes. Even Huo Yuhao's teammates were no exception. The situation of instant sales is not so bad. However, they had never seen such a scene before. They had also been hit by Huo Yuhao's soul shock. That's not a pleasant feeling. If you are caught unprepared for this move, you will have to lie down for at least half a day. Tanya, it must be the purple demon eye showing its power. She had long believed that Yuhao must be the soul master most suitable for the purple demon eye. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case. Even the referee who presided over the game did not react immediately. After hesitating for a while, he announced the end of the fight on the top of the Imperial City. Zengluo Emperor Su Jiaoyi, with his hands behind his back, said in surprise, "Is this a backlash of the soul skill? What a strong mental power!" The consequences of soul skill backlash are generally determined only by the gap in soul power cultivation and mental strength between the two. Both of them were just soul masters, but Shangwen Can, who used soul skills, suffered such severe backlash that he lost consciousness on the spot. This is enough to show that the gap in the level of their mental power is particularly huge. Originally, Su Jiaoyi was a little worried about Shrek's deployment of troops. Where are the soul emperors? Where are the regular players? But as Huo Yuhao won consecutive games and defeated 4 opposing players, all his worries disappeared. This is the foundation of the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent. Moreover, after careful investigation by his subordinates, he also learned a piece of specific information from Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, only 12 years old, with a soul power of 42, was born in the Heavenly Soul Empire, with twin martial souls, his original martial soul Spirit Eyes and the ultimate Icy Jade Scorpion. Su Jiaoyi was very heartbroken. Why aren't such talents from my Star Luo Empire? At the same time, he also sighed with regret. If it were a peaceful time, when this little guy grows up, Shrek would have at least hundreds of years of peace. But the Sun Moon Empire will never be willing to be lonely. This is a time of trouble. The corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth also twitched slightly. Good man, you dare to attack his sea of spirituality, still want to control him? He is so skilled and bold that he doesn't even know how to write the word death. This is a competition with life. How much salary do you get a month for risking your life here? Just now, Huo Yuhao suppressed the desire to counterattack with a blade of living being watcher, for fear of directly piercing the opponent's sea of spirituality. After all, there is no grudge between the two. How to evaluate it? Use spiritual martial spirit to fight against spiritual martial spirit. Shangwen Can's idea is good, but it's a pity the person he met was Huo Yuhao. The gap between the two is like a firefly to the bright moon. As soon as you leave the novice village, you encounter a big devil blocking the door. Although Shangwen Can's martial soul is a rare spiritual attribute martial soul, all his spiritual attribute soul skills are released through the bell-shaped weapon martial soul in his hand. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye is a spiritual attribute body martial soul. Even if the martial soul has not evolved, it is much stronger than the soul-capturing bell in terms of martial spirit quality. The two are not at the same level at all. Plus there is the difference in mental strength level. The spiritual attribute soul skills that Shangwen Kun was proud of were not able to shake Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea at all. Shangwen Can, it's not shameful to lose due to the gap in mental strength. The moment he used his soul skill, he felt a complete suppression from Huo Yuhao. Just like a frog in a well looking up and seeing the moon, just a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of Huo Yuhao's enormous mental power made Shangwen completely give up the idea of continuing to struggle. Huo Yuhao, when one day you are lucky enough to become a soul Douluo and your mental power reaches the boundless realm of endless life, you will know that seeing me is like a mayfly seeing the sky. Huo Yuhao is now only one step away from becoming tangible and intangible because it is restricted by the level of soul power. It requires a certain amount of patience. However, if there are rare treasures that can accelerate the cultivation of spiritual power, it can be achieved naturally. It is indeed a spiritual spirit. The people of his Hangshan Academy did not panic, but sent out the Soul King, Tang Xiaoli. According to the original plan this time, not only do we have mental defenses, but we also have the advantage in soul power level. At least we won't lose so quickly, right? In response to this, Huo Yuhao wanted to say that it is actually possible, but it is not necessary if we say that Huo Yuhao's Ice Soul Blade domain is a scrap crusher for those below Soul King level. His soul attack is a point-to-point kill, especially the advanced version of Soul Explosion, which is even enough to threaten title Douluo. Of course, both killing moves have both group and single target attacks. The main reason why Huo Yuhao did not intend to kill his opponent instantly it was because he was quite curious about the way Tang Xiaoli, the purple Huobo, used his soul skills, which made his research soul burn. After Tang Xiaoli came on the stage, his bright eyes instantly turned bright purple. As if bright purple flames were overflowing from his eye sockets, he raised his left hand and a large bow appeared in his hand. 2 yellow, 3 purple, 5 soul rings are shining. There was a flash of purple light in Tang Xiao's tearful eyes. He raised the Zihu bow in his left hand and placed his right hand on the bowstring. His whole body's energy and spirit suddenly increased at an astonishing speed. The Zihu bow was pulled open like lightning, and with a flick of his wrist, a ray of yellow light shot out from the bow and arrived in front of Huo Yuhao almost instantly. The speed of this arrow was so fast that there was no sign at all. The whole process can only be described as lightning fast, but in Huo Yuhao's eyes, The trajectory of the arrow was clearly visible. Everyone only saw Huo Yuhao stretching out his right hand, which was shining with purple gold light. There was a flash of golden light and it ended in nothing. Tang Xiao's speed arrow disappeared out of thin air. The whole place was in an uproar. The audience present did not see clearly how Huo Yuhao made his move. For a moment only the referee, who was a soul sage level expert, was able to catch a slight change. He only saw Huo Yuhao's right hand instantly grab the arrow and then crush it. It really is so terrifying. No one answered the audience's questions, but they all noticed Huo Yuhao's current appearance at this moment. He was already in a state of being possessed by the spirit eye martial spirit. This is also the first time it has appeared in the Soul Master competition. Those were a pair of eyes that seemed to contain mysterious power, flashing a unique and brilliant golden halo, as if they could see through the essence of all things in the world around. The complex and deep pupils, purple gold lines spread out like delicate runes, interweaving into a breathtaking pattern, adding a bit of otherworldly temperament to Huo Yuhao's already handsome face. Majestic, solemn. It seems to dominate everything, making people feel awe. Involuntarily the audience couldn't help but scream, "He is really, really handsome." The strength is still so strong. The words are divided into two parts. When Tang Xiao shot the arrow, the original 5 soul rings on his body turned into 4 Yu's soul ring as arrow. Among the students of Zhangshan College, the one with the strongest suppression ability and instantaneous attack power is not Yu Wuking and Yu Mengdi, but Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao's martial soul has many shortcomings, and his Zhuobao needs to use his own soul ring as an arrow to shoot. Once all the soul rings are shot out, the soul power will be exhausted. Such a shortcoming can be considered fatal to any soul master, but he still represented this Henshin team in the Xingluo Empire and appeared in this much anticipated competition. Of course it is because his advantages are enough to cover up his disadvantages. That is the terrifying attack power. The attacking method of Zhuobao destined him to have terrifying attack power, although there are only 5 arrows in total. But one arrow is better than another. After shooting the first arrow, Tang Xiao continued to shoot without any hesitation. Another beam of yellow light and 3 beams of purple light shot out, especially the 3 purple lights at the back, which almost formed a line. It presents a purple gradient, with the first arrow being the lightest and the last arrow being the darkest. When the last arrow was shot, the purple bow in Tang Xiao's hand was raised and turned into a ball of purple flame. Rising up suddenly, a purple flame rose from each of the 4 arrows. The air seemed to have become completely distorted in front of them. Tang Xiao has tried his best. All that remains is to leave it to fate. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They wanted to see how Huo Yuhao would respond. Is it still the same as just now? Just as they thought, it's exactly the same. Huo Yuhao just waved his right hand. The entire competition stage seemed to be strangely twisted. To the audience outside, the situation on the stage seemed to become blurred in an instant, as if everything was no longer clear on the stage. Both Tang Xiao and the referee at the 7-ring Soul Saint level felt as if the space was instantly shattered. It was as if even their own bodies were broken along with the rupture of space, causing them to feel so uncomfortable that they almost vomited blood. But Tang Xiao's eyes changed the next moment. He had been absolutely confident in his attack, but at this moment he was panicked to find that the lock he had placed on Huo Yuhao had disappeared at the same time. The 4 arrows that had lost their target were caught by Huo Yuhao again, and then shattered into soul power and dissipated. Tang Xiao, you told me this is the soul sect? ? I don't want to play anymore. There's a pervert. I surrender. Tang Xiao did not resist anymore. What's more, he has no ability to fight because his soul power is exhausted. Individual elimination match. 5th match, Shrek Academy wins. Although most of the audience did not know what happened, it did not prevent them from witnessing the fact with their own eyes. Huo Yuhao just stood quietly on the competition stage. He had not moved a step since he stepped onto the stage. Take your time and do it with ease. But 5 contestants from Zhangshan College have already been eliminated. There is even a Soul King among them. They couldn't wait to see Huo Yuhao accomplish the feat of defeating 7 enemies alone and achieve this almost impossible miracle with his soul sex cultivation. Regarding the round-robin tournament, I will only focus on this one. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. Can you dodge this attack? The 5th battle is over. To be honest, Huo Yuhao did gain something. He was not fighting for the so-called glory of Shrek. In addition to wanting to complete more achievement tasks, the main reason why Huo Yuhao participated in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition was to hone his actual combat capabilities against soul masters of the same level through this competition, and to master the various uses of his spirit eye soul skills. The main things are the various soul skills of Ling Mao and the talent moment, Huo Yuhao also discovered it. The reason why he has not been able to research the field of spiritualize it is also related to the fact that the spirit I martial spirit is rarely used in actual combat, especially the time and space attributes that evolved after the spiritual eyes evolved. If you want to completely master the essence of your martial soul and deeply explore its potential, you need all-round exploration and development of mental attributes are okay. Huo Yuhao has used the simulated soul skill the most times and has the deepest feelings about it as for teleportation and instant, especially the latter. Huo Yuhao rarely uses them. It's not his fault. The ultimate ice is really useful, especially after researching the ice soul blade domain. Huo Yuhao can consume less soul power to achieve stronger effects. If you want special effects, you get them. If you want intensity, you get it. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition gathers the vast majority of talented soul masters of the younger generation on the continent. These people are the best whetstones. The various martial spirits and spirit skills alone have already benefited Huo Yuhao a lot, just like Tang Xiaoli's martial soul, the purple huobo. His way of using disposable soul rings also inspired Huo Yuhao. Moreover, Huo Yuhao has quietly used his fourth soul skill to replicate it. Although it was a one-time soul skill, it also allowed him to feel it deeply. Of course, we have to finish today's individual elimination round first. The second to last contestant from Xiangshan Academy is a female student with a pretty face and shining blonde hair. What is even more eye-catching is her martial spirit. A pair of pure white wings with a strong golden glow broke out from her back, bathed in the soft golden light. The sacred temperament added a light to her already outstanding appearance compared to the last student, Tang Xiaoli. This female student named Zhu Mengdi is much more popular after all. She was favored because of her outstanding appearance. Plus, Zhu Mengdi's strength is not weak. 5 soul rings with a best ratio, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, appeared behind her. The 5th ring of 10,000 years. This is basically the watershed that marks true genius. The best soul ring ratio is not that simple. The same is true for the reason why Huo Yuhao is so popular. With his peerless looks and amazing talent, as well as his Shrek background, he has become the most popular player in this Soul Master competition. Although, the world of Soul Masters has always been based on strength, but because of Huo Yuhao's age, most of the audience present ignored this point. The future is promising. However, following Huo Yuhao's performance in the individual elimination match today, only then did the audience discover the true strength of this treasure boy. It's simply shocking. Coupled with the extremely rare 1-on-7 situation that will be seen in this round-robin tournament, the audience is even more excited. Therefore, although there were cheers when Zhu Mengdi appeared on the stage, there were more shouts from some old perverts and encouragement to the weak. No one is optimistic about Zhu Mengdi. Huo Yuhao's 1-on-7 victory is an inevitable trend. This also made Zhu Mengdi feel a little jealous, and she frowned. When has a genius like her ever been treated like this? Zhu Mengdi's cultivation is second only to Captain Yi Wuking, but in terms of future development potential, she is even better than Yi Wuking, because her martial soul is an angel. Although she was only a 2-winged angel, she already had a very powerful martial spirit. It could be said that the reason she was able to cultivate so quickly was largely due to her martial spirit. That is why she always has a slight sense of superiority in her heart. Possessing the top-level martial spirit of an angel, she has been extremely arrogant since childhood. This was the first time she was so unpopular. Although that is the fact, before her debut, Xiangshan Academy had no expectations of her. Under the instructions of the team leader, Yi Wuking is already warming up. This is what the teacher said to Zhu Mengdi. Mengdi, do your best. If you can use the opponent's soul skills, so that Wuking can win in the end, you will also have half the credit. Who are you looking down on? She is a soul king with an angel spirit. It also has a 10,000-year soul ring. It's not certain who will lose and who will win, not to mention although it is common for Shrek's geniuses to fight against opponents of higher levels, but it is also impossible to violate the basic rules of Soul Masters. The higher the soul power cultivation, the deeper the soul power foundation will naturally be. However, Huo Yuhao's current soul power cultivation level is only that of Soul Sect, and his level is even lower than his own. After 5 consecutive challenges, it is impossible that Huo Yuhao did not consume any soul power. Right, how long can he, who is just a Soul Sect member, hold on? So, there is a chance. She had to admit that Huo Yuhao was very strong. The aura he felt from Huo Yuhao after he appeared on the scene was not to be underestimated. Zhu Mengdi also gained something from the previous 5 battles. Huo Yuhao relies on nothing more than his strong mental strength and physical fitness, as well as that strange spiritual attribute soul skill. Therefore, her first response was to quickly distance herself. Do the opposite. Although Huo Yuhao is very powerful, according to common sense, The attack range of his mental attack soul skill is obviously limited. The competition stage is covered by a semicircular soul guide shield. But the highest point is still nearly 100 meters above the ground. Yu Mengdi didn't believe that Huo Yuhao's soul skills could cover such a long distance. She has the advantage of high altitude. Think so. Yu Mengdi waved the angel wings behind him and rose into the air. His first soul ring shone, and a golden sword appeared in each of his hands. The first soul skill, the sacred twin swords, is a unique weapon type soul skill. After possessing the soul skill, any soul skill performed with the dual swords is superimposed and released with her first soul skill. Yu Mengdi plans to counterattack defensively. Seeing this strategy from the other side, Huo Yuhao was stunned, and I realized, isn't this just a moving target? Very good, Tang Xiaoli, I will carry on your legacy. This is the challenge that the third oldest in the academy launched against the second oldest. The fourth soul skill, spiritual replication. As the black fourth soul ring behind Huo Yuhao lit up, an illusory purple bow light gathered behind Huo Yuhao, and a mark on his soul ring slowly dissipated. Huo Yuhao moved as fast as thunder. He didn't need to draw the bullet. Spiritual replication implements all the prerequisites for releasing the soul skill very well, and the cost is basically no cost. After using this attack, Huo Yuhao's spiritual replica can still be used, without the disadvantage of Tang Xiaoli, who can only use the soul ring once in a short period of time. Of course, Huo Yuhao's own spirit replica also has 3 temporary imprints per day. This is reflected in the 3 imprints on the black spirit ring. After they are used up, they can no longer be temporarily imprinted and can only wait for time to recover. However, even if all 3 imprints were used up, Huo Yuhao could still use the green water field solidified on his 4th soul ring. This is the power of spiritual replication. However, when Huo Yuhao used the purple cloud bow to imprint soul skills, he consumed a lot of soul power. Even though his soul power is deep, it also consumed nearly a quarter of Huo Yuhao's soul power in one go. Then, the Shinetun Baojin Lotus continued to operate, replenishing the consumption. The outcome is obvious. Under the optimization of the 10,000-year soul ring, the arrows used by Huo Yuhao were several times more powerful than Tang Xiaoli's 3 arrows in a row, and the power had already reached the Soul Emperor level. This was a thick black light with black flames rising around it. The surrounding space has even been distorted. Huo Yuhao, can you dodge this attack? When Huo Yuhao's black soul ring, which represented 10,000 years of existence, shone brightly, the audience in the distance couldn't help but hold their breath and widen their eyes. This was because this was the first time that a 10,000-year soul skill had appeared in the competition, and everyone wanted to see just how powerful the 10,000-year soul skill was, especially the way Huo Yuhao used his soul skills. Those with sharp eyes have already recognized it. This is the martial soul and soul skills of Tang Xiaoli, Huo Yuhao's previous opponent. For a moment, everything became confusing. Few people could guess that this purely spiritual soul skill came from the soul beast Yinying beast. Even in the Shrek Academy, with a history of thousands of years, there are only a few records about the silver engine beast. Yu Mengdi, who was locked by Huo Yuhao's soul skill, was already sweating profusely. This is ... Isn't this Tang Xiaoli's soul skill? Let's not talk about why Huo Yuhao also uses it. The most important is, why is the soul skill used by Huo Yuhao so powerful? This is a pressure that Tang Xiaoli could not feel at all. Yu Mengdi felt the pressure was overwhelming, and there was an unstoppable feeling of suffocation wrapped around him. This is really a case of being too clever. There is no time to wonder or sigh as the soul rings behind Yu Mengdi flashed one after another. She also used her full strength. As the 2 sacred swords were raised above his head, the 3rd soul ring on his body lit up first, and the golden flame rose rapidly. Faintly, the shadow of a 6-winged angel appeared behind Yu Mengdi. The 3rd soul skill, Angel's Blessing, it can double the attack power of her next attack. Then the 5th soul ring lit up. Angel, confer God / a delicate cry came out of Yu Mengdi's mouth. And it was not just a simple call out of the name of her skill. 5 words, 5 musical scales. Every time a musical scale is sounded, the sacred swords in her hands will make a clear buzzing sound. When the last word kill was shouted, the 2 sacred swords merged into one, and the sharp sword light turned into a huge light blade that was more than 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. A pleasant and melodious song sounded, and a dazzling blade of light with a holy aura slashed straight in the direction of the arrow. With just one move, Yu Mengdi showed the advantages of the angel martial spirit for ordinary soul masters. It takes very high skills to release 2 soul skills in superposition. The more soul skills are superimposed, the more difficult it is. It requires the soul skills to fit in with each other and the user to have skillful control. These are relatively advanced skills in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Yu Mengdi's own martial soul has this natural advantage. At least the first soul skill can be superimposed with any other soul skill. The angel's deification / goes one step further than this. Yu Mengdi's attack can be said to be a combination of her first, third, and fifth soul skills. Coupled with the power of her own angel martial soul, the power of this attack can even be comparable to that of some soul emperors. Unfortunately, the power of Huo Yuhao's arrows has also reached the soul emperor level, and the mechanism is even better. Kyang, point to point. Outbreak. The huge blade of light seemed completely unable to stop the arrows shot by Huo Yuhao. Boom. The violent roar seemed to make the entire competition stage shake. Seen from a distance, the competition stage had become dazzling. The dark yellow protective shield around the competition stage had even turned into gold, and the faces of the 108 soul masters all looked somewhat solemn at both ends of the competition stage. Different colors of light burst out. One side was bright gold and the other side was deep black. The entire competition arena was destroyed by the outburst of these two terrifying forces. The deafening sound could be heard even far away outside Xingluo Square. Soon, the black light spread. Huo Yuhao's arrow was mainly aimed at penetration, and with its terrifying penetrating power, it pierced through Yu Mengdi's ceiling. Then, he shot towards Yu Mengdi with undiminished momentum. The referee also acted promptly. The moment Huo Yuhao shot the piercing arrow, he immediately took action, protected Yu Mengdi behind him, and used his spirit body to forcibly block the attack that followed him like a shadow almost. The army took the lead. Being a referee is really stressful. He wants to resign. As the light on the competition stage faded, the body of the giant elephant gradually emerged. There was no doubt that this giant elephant was the true body of the martial soul transformed by the soul saint judge. It was he who blocked the fatal blow for Yu Mengdi. After all, the referee himself is a defensive soul master. Even if he responded hastily, his defense was indeed amazing after displaying his martial soul's true body. However, at this moment, even though he had used his martial soul's true body, he was still injured, and the wound was not shallow. One can imagine the power of Huo Yuhao's piercing arrow. Tang Xiao's soul skills are indeed very suitable for him. Huo Yuhao thought so. Tang Xiao below opened his mouth wide, muttering, "Isn't this my fourth soul skill? Holy shit. There's a cow." Moreover, this copycat version is much better than the authentic one. It can be said that this is his ideal goal. How could he use it on Huo Yuhao, a person he had only met once? He also used it against his teammates. At this moment, Tang Xiao had already anticipated the tragic result that once they returned to the academy, Yu Mengdi would definitely take revenge on him. But Yu Wuking at this moment, his scalp was also tingling. Even if Yu Mengdi just now was replaced by him, there is no better way to deal with it. It is true that he likes to challenge the strong, but he does not like to be bullied. But it's okay. It seems Huo Yuhao's restrictions on using soul skills are the same as Tang Xiao's, at least in the short term. He couldn't use it a second time. In addition, using this soul skill would inevitably consume a lot of soul power. So, Ken, what a win said it. Being defeated by Shrek alone is not unacceptable. End of this chapter. Chapter 179, 1 verses 7. Yu Wuking, Huo Yuhao, the two introduced themselves calmly and started the game again. Yu Wuking is tall and well-proportioned, not good-looking. His most obvious feature is his expressionless face, as if nothing around him can affect his mood. A golden light flashed in Yu Wuking's eyes, and a long and narrow leaf quietly floated in front of him. Then he put his left index finger and middle finger together and pinched the golden leaf in his hand. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, 5 soul rings with the best ratio instantly appeared around him, and the majestic aura of level 58 swept the entire venue. After entering combat status, his eyes were cold, as if the team that was about to be defeated by Shrek 1-on-7 was not theirs. Hangshan Academy. Huo Yuhao is also possessed by the Spirit Eye martial spirit, although he is only a soul sect member. His aura is even more powerful. Yu Wuking's testing pressure was instantly disintegrated and countered. The battle between the two is about to break out. The people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy who were watching the battle stared at Huo Yuhao intently. What they need to do now is to observe and collect information about Shrek carefully, and then come up with a way to defeat the enemy. In fact, as Shrek's deputy captain, Huo Yuhao was originally their target of observation. But his priority was not high. Their imaginary enemies are still Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuhang, who are Soul Emperor's talent is just talent. After all we can say is that Huo Yuhao is the most noteworthy opponent in the next session, and the future belongs to him. And now, it is still the home ground of the older generation. After all, The influence of soul power level is still too great, but with the fighting power shown by the opponent now, this strange soul skill, and the feat of defeating 7 alone that he almost achieved, Sun Moon Academy is facing a formidable enemy. Plans have changed, although the Zhangshan Academy treated soul guides like trash, and even lost to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy in the last session. It was only a lousy top 8. However, this class of Zhangshan Academy is not simple. The 3 Soul Kings each possess unique skills. It can be said to be the most luxurious one, but even so, it became a stepping stone for Huo Yuhao. Even Huo Yuhao acted so calm and composed, it was thanks to Shangwen Kan, who possessed a spiritual martial soul, that he was able to detect Huo Yuhao's martial soul and soul skill types. Yu Mengdi, the owner of an angel spirit, forced out Huo Yuhao's strongest trump card, which was his 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years. This made everyone feel a little less mysterious about Huo Yuhao. With the information, things got much better, and now he is the strongest genius in Zhangshan Academy in 1,000 years. They also have high hopes for Yi Wuking. It would be best if we could destroy Shrek's prestige and end Huo Yuhao's winning streak. The audience cheered even louder. The soul skills collision that happened earlier was so exciting. This also makes everyone look forward to the subsequent battles even more. Even the Emperor Su Jiaoyi and other civil and military officials of the Xingluo Empire, who were standing on the top of the imperial city, were watching the game intently, fearing that they would miss any details. At this time, Yi Wuking took the first step. The 4th soul ring on Yi Wuking's body lit up, and in an instant, Yi Wuking's left hand underwent a huge change. A large number of vein-like meridians and blood vessels shone with dazzling golden light, and Yi Wuking's left hand had completely turned golden. This is Yi Wuking's 4th soul skill, the golden left hand. Although this soul skill only amplifies his left hand, the power will be doubled by releasing the golden leaves with his golden left hand. After receiving the amplification from the golden left hand, the black 5th soul ring lit up, and Yi Wuking's entire aura changed. Wang Jin quickly raised his left hand, with his palm facing the sky. It looked as if he wanted to tear the sky apart. On the pitch-black 5th soul ring, spots of golden light flickered, and dense golden light spots quickly floated out and spread around his body, forming a golden light curtain. Then, the golden light spot quickly grew larger. It turned into hundreds, or even thousands of golden leaves, and began to spin rapidly with Yi Wuking's body as the center. Countless sharp golden leaves are constantly rotating, shining brightly, like a golden storm. The 5th soul ring of 10,000 years. The dance of golden leaves. Yi Wuking controlled the 5th soul skill and swept directly towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's response was simply to clench his right hand, and an extreme chill emerged from his body. Ice Soul Sword Domain. Suddenly, the protective shield formed by 108 soul masters surrounding the entire competition stage began to tremble violently. A large blue halo condensed inside the shield. The temperature on the entire competition stage dropped drastically as the blue light burst out. The air within 30 meters around Huo Yuhao's body began to distort on a large scale amid the whistling sound. It was as if Huo Yuhao had brought a wind and snow from the far north as the sharp sword light emerged. Despite the continuous storm and rain of countless golden leaves, Huo Yuhao remained motionless. However, when the storm composed of sharp golden leaves collided with the Ice Soul Sword Domain, it was as if it had encountered a natural enemy in just a moment. Large pieces of golden leaves were crushed. Can't get up again, Yi Wuking. Nobody. This is your soul skill? Question mark. I didn't see your spirit ring light up either. Question mark. Seeing that his strongest attack didn't work, even the usually indifferent Yi Wuking couldn't hold it anymore. Gudong, his throat even rolled and he swallowed involuntarily. Is this guy really a soul sect master? Just as Yi Wuking's scalp was tingling, Huo Yuhao was merciless. With a wave of his right hand, the 30-meter Ice Soul Blade Domain disappeared in an instant. No, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into deep blue sword energy that wrapped around Huo Yuhao's hands, almost solid, as if he was wearing a sapphire armor. Then, it rushed out as if waving an arm. Buzz! Huo Yuhao threw a punch, and the blue sword energy instantly tore through the air, causing a whistling sound. A huge blue sword energy transformed into a blue dragon. Roaring and tumbling powerful energy exploded instantly, and a loud sword sound resounded through the sky. Ice Soul Blade, the sword is like a dragon. Just like the Milky Way falling from the sky. There is no knife in my hand, but there is a knife in my heart. Although, this killer move was a bit of a waste when used on Yi Wuking, but it was a good ending for this one. He could also create confusion and make those who are guessing about his martial soul and soul skills continue to be surprised. Although Huo Yuhao did not use his full strength, This attack was comparable to that of a soul sage and was completely beyond the ability of Yi Wuking to withstand. There was no suspense in the battle faced with this critical moment. The powerful soul saint as the referee naturally stepped forward without hesitation. After all, there is no turning back when you shoot a bow. However, compared to the piercing arrow he released last time using his mental replication, Huo Yuhao had much stronger control over the sword at this moment. With the referee leaving the field, the outcome was decided. Huo Yuhao also cooperated to disperse the attacks of the Ice Soul Blade as much as possible under Huo Yuhao's dispersion. The Ice Soul Blade that was originally condensed at one point instantly split up and spread in all directions in an instant. Half of the arena was covered by blue sword light. Under the refraction of the protective cover, the entire arena was deep blue, which was extremely dazzling under the shining blue light. The spectators could not see what was happening on the stage. Only the powerful spirit masters could see what was happening on the stage through the protective shield. When the sword energy dissipated, everything on the stage gradually became clear. The audience only saw the soul saint judge protecting Yi Wuking without activating his martial soul. He looked quite embarrassed at the moment because the spirit body had already been used in the previous game and was still in the cooling period. When I felt the Ice Soul sword attack from the front, the referee felt as if his soul was being completely frozen and cut off. He even saw the peaceful face of his great-grandmother. Fortunately, it turned out to be just a false alarm. The referee took a deep look at Huo Yuhao. With his vision and strength, he could naturally see that Huo Yuhao was holding back. At the same time, his heart was also shocked. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more terrible, and he had a horrifying guess. Although it is a fantasy, it seems reasonable. In short, the referee, who was still frightened, had made up his mind that next time there was a Shrek Academy competition, he would never be a referee again. He is just a small soul saint, poor, weak and helpless. Is this how a defensive soul saint should be treated? Whoever wants to be the referee of Shrek can do so. There was no way he could take on this task beyond his capabilities. He is just the deputy captain of Soul Sect, and yet he is so powerful. Shrek also has a captain at the Soul Emperor level. Although Soul Saint is an important watershed on the road to becoming a Soul Master, the strength of the spirit's true body largely determines the strength of most spirit masters. After all, when one reaches the Soul Sage realm, the gap between ordinary martial souls and top-level martial souls will instantly widen, and combat power will increase exponentially. Only when a Soul Master reaches the Soul Saint level and possesses a top-level martial soul can he be considered to have fully developed and demonstrated the suppressive power of a top-level martial soul, just like Bibar's bright blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and Susanchi's basalt shield. Basically, one has to reach the Soul Sage level before one can truly use them freely, even if it is the ultimate martial soul. Only when one reaches the Soul Sage level can one break free from the shackles of cultivation brought by the ultimate martial soul and truly unleash the full power of the martial soul. But the strength of some monster geniuses cannot be judged solely by their soul power level, especially those from Shrek. With my mediocre skills, how can I protect the students from both contestants? We must send in more powerful soul masters. Let the Soul Douluo come. No, the title Douluo. The appearance of title Douluo level warriors can also express respect for the Shrek side. Let's not talk about the referee's miserable situation for now. The audience noticed it, too. The competition stage was left with sharp and difficult to conceal cracks. Such a horrifying scene even shocked the Emperor and his ministers who were watching the game. To the students and team leaders who participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, the spectators who were watching were all shocked by Huo Yuhao's terrifying strength. For a moment, the originally noisy Xingluo Square was quiet for a long time. After a moment, an even more passionate and exciting voice once again resounded through the heavens and earth and reached the sky. Shrek, 1. Where's 7, Huo Yuhao? The Soul God shield outside the competition arena was removed. The referee, with his mind full of thoughts, withdrew his gaze from Huo Yuhao. He suppressed his emotions before raising his voice and shouting, in the first round of the round-robin tournament, Shrek Academy vs. Xiangshan Academy. Shrek Academy wins. After the referee's announcement, waves of cheers, one louder than the other, rang out again. 1 against 7. This is the real 1 against 7, a crushing performance. Especially in the penultimate match, Huo Yuhao and Yu Mengdi's soul skills were clashing against each other, and there is also the Ice Soul Blade domain that ends the game. It really made the audience present feel excited. The vast majority of the audience present were ordinary people, and it was difficult for them to see the tricks in the first 5 matches. It's just a one-shot kill, although very strong, but it's not spectacular enough. Not shocking enough for them. The fifth match was a head-on confrontation of soul skills, and the last match was a simplification of complexity, where one sword could break all the skills. On the contrary, it is more intuitive. Strong means big, bigger is better. Meanwhile, the rest area at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was silent. It is undeniable that Huo Yuhao, who has the cultivation level of the Kahan sect, has already brought them tremendous pressure. Obviously, each of them is at least a Soul King and a level 5 Soul Instructor, but in a one-on-one confrontation with Huo Yuhao, no one dared to guarantee that they would be sure of winning against Huo Yuhao, especially his final self-created soul skill, which seemed to have slashed into their hearts, cut off everyone's pride, and silenced countless people. It is simply a work of art that combines offense and defense. Moreover, this extreme ice attribute is actually incompatible with Huo Yuhao's current martial spirit. In other words, twin martial souls. Xiao Hongjin frowned and spoke the truth word by word. This also explains why Huo Yuhao's spirit ring configuration is so bizarre. It is precisely because he has a second martial soul that improves his physical fitness. Exclamation mark. Case solved. However, this truth seems more difficult to accept than before. Ma Rulong's eyes showed a thoughtful gleam, and then he sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, this young man named Huo Yuhao is now our academy's biggest enemy. Such talent, such top-level talent, is exactly what we lack in the Sun Moon Empire. Captain, are you saying that my talent is not as good as his? Xiao Hongjin raised his eyebrows. Ma Rulong said calmly, what do you think? This is a 12-year-old soul sect, and he is suspected to have twin martial souls, and since he came from Shrek Academy, it means that he basically relied on himself in his cultivation and had a deep foundation. Although you broke through to Soul Sect at the age of 13, how many drugs did you use to assist in your cultivation? And how much energy did you spend to consolidate your foundation afterwards? So what? Xiao Hongjin frowned. Having a profound background does not mean having great strength. I am a soul master and soul trainer. I am definitely not worse than him in actual combat. It's just 1 against 7. I can do it if I grit my teeth. Ma Rulong glanced at Xiao Hongjin and said, you still know how to grit your teeth. But can you achieve the same performance as Huo Yuhao, or even easily use this attack comparable to that of a soul saint? It doesn't matter if we lose this time, but what about the next time? Don't forget the Empire's 1,000-year plan. For a moment, even Xiao Hongjin, who had always been stubborn, was speechless. A solemn look also appeared in his eyes with the attack that Huo Yuhao launched in the end. Even if he and his sister Meng Hongjin used their soul fusion skills, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Speaking of dreams of the red dust, if it were in the past, when Xiao Hongjin and Ma Rulong were arguing, Meng Hongjin would definitely speak up to defend and ridicule his brother, but now, her eyes were always on Huo Yuhao, and she didn't pay any attention to the conversation between the two. Meng Hongjin, I must abduct Huo Yuhao to the Sun Moon Empire. End of this chapter. Chapter 180. Zhuanzi, how could someone steal my house? Although Xiao Hongjin suffered a defeat in the verbal confrontation with Ma Rulong, he was still somewhat hesitant in his heart. This is not a moral victory. The power of soul guides is beyond the imagination of traditional soul masters like Huo Yuhao. If it is a competition, soul guides can be used without restrictions, then his combat capability is definitely not worse than Huo Yuhao's. Besides, his martial soul, the three-legged golden toad, possesses the blood of an ancient mythical beast. It can naturally control metals and absorb rare metals to help speed up its cultivation. The three-legged golden toad martial spirit is not only extremely compatible with his own soul guide and combat methods, its quality is also close to the ultimate gold. So what if Huo Yuhao really has twin martial souls? Could it be that his second martial soul could be ultimate ice? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The team leader, Mr. Ma, looked at the quarrel between the two and shook his head slightly. Perhaps it is not a bad thing for Xiao Hongjin to have such an opponent from childhood to adulthood. The arrogance deep in this guy's heart has surpassed everyone else, especially after awakening his martial spirit. It was out of control. It can be said that, except for his own sister Meng Hongjin, Xiao Hongjin looks down on all the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy equally until Huo Yuhao appeared finally. Xiao Hongjin felt a sense of crisis. As for Meng Hongjin, well, looking at her current state, it will be fine if she doesn't throw herself at me in the future. So, Mr. Ma coughed, attracting the attention of several people, and then emphasized, Xiao Hongjin, Meng Hongjin, you brothers and sisters should be careful. With Huo Yuhao's age and strength, he will definitely be your nemesis for the next 5 years. Somewhere in the audience, fuck, good boy, It's not just the body, a middle-aged man with an exceptionally thick right arm suddenly shouted, but before he could finish his words, he was stopped by a middle-aged man next to him who looked like a big-headed doll. Keep your voice down, Yu Tao, Lang. Yeah, did you see that? That's the I-type martial soul. And it has twin martial souls. Yu Tao pointed at Huo Yuhao and lowered his voice, looking extremely happy. I'm not blind. Lang Yang also nodded with satisfaction. I came to the right place to attend this year's All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. I didn't expect to find a talent from the body sect! Exclamation mark. Yu Tao winked at Lang Yang and said, but this kid is from Shrek, so it's a bit difficult to deal with him. Quickly use your invincible big-head martial spirit to think of a solution. You are the one who is in big trouble. Lang Yang retorted, and then said, as for the solution, as long as you listen to me and don't be impulsive. Huo Yuhao slowly walked off the stage amid the cheers and shouts from the audience, but many eyes were still glued to him. Reluctant to leave, Wang Yan quickly stood up and greeted him. Yuhao, well done, let's go back. Huo Yuhao nodded. Shrek and his group also went back home. This was also what they had discussed during Huo Yuhao's competition. It would naturally be best if Huo Yuhao could successfully defeat 7 enemies alone. This way they can leave earlier and still maintain the mystery of Shrek. Thus, the Shrek Academy team once again left Xingluo Square under everyone's gaze. After leaving Xingluo Square, Wang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped and turned to face everyone, a look of relief on his face. In fact, we don't face much pressure to qualify. Among the teams in the same group as us, the only team from Zhangshan College has the strongest overall strength. But Yuhao has already overcome this tough challenge, so there's no need to be too nervous. Upon hearing this, the tense faces of the 7 members of the reserve team relaxed one after another, and then they congratulated Huo Yuhao on his 1-on-7 victory. The group chatted and talked about Huo Yuhao's Ice Soul Blade domain. Su Sanchi was inspired and said, Yuhao's self-created soul skill developed with the help of the characteristics of his second martial soul is really too powerful. Of course not. Wang Donja raised their eyebrows. This is a fighting skill that Yuhao created by combining his soul power and mental power. It's a unique skill that can conquer all enemies. In her opinion, this move is even more powerful than the Haoshin skills of her own Haoshin sect. Bei Bei nodded and sighed. If Yuhao can inject his own artistic conception into this soul skill, he can go a step further and become almost indestructible. Artistic conception. Hearing this term, everyone in the reserve team looked confused. Jiang Nanan asked first, what is artistic conception? Bei Bei touched his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, this is also the teaching of an elder. I also only know a little bit about it. Wang Yan was also very interested in this. Yuhao, do you know? Huo Yuhao, I do know, but I can't really say. The extremely shameful Haodong Sanju, played by Ho Gua in the original novel, is an example of someone who brings the artistic conception to its fullest potential. Love and longing. It sounds good, very classy, but the actual effect is really embarrassing. Those few short sentences were extremely explosive. In the entire online literature circle, it was evaluated as a poor imitation of the Palm of Sorrow. Huo Yuhao explained, the so-called artistic conception is actually one's own path as a soul master, the path one wants to pursue. For example, Senior Chen Zifan pursues the ultimate in swordsmanship, which is his artistic conception. But it is very difficult to integrate it into one's own soul skills. My Ice Soul Blade domain did not use the power of artistic conception. It was created by combining soul power and mental power, based on the original power of the second martial soul. Of course, there is also the origin of the Ice Knife too, the power of the martial soul's origin. The group seemed to be thinking about something. Huo Yuhao continued, generally, one has to wait until one reaches the Soul Saint realm to access the original power of the martial soul. It was because of the special nature of the Spirit I martial soul and my powerful mental strength that I was able to comprehend the original power of the martial soul and thus create this self-created soul skill, even if it is the power of the martial soul's origin. For the current reserve team players, these are things that are out of reach. Even if we get the regular players to come over, it would be very difficult. In other words, in the entire inner courtyard of Shrek Academy there are only a handful of soul masters who can use the power of the origin of their martial souls to create their own soul skills, including senior sister Zhang Lexuan. There are definitely no more than 3 people. However, Bei Bei and Su Sanchi also have innate advantages. The martial spirits of both of them are extremely powerful, and as long as they practice step by step, They can reach the Soul Sage level. That's when the bright blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Basalt Shield take effect at that time. It would not be difficult to comprehend the origin of the martial soul and develop one or two original soul skills through one's own soul skills. As for the power of intention, it is even harder to say. It is related to personal experience and understanding. Although the Ice Soul Blade domain has not yet used the artistic conception, but the judgment that Huo Yuhao had previously created did indeed use the power of will, so he still has some say in this will. Artistic conception. Ultimately it's the power of intention. Huo Yuhao shook his head and advised sincerely, "You should practice well. It's too early for us to talk about this now." Even Xiao Tao's teacher, Mingfeng Douluo, the head of the Wuhan department, found it difficult to comprehend the state of mind, let alone us. Wang Yan summarized Huo Yuhao's speech. "Yes, for you now, it is more important to practice well and improve your soul power level. Okay, everyone go back and rest. I'll go observe the opponents in the same group as us, as well as potential future opponents. Take your opponents seriously tactically. Even if the two regular players are about to recover their combat effectiveness, Ma Xiaotao will return as a soul saint. But don't forget, qualifying from the round-robin tournament doesn't mean anything. The subsequent games are the top priority. Shrek always has only one goal, and that is to be the champion." Huo Yuhao's victory over 7 opponents was certainly a blessing in disguise, but before winning the championship and before the dust settled, for Wang Yan, everything was like treading on thin ice, and he had to be extremely cautious. Wang Yan left on the way back to the hotel. The reserve team members communicated with each other and gained different insights, especially Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao. The two of them now have the lowest soul power level, and are only 3-ring soul masters. If you spend a lot of effort developing your own soul skills, but in the end they are not as strong as your soul skills, then you are putting the cart before the horse. What's more, even if they have powerful soul skills, with their current soul power level, they cannot fully exert their due strength. Although both of them have twin martial souls, their martial souls are not ultimate martial souls, and their soul power foundation is far inferior to Huo Yuhao's. Moreover, the Tang sect's unique skills alone are enough for them to learn. Su Sanchi was thoughtful. If artistic conception is his life path and self-pursuit, does that count as love? It's enough that I love Nan so deeply. Is it possible? Question mark. See Non Fist. Nian Non Shield. Very good, he has seen the road to the future. Suddenly Huo Yuhao seemed to have sensed something and looked towards the direction of the Star King Hotel in the distance. Relying on the amazing vision brought by his spiritual eyes, 2 middle-aged men with strange figures appeared in his field of vision. One has a huge head and the other has a unicorn arm on his right hand. Numenon sect. Sure enough, he still came. The big-headed man Lang Yang also noticed Huo Yuhao's gaze. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then he nodded towards Huo Yuhao kindly. Yu Tao, who was traveling with him, could not help but sigh. Such a keen sense, worthy of a spiritual attribute. Spirit. The distance is at least several thousand meters. The strength of this little fellow's spiritual power may be no weaker than that of a Soul Douluo level spirit master. Ling. Yu nodded solemnly. It seems that my feeling is correct. Although his martial soul looks like just eyes, his actual martial soul is eyes and brain, which can be said to be the top-level martial soul. Moreover, that little guy is basically the type of congenital awakening. Yu Tao raised his arm, his right hand ready to go. What are we waiting for? I think he is at least a silver-level soul with a second awakening. We must bring such a talent back to the sect immediately. Ling. Yu frowned. Look at you, are you anxious again? After all, he is from Shrek, we can't force him. Let's go meet this little guy first. Although he said this, Lang Yang actually didn't care at all. So what if it's Shrek? Only the body sect is the one who is most familiar with the body martial spirit. He was just concerned about the strong men in Shrek. As soon as the words fell, the 2 figures disappeared one after another on the other side. Huo Yuhao withdrew his gaze and followed everyone towards the Star Emperor Hotel. When they entered the spacious lobby of the Star King Hotel and were about to go upstairs, they were blocked by 2 people. It was Lang Yang and Yu Tao, who had just disappeared from the rooftop of Xinghurong Hotel. Bebe, who was walking in the front, asked calmly, "Stop our Shrek students. What do you 2 need?" Although he couldn't see through these 2 people at all with his cultivation level, he could feel a strong sense of oppression. They were definitely strong. Afterwards, everyone's eyes fell on Lang Ye's big head and Yu Tao's exceptionally strong right arm. Bibi and Su Sanchi were startled and vaguely guessed each other's identity. Yu Tao raised his strong right arm and pointed at Huo Yuhao, who was in the middle of the crowd. He said in a muffled voice, "You can go, but this little guy must stay. Let's talk to him." Just when Bibai and Su Sanchi wanted to say something, Lang Ya smiled and said, "Can you please leave first?" His eyes were peculiar and surprisingly gentle. When Bibai and the others saw his gaze, they all became dazed and were about to walk away. Only Wang Danger seemed to have a strange light flashing in the depths of her eyes after she was stunned for a moment, and she was not confused by the other person's eyes snapped. Huo Yuhao snapped his fingers, bringing everyone back to their senses instantly. Then, he looked at Bibai and the other 7 and said calmly, "You guys go back first. I'll talk to them." As he spoke, Huo Yuhao took the initiative to walk towards the rest area in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel and nodded to Lang Ye and the other man. "Good boy, Lang." Ye exclaimed in surprise and followed. When Bibai and the others woke up, they all showed horror in their eyes. The big-headed man might be much stronger than they imagined. Bibai's eyes flickered for a moment, and then she showed an elegant smile. "Okay, Yuhao, let's go back first." Wang Danger was about to say something when Tangyer grabbed her and she went upstairs with Bibai and Su Sanchi. Before leaving, she even winked at Huo Yuhao walking up the stairs. Wang Danger asked first, "Should we go back and get help now?" Su Sanchi's face darkened when he heard this. "Without Master Zhuan, where can we get help? Rely on the seniors in the inner courtyard?" It can be said that Huo Yuhao is now the strongest among Shrek's group. Moreover, the remaining 3 members of the regular team are still injured. Wouldn't this cause trouble for Huo Yuhao? However, Bibai reacted immediately. It was as if Wang Danger said this deliberately for those 2 people to hear. Although Master Zhuan is not here, they can still take advantage of the power of others. So, Bibai took the initiative to answer, "That's not necessary. Since the other party chose to stop us here, they won't use force in a place like this. Besides, this is Xingluo City, where the participating players are staying. What's more, Master Zhuan is still here." Wang Danger chuckled, "It's better to be careful." Huo Yuhao sat calmly on the sofa in the rest area. "What can you 2 do for me, Lang?" Ye and Yu Tao also sat down opposite Huo Yuhao one after another. Yu Tao couldn't help but ask, "Little guy, aren't you afraid that we will do something bad to you?" Huo Yuhao smiled calmly. "Although Zhuanzi is not here, but he is very confident. Just 2 contras. What's there to fear?" End of this chapter. Chapter 181. The innately evil body sect. Little devil. This is the territory of the Xingluo Empire's royal family. There's nothing to worry about. Huo Yuhao hinted at something, and then said, "What's more, we are all the same kind. If I'm not mistaken, you 2 are both owners of the original martial spirit." His tone was full of certainty. Lang Yan nodded and introduced himself. "You are right, we are all the same kind of people. My name is Lang Yan, and this is my brother Yu Tao. We are both from the Benti sect. I believe you have heard of us." Huo Yuhao? Huo Yuhao also replied with a name. "The name of the body sect is well known. It is hard not to have heard of the oddities in the world of soul masters. In fact, we have been observing you for a while. We noticed you in the first elimination match 3 days ago because of your peculiar spirit ring configuration. It was not until today that I discovered that your martial spirit is your original martial spirit." The eyes, Lang. You looked at Huo Yuhao with fiery eyes. To be more precise, it is the eyes and the brain, so you have spiritual attributes. If I am not mistaken, the first soul skill you used in the competition before was a kind of spiritual shock ability, similar to the purple magic pupil of the Tang sect. And your 4th soul skill should be the rubbing of the innate soul skill of the silver hero beast. And after combining with your martial soul, the rubbing has undergone a positive change and become more powerful. I wonder if I am right. Oh. Shit, box. Lang Yang analyzed the 2 soul skills that Huo Yuhao had used in the competition in detail with just a few simple sentences. This is much better than some people who claim that their theories are invincible. Just the fact that he could recognize the silver eagle beast shows that Lang Ya's knowledge should not be underestimated. However, Huo Yuhao did not feel the slightest bit surprised or suspicious about this. If he wanted to hide his soul skills, there were many ways to do it, but there was no need. What others see is what he deliberately shows. Huo Yuhao readily admitted, "You are right, Lang." You understood and smiled. "Then I will get straight to the point. Our purpose in coming to you is very simple. We want to guide you back to the sect, back to the Benti sect." Yu Tao at the side also explained, "The body sect is the home of all soul masters with body spirits. Since your spirit is your eyes, then you are a member of the body sect. Now that we have found you, we naturally want to take you home, Lang." Yu also struck while the iron was hot and said, "Your body martial soul is of extremely high quality. It can be said to be one of the top body martial souls. And with your current physical fitness and mental strength, you should have completed the second awakening of your body martial soul innately, at least a silver level second awakening. Seeing that Huo Yuhao did not refute, he continued, but you should have discovered that it is not so easy to completely control this level of secondary awakening. And our body sect is the place that is most familiar with the body martial soul. As long as you return to our sect with us, within 20 years, no, within 10 years, we guarantee that we will make you astonish the entire continent. Although the body sect does not appear often, once it does, it will surely soar to the sky. Huo Yuhao was silent second awakening. To be honest, both of his original martial spirits are a bit strange, and there seems to be no signs of a second awakening, and the second awakening at the silver level is even more nonsense, although according to common sense, the strongest innate second awakening is only silver level, and only when the soul master who awakens to the silver level breaks through the tidal Douluo realm, there is a certain probability that he will evolve into gold level awakening. But Huo Yuhao even felt that the gold level awakening was not worthy of these two martial souls, especially the second martial soul. The ice soul body. The fact that it can use its mimicry talent to perfectly disguise the ultimate icy jade scorpion is enough to prove how powerful it is, although Ice Emperor's 400,000-year-old torso bones and spirit ring also play an important role in it. Maybe this is the trouble of genius, hanging on the wall. Seeing that Huo Yuhao remained silent, Langya played another card without hesitation. I can make a promise on behalf of our sect master right now. I promise that as long as your physical fitness can withstand the impact of 100,000-year soul ring, we will use all our sect's strength to help you hunt down 100,000-year soul beast. And the soul bones produced by the 100,000-year soul beast will also belong to you. How about this? At the same time, such an achievement task also popped up above Langya's head. Langai relationship, friends achievement mission, join the body sect. The impatient Yutao couldn't help but urge, little guy, what are you hesitating about? No one knows the body spirit better than us in the body sect. Even Shrek is not worthy of helping us in this regard. Yutao relationship, friends achievement mission, the martial souls of the world are one family. Huo Yuhao did not answer. He was indeed not opposed to the body sect. After all, both of his martial souls were body martial souls, and he did need the body sect's secret techniques. But now it is difficult for him to leave Shrek, not to mention the convenience of completing achievement tasks he has been planning for so long. But the fruits of his labor have not yet been harvested. We can't let him fail, can we? We should take a long-term view and not lose sight of the big picture at present. There is no force more suitable as a springboard than Shrek. His goal is to develop his own power and strength based on Shrek. Besides, can't we have both? When his soul power level is raised, the orthodoxy of the body sect will naturally be in his hands. So, Huo Yuhao shook his head and politely declined the invitation from the two, my two seniors. I will not join the body sect for now. I will stop here today. Let's talk about everything after I graduate. No, you have to come with us now. Yutao frowned, stood up suddenly, and stretched out his right hand. His thick and long arm stretched out naturally and almost instantly touched Huo Yuhao's shoulder. King Luffy's Nika. Huo Yuhao instantly distanced himself and looked at the move with interest. At this time, a cold snort sounded. How bold! The moment the voice was rang out, the light in the lobby of the Star King Hotel dimmed instantly. Even with the soul guide lamps lighting up, it was of no use at all. A suffocating and terrifying soul power instantly covered the two people from the body sect. Yutao's big hand shrank back quickly, as if it had been electrocuted. He turned to look at the old man who had appeared in the scene at some point. He is of medium build and thin, but in good spirits. He looks to be in his 60s, with short brown hair. Langya looked at his good brother Yutao helplessly, then stood up and said, I wonder what the giant strength Douluo is doing here. This is Xingluo City. Please be careful, Cheng. Gang just replied indifferently. As the protector of the Xingluo Empire, it is reasonable for him to appear here, right? Well, if Yutao hadn't really taken action, he actually didn't want to show up. On one side is the body sect, and on the other side is Shrek. He doesn't want to offend anyone, but he didn't expect that this inherently evil kid from the body sect would actually dare to take action here. This is Xingluo City, Star King Hotel. Such a mistake actually happened under the royal city. This sudden attack almost made Chang'an, who was only distractedly looking after Shrek, unable to react. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao reacted quickly, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Mr. Zhuan, don't underestimate my intelligence network. Although Xingluo City was indeed very safe, to be on the safe side, He specifically asked the Emperor of Xingluo to help look after Shrek before leaving with Mazia Ateo for this purpose. He also had a friendly exchange with Chenggang. In short, Chenggang appeared here mainly because of the order of Xingluo Emperor Su Jiaoyi. Are you teaching me how to do things, you? Tao snorted coldly and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. Although Chenggang is a titled Douluo, his soul power level does not seem to be high. Not only is he a level 86 soul Douluo, he also has the ability to awaken his own martial soul for the second time. He is not inferior to the opponent at all. HMPH, you have an opinion, although Chenggang was indeed somewhat wary of the overbearing and protective Benti sect. Now that he had really come forward, he had become tough. Instead, he has the support of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, and his actions now represent the face of the Xingluo Emperor. As he spoke, he took a slight step forward with his left foot, and immediately afterwards, a strong black light burst out from his body. The next moment, the black light seemed to carry a tremendous force and hit Yutao directly. Chenggang's martial soul is called Ant King. He's extremely good at strength, and all of his soul skills are aimed at improving strength. He can be said to be a pure power type titled Douluo. Well done, you. Tao roared in excitement as he spoke. His right arm suddenly grew larger, and 8 soul rings instantly appeared on his arm. What is shocking is that among his 8 spirit rings, the first 4 are actually purple 1000-year spirit rings. The 4 purple and 4 black not only have extremely strong oppressive power, but also far exceed the normal soul ring ratio of ordinary soul masters. The right hand shot out again like lightning. Brute force against brute force. The right hand, as hard as iron and stone, directly confronted the black light. Of course, the 2 men were fighting relatively restrained, and the hotel lobby had already been cleared by the 2 men from the body sect. So there were no outsiders. This collision did not cause any damage to the surroundings. Even the collision of the 2 major attacks seemed to be confined to the center of the collision and did not leak out. Ha, interesting. But this isn't a good place for a fight. Why don't we go outside and have a fight, you? Tao smiled heartily and disappeared on the spot. HMPH, arrogant, Cheng. Gang followed him directly. It just so happens that this big-headed kid still knows his limits, so let's go out and have some fun. Not to mention, he finally met a pure power guy, and at this moment he was itching to do something. As the 2 left, the light in the lobby of the Star King Hotel returned to normal brightness. Langya was a little speechless at Yu Tao's behavior, even though he had repeatedly emphasized that he should be more careful. So, Langya said to Huo Yuhao sincerely, "I'm sorry, Yuhao, I apologize to you on behalf of Yu Tao. In fact, he didn't mean any harm, he was just a little impatient. Of course, my previous promise is still valid. I hope you can seriously consider it. Well, I understand your good intentions, but I have no plans to join a sect at the moment." Huo Yuhao said he didn't care. Also, for the sake of his original martial spirit, Huo Yuhao did not intend to pursue the matter seriously. After all, he was just a stubborn idiot. But, Yu Tao, you have to behave well in the future. Huo Yuhao had no intention of continuing the conversation. The same goes for Lang Yang. He also has to rescue his good brother. It would be troublesome if he hits the head. That's it for today. This is where my 2 brothers live. During the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, we will be in Xingluo City. If you have any questions or doubts about your own martial soul, you can come to me at any time. Lang Ye gave him a kind smile, gave him the address, and said goodbye. Huo Yuhao's concern was naturally about the second awakening, but he also knew that the body sect would never let him get something for nothing unless he reveals his true second martial soul. But if I do that, it will only increase my weight in their hearts. However, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Huo Yuhao knew that there was a place that would definitely be of great benefit to him. Eyes of Ice and Fire. With the help of the power of the fairy grass, whether it is the subsequent tangible and intangible realm or the second awakening of the body's martial soul, there is a great chance to achieve it quickly. Of course, if you practice according to the class schedule. Huo Yuhao also has the confidence that he can do this, but if that's the case, it would take a long time. It seems that I need to make some careful plans after this competition. After returning to Shrek's room, all the members of the Shrek team were in the room. Yuhao, are you okay, Ho? Yuhao looked at the worried eyes of the crowd and explained, it was someone from the body sect. He talked to me about the body martial soul. It is indeed the body sect. When they heard the word body sect, the 7 members of the reserve team understood. Bei had told them before that the 2 of them were suspected to have body martial spirits, but the faces of the 3 people in the inner courtyard changed, and each of them showed a look of horror. Wang Danger was a little confused. Is the body sect so scary? Ling Luochjin nodded seriously. With the explanation of the 3 people from the inner courtyard, the 7 people in the reserve team gradually understood everything. It can be said that the Benti sect is both good and evil. They do things based on their likes and dislikes and are extremely domineering, so they have never been popular even according to the records of the academy. The body sect once hunted down 700,000-year soul beasts in the starred-out Great Forest, which triggered a beast-tide riot and almost resulted in the destruction of all lives. Next, everyone curiously asked about what had just happened, especially the fight between Chang'an and Yutao. Even they could feel the momentum fluctuations generated by the fight between the 2 men. Huo Yuhao had no intention of hiding anything and explained it in detail, even the conditions offered by the body sect. Fortunately, Yuhao did not agree to join the body sect. Wang Dunger was the first to say. Tang Yu frowned slightly. Humph, although Yuhao has the body martial soul, he does not need the help of the body sect at all. The Tang sect's unique skills are enough. She believed that the purple demon pupil was definitely the most suitable cultivation method for Huo Yuhao. Su Sanchi exclaimed in amazement. Yuhao, that's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. You just rejected it so hastily. Ho. Yuhao chuckled and did not answer. Are you still clinging to traditional sex? Times have changed. The soul contract has been completed with the help of Yi Lao. All Huo Yuhao needs is a suitable opportunity to release it. Let Douluo continent feel the arrival of a new era. Well, let's start with the Tang sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 182. No, you also have hidden powers? The roof of the Star King Hotel. Huo Yuhao and 7 members of the reserve team gathered here. K. Tao, is your big baby any good? Biba complained. The clarity of this telescopic soul guide seems to be even inferior to my own purple demon pupil. I also feel that I can't see clearly. Su Sanchi sighed. Originally, he was planning to offer the flower to Nan, but now that I think about it, forget it. There is a distance of several kilometers from Xinghuang Hotel to Xingluo Plaza. Looking from afar, the huge competition stage is just a small square. It is impossible to see it clearly with only He Tao's first-level telescopic soul guide. After all, this telescopic soul guide is a very common auxiliary soul guide, and few soul guides are willing to work hard on it because the tactics Wang Yan had formulated in advance were to save as much time as possible in the battle, while also keeping Shrek mysterious to others. Especially in the first 3 games of the round-robin tournament, the inner courtyard students have not recovered yet and cannot expose Shrek's weakness. However, because of Yuhao's outstanding performance, Shrek is basically sure to qualify from the group round-robin tournament. Therefore, Wang Yan did not restrict everyone's freedom and forced them to practice in the hotel to cram for the exam. Therefore, Biba and the others had no plans to go to the stadium to watch the game, but they are still restless and very curious about the strength of other colleges, especially the group of people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. This is how this scene came about. The group looked at Huo Yuhao, who was gazing into the distance with some envy. Although Huo Yuhao did not have a telescopic soul guide, he could watch the game from afar thanks to the powerful vision of his Spirit Eye Martial Soul. The Spirit Eye Martial Soul is really useful. Wang Dunger was the first to sigh, and then the others followed suit. Yet, who says it's not? Yuhao, use your invincible Spirit Eye's martial spirit to think of a solution quickly. We also want to watch the game. Tang Yu asked. I really can't do anything about you. I do have a solution, Ho. Yuhao smiled slightly. He had no intention of using mind sharing. Instead, he condensed the ice into a mirror and used his powerful mental strength to project the scene he saw directly onto it. The art of mental projection. Hiss. Huo Yuhao was filled with shock. Can you still play like this? The 7 members of the reserve team were truly eye-opening. However, what they saw and heard next also silenced them. I thought Xiangshan College was just an isolated case never imagined in this competition. It can be said that Soul Kings are as numerous as dogs, and Soul Masters are everywhere. Although many Soul Kings did not have the perfect 10,000-year soul ring like Yu Wuking, the appearance of the Soul King still weighed heavily on everyone's heart like a mountain. Among the 8 of them, the highest cultivation level is only Soul Sect. Do you really think that everyone can fight against opponents of higher levels as effortlessly as Huo Yuhao, Biba and Su Sanchi? For the glory of Shrek, it seems we have to show our hidden strength. Tanya, I have to work harder too. The devouring power of the blue silver grass is not limited to this. Wang Donger, me too. He Tao, don't worry, there are plenty of cigars. Jiangnanan and Xiao. No, you guys were playing us during the training not long ago, right? How come each of them has hidden powers? Feeling isolated, the round-robin tournament is held every other day. After one day, nearly half of the teams that entered the round-robin tournament have completed the first round of the tournament. Only Shrek's 1-on-7 performance was the most eye-catching. In other words, it is also a mutual achievement between Zhangshan Academy and Shrek. If not all the main players of Zhangshan College participated in the competition, the audience would not be able to enjoy such a wonderful game. Except for the Shrek game, the other round-robin matches were much more peaceful, also because there is no longer the brutal do-or-die format of the knockout rounds. Each team has adjusted its tactics. Teams whose main players were injured in the knockout rounds are using the first round of the round-robin tournament to adjust the team's status. Therefore, the first round of this round-robin tournament was actually quite boring. However, any discerning person can see that the Soul Master competition is gathering momentum, and when the next few rounds of the round-robin competition begin, the intensity of the competition will definitely increase dramatically because many teams can no longer afford to lose. The audience is naturally happy to see this. They just want to see rivers of blood because Shrek is a great example with such a polarized contrast. More and more passers-by have joined the fans of Shrek. This is definitely the year with the most Shrek fans. Even supporters from other academies were impressed by Huo Yuhao's strength. They transformed themselves into 10-year-old fans and promoted Huo Yuhao's stunning beauty and powerful strength everywhere. This is Shrek, the invincible #1 academy in the continent. This is Huo Yuhao, who is like the demon lord from heaven and truly the Taisui god on earth. Before anyone knew it, Huo Yuhao had become the top player in this competition. Night after dinner, all the members of the reserve team were gathered together by Wang Yan, who had returned to the Xinghuang Hotel because of the butterfly effect brought about by Huo Yuhao. This time Wang Yan did not take everyone to the auction to purchase soul guides to improve the student's strength. After all, soul guides have always been unpopular in the Shrek martial soul system. Although Wang Yan is very optimistic about the development of soul guides, he does not have the opportunity to forcibly change everyone's ideas now. Before everyone arrived, several inner court disciples started talking about today's competition. How was it? Did you enjoy the show-off game? Dai Yuhang asked with a smile. It's fun, but it's actually quite troublesome to go out. After Huo Yuhao sat down, he looked a little distressed, especially in this Xingluo city. It is no exaggeration to say that now Huo Yuhao can hit his fans with just a brick thrown at random. The Xinghuang Hotel is relatively safe with the protection of Xingluo soldiers. Once I go out shopping, I have to use simulated soul skills to disguise myself, otherwise I can't imagine what outrageous actions Shrek Academy and my fanatical fans can do. Yuhao, even if you are in the hotel, you have to be careful. It is said that a fan of a god sneaked in through the door and window last time. This is Ling Luochen's kind reminder. Zixi nodded and said, yes, boys must protect themselves when they go out. After everyone in the inner courtyard chatted and joked happily, they all sat down. The 7 people in the reserve team also felt the same way. Although they only played 2 supporting roles, they were much more excited than Huo Yuhao. Whether it's a grand scene with hundreds of thousands of people cheering Shrek, or being surrounded by fans when going out for dinner at night, especially the latter. Wang Donger touched her chest with lingering fear. Our fans are a bit too scary. We were recognized just when we went out for dinner. Xiao also had a look of despair. From now on, you should just eat at the hotel. I really envy Yuhao. Su Sanchi blurted out inexplicably. Okay, everyone looked at him subconsciously. Su Sanchi knew that he had said something wrong, so he quickly added calmly, it's great to be able to play in the game. You will have opportunities to play later. Everyone comforted. Su Sanchi's breathing slowed down and he subconsciously wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Turtle, I almost let it slip. I'm not envious of Huo Yuhao just because he was surrounded by a group of female fans. The meeting begins. As the only teacher leading the team, Wang Yan naturally presided over the meeting. He knocked on the table lightly to focus everyone's attention on himself and said, okay, kids, let's talk about this game. In fact, my teaching philosophy has always been to focus on the team, but today I must admit one thing. Yuhao, your performance was perfect. After a pause, Wang Yan bowed deeply to Huo Yuhao. This is definitely the most exciting game among all the victories in Shrek's history. And you stepped forward at the most critical moment, allowing all the teams to see the strength of Shrek. In the eyes of outsiders, Shrek is still the #1 academy on the continent, forever powerful and mysterious. Yuhao, I must thank you on behalf of the academy. This is my duty as a regular member of the team, and even more so as a vice captain. Teacher Wang, you are too kind, Huo Yuhao replied afterwards. Some information about other teams was introduced. Wang Yan made a technical adjustment to the deployment of troops based on the several people who took the initiative to report their hidden strength. Wang Yan was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Soul skills can be said to be the most important secret of a soul master, but with Bibi setting an example, everyone present did not hide anything and basically told everything. This gave Wang Yan full confidence in his future road to becoming the champion, especially the explosion of the basalt, the awakening of the holy dragon of light, and the pseudo-blue-silver domain. It gave everyone a feeling of eye-opening. Wang Yan felt a little emotional. He is worthy of being the prodigy of Shrek, worthy of being the Gemini stars of the outer courtyard, and worthy of being the leader of the Tang sect. He really gave me enough surprises. Finally, Wang Yan planned to end today's meeting. The next round-robin match is the day after tomorrow. Everyone should go back and rest early. You can also move freely tomorrow, teacher. Wang, something actually happened today. At this time, Bibi stood up as Wang Yan listened to Bei's account of what happened to the body sect today. His expression changed drastically. This is troublesome. I didn't expect that the body sect would send people to watch this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Wang Yan smiled bitterly and subconsciously looked at Huo Yuhao, who was sitting on his right with a calm expression. Speaking of which, Yuhao, you have shown such outstanding talent. In addition, you are young and have great potential. It's no wonder that the body sect would be interested. This is the case when Huo Yuhao has not yet exposed his ultimate ice. Huo Yuhao said, "Don't worry, teacher Wang. Elder Zhuan should be back soon. With him here, nothing will happen." Wang Yan shook his head. The body sect is both good and evil. It can be said that it is a sect that will do whatever it takes to achieve its goals. Even though the Xingluo Empire's royal family has come forward, with the body sect's overbearing and tyrannical style of doing things, I'm afraid they won't give up so easily. Wang Yan continued to instruct, Yuhao, if those two people from the body sect come looking for you again, don't resist, just follow them. The body sect is very protective of its own people. They just cherish your talent and will not hurt you. Out of selfishness, Wang Yan naturally hoped that Huo Yuhao could stay in Shrek Academy forever. He did the same thing after he discovered Huo Yuhao's spiritual martial soul. However, as a teacher, you must first ensure the safety of your students. Huo Yuhao shook his head. Teacher Wang, I have no intention of joining a sect. I still think that the environment of Shrek is more suitable for me. Wang Yan smiled with relief. Yuhao, I'm glad you think so. But I have to admit that the body sect is indeed the place that knows the body martial soul the best. Even Shrek is not as good as the body sect in developing the body martial soul. If you can receive guidance from the body sect, the potential of your spirit eye's martial spirit will definitely be developed to the maximum extent. This concerns your future, and we are not qualified to make a decision for you. Besides, our Shrek Academy is just an academy. No one will really restrict you. Even if the academy has placed great hopes on you, at the critical moment, your own safety is more important. But if you are really determined to stay, the college will do its best to protect you, so you should think about it carefully. No matter what choice you make in the end, we will respect your decision. Teacher Wang, I still want to stay in our college. Huo Yuhao continued, what's more, my martial soul is not just my spiritual eye, my second martial soul is the ultimate ice. Only our academy has the perfect method to cultivate ultimate attribute spirit masters. Right, it is good. Wang Yan pondered for a moment and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Since Master Zhuan is not here now, I will contact Shrek immediately. A titled Douluo from the academy must be here to take charge. Wang Yan also made up his mind, when others think you have a background, you'd better have it today. It was only because of the presence of giant Douluo that Huo Yuhao was prevented from being abducted. But what about behind? Don't just pin your hopes on other people thinking of this. Wang Yan also sighed. So long has passed, why hasn't Master Zhuan come back yet? Did something unexpected happen? Second round of round-robin tournament. It was Shrek vs Yanluo Advanced Soul Instructor Academy. The competition system is 223 tactics. Shrek Academy win. At the same time, the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, who were keeping an eye on Shrek Academy, looked helpless in the rest area when they saw that the official team members representing Shrek Academy did not appear on the court. They actually didn't want to watch it anymore, especially in this match. Shrek won with a crushing score of 2-0. There is no suspense at all. Huo Yuhao, who was at the back of the pack, didn't even have the chance to play. Ma Rulong and other regular team members looked heavy-hearted and under tremendous pressure obviously. There are only 5 starting players this time. I finally got a chance to win in this lifetime, but Huo Yuhao's previous victory of defeating 7 on his own was undoubtedly a wake-up call for them, and now, the information about other candidates is a mystery again. What they need to understand are the soul skills of the regular players of Shrek Academy, as well as the effects of their soul skills. Then, through these deployments, they used the corresponding soul guides to defeat the strong with the weak, and finally defeated Shrek Academy. But the opponent's starting players just didn't make a move because Shrek's opponents are too weak. If it weren't for the fact that Shrek encountered a tough opponent in the first battle, I would have almost thought that the authorities were behind the scenes. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, What did Zhuan Lao protect after his return? Among the 4 countries on the mainland, the strongest Soul Instructor Academy is naturally the Sun Moon Empire, while the Soul Instructor Academies of the other 3 countries are of similar levels. Even the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy was among the best in the original Douluo. 3 Kingdoms. The Yunluo Advanced Soul Instructor Academy came from the Xingluo Empire. As Soul Instructors, there were no Soul King level students among the 7 finalists, and not even a Soul Master could form a team. It is in this case Su Sanchi and He Keitao were the first to go into battle. Su Sanchi used the Zuanming exchange to instantly switch the position between himself and his opponent. His move was extremely vulgar. After surprisingly causing one man to be killed, he directly fought 2 against 1 and successfully won the game. Later on, Bibi and Tangyer became even closer. Their opponents are the captain and vice captain of the Yunluo Advanced Soul Instructor Academy, both of whom are Soul Master level powerhouses. Captain Situ Yu tried his best, using the fortress tactics and deploying the 6-barreled small soul guide cannon, which was the best at fire coverage among the 4th level soul guides. But with the skilled cooperation of Bibi and Tangyer and Tangsek's unique skills, Situ Yu's attack was completely useless afterwards. As Tangyer controlled the 2 people, Bebe used his soul skills one after another, surrounded by blue-purple lightning. With the help of his 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Fury, Bibi only used Thunderous Power in conjunction with Control Crane and captured Dragon to gather the lightning. And he killed both of his opponents. This is a clear gap in strength. Bibi and Tangaya didn't even use their trump cards. Tangyer even said, "So what if it's a soul guide? My Tangsect hidden weapons are not bad either." After winning, the long-lost cheers rang out again. The emotions of the audience, who were originally a little disappointed, have been aroused again, if we say that. In their eyes, Su Sanchi took advantage in the first match, and combined with He Keitao's soul guide weapon tactics, the viewing experience was somewhat unsatisfactory. But this second battle was a head-on fight. It also shows the advantages of Soul Masters to the fullest. This is the proper confrontation between Soul Masters and Soul Instructors. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while insiders watch the door. On the contrary, the members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy felt that Su Sanchi's soul skill posed a greater threat to them. This was a rare space-type soul skill. Although the 4 Shrek players who came on the field this time were all Soul Masters, their combat power was not as outrageous as Huo Yuhao's before. But don't forget, these people are just reserve players this year. There may be nothing but for them who aspire to win the championship next time. The threat is huge. Ma Rulong's face was solemn. Shrek Academy is indeed never short of talents. Their mood was hit again. Xiao Hongjin also had a frown on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Meng Hongjin, who was sitting next to him, asked in a low voice, "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Hongjin shook his head and said, "I didn't think much about it. I just felt that the strength of the Shrek reserve team was just so-so. There was no opponent worthy of my attention. They were even worse than Huo Yuhao." Meng Hongjin nodded seriously. "Of course, there is only one genius like Huo Yuhao in Shrek. He is just like the 2 of us in the academy. He is a genius that is rarely seen in 1,000 years." Xiao Hongjin nodded. "However, the 2 soul masters who appeared in the second match are quite interesting. Can you see clearly the footwork they use?" Then Xiao Hongjin sighed inexplicably. "I'm afraid this is the self-created soul skill passed down by our predecessors. Shrek is Shrek. This is the foundation of 10,000 years of inheritance. My confidence has been hit a little bit." The girl chuckled. "Don't, come on, are you going to be hurt?" Even if your opponent is Huo Yuhao, you will only have one belief in victory, Xiao. Hongjin chuckled, well, you are right. I am really eager to fight now and can't wait to face Huo Yuhao. At this point, Xiao Hongjin also deliberately reminded, Meng, don't let me down when the time comes. Don't be too sentimental. The girl stuck out her tongue, I know. The round-robin tournament has reached the third round. Yaohen was the only one left in the healing trio as Ling Luchen and Zixi recovered their fighting strength. Wang Yan finally felt relieved it's stable. Everything is stable, of course. What made him more relieved was the return of Master Xuan. As long as Xiao Tao returns as a Soul Saint, this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition will basically be won. That's right, just yesterday, Master Xuan rushed back alone and took charge of the Shrek team. However, Maziao did not come back after Huo Yuhao brought up this topic. Old Xuan seemed a little unhappy. His explanation for this was, don't worry, the Academy has sent a more suitable person to help Xiao Tao get the spirit ring. You guys must not be careless next time. At least before the round of 16, Xiao Tao won't be able to make it back. You can only rely on yourselves, remember. This, I must win all the games in the round-robin tournament. Even if I lose one game, it will bring shame to Shrek. You know the consequences. Boss Xuan waved his hand and decided on the follow-up countermeasures with a tall man like Master Xuan providing support. Wang Yan was naturally happy to see it happen, but this made life difficult for the 7 members of the reserve team because Mr. Xuan's requirement is as long as the opponent is not strong, the starting players should play as little as possible, pass the ball to the reserve players. Then even though the 2 seniors have recovered their fighting strength, the 7 members of the reserve team are under even greater pressure. Actually, just a week ago, in order to help Maziao obtain a suitable spirit ring, the 2 returned to Shrek first. Wanting to use the Academy's intelligence network to find spirit beasts. After all, more haste makes waste. Soul beasts with suitable attributes and suitable age are not easy to find, especially the 7th soul ring, which is the most important for soul masters. Naturally, Mr. Xuan would not seek temporary satisfaction. However, what he didn't expect was after returning to the Academy, Yan Xiaos learned about this and reported it directly to his mentor Mu Lao. The result was that he was scolded by Mr. Mu again. After Mu Lao's evaluation, Zhuanzi was finally kicked out of the Soul Ring hunting team. Maziao was taken to the starred out Great Forest by the Vice Dean of the Martial Soul Department and senior sister Zhang Lexun to obtain the Soul Ring. After that, Mr. Xuan stayed in the Academy drinking alone until he heard the news from Wang Yan. Without saying a word, he came over quickly. Where are those 2 evil brats from the body sect? This sandbag that was delivered to my door is just right for use. Let him vent his anger for Huo Yuhao. Of course, Huo Yuhao did not burn his bridges and handed over the address that Lang Yu told him, but he still observed a moment of silence for the 2 of them. With the strength of a super Douluo, it is not difficult to find specific people in Xingluo City, especially 2 powerful soul Douluos. Xingluo Square was as lively as ever, especially when the contestants from Shrek Academy appeared. The whole place was filled with cheers. Most of the people who shouted loudly were Huo Yuhao's names. Even today, there were 2 regular players in the Shrek Academy team, one of whom was extremely handsome and had a cold temperament, but after all, he has not yet shown his true strength. In comparison, Huo Yuhao is more popular, accompanied by his companions like the moon surrounded by stars. Huo Yuhao walked into the rest area in the competition. If there is a privileged class, Shrek Academy is the only one. Their game today is still the first game. Moreover, this was chosen by Shrek Academy itself. Shrek Academy vs. Qianling Advanced Soul Master Academy, Team Battle. The referee loudly announced the result of the draw. The audience cheered. Team battles are undoubtedly the most intense and comprehensive competitions. In particular, Huo Yuhao's appearance directly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. Zixi sat in the rest area, enjoying the fruits provided by Xingluo royal family, and complained to her juniors, Yuhao is really popular. Yes, Wang Dunger looked at Huo Yuhao's back as he entered the arena and nodded heavily. In fact, she also wanted to play in the competition with Huo Yuhao, but in the end, he gave this opportunity to Xiao Xiao. There was no way. After all, she had already played in the 7-person team battle in the knockout round. Although I'm just a soy sauce, the members of today's team battle are Huo Yuhao, Ling Luchen, Bei Bei, Su Sanchi, Tang Yan, Jiang Nanan and Xiao. Yesterday, Wang Yan already knew his opponent. This time, of course, the draw still has to be done on site. In response to this, Wang Yan also arranged a series of tactics based on the characteristics of his martial soul. Of course, The most beneficial thing for Shrek is team battle. This is also where Wang Yan deploys most tactics on the competition stage. The two teams were separated from each other. Standing at the front of the group of Kindling Academy were 4 tall male students. Like a thick city wall behind the 4 people stood 2 beautiful girls. One ice and one fire. Captain Shense was located in the middle of the 2 female soul masters. Like a javelin, with a strong fighting spirit surging in his body, the 7 regular players of Kindling Academy were just as Wang Yan expected. He even explained in detail the characteristics of each opponent to the Shrek people when preparing for the battle, and his analysis was very thorough. Wang Yan also deployed several tactics for this. Among them, the tactical core with the highest priority is the coordination between Huo Yuhao's teleportation and Su Sanchi's Zuanming replacement, relying on the mobility of the 2 space soul skills. The Shrek team can completely ignore the 4 big shields in the opponent's front row and directly attack Kindling Academy's big C Shensen. All that's needed is for Su Sanchi to replace Shensen. Of course, tactics are tactics, and whether to use them or not still depends on the situation on the spot. And the decision depends on the deputy captain. Huo Yuhao's not. Huo Yuhao said that it was not like he couldn't win, so he could just do it normally. Moreover, Su Sanchi's Zuanming replacement had been exposed in the previous game. The opponent must have been prepared, and there was a high possibility that he would break free after being locked. Besides, it wasn't easy for senior sister Ling Luochen to get on stage once, so she couldn't steal the limelight from the other party, right? Ling Luochen was very happy about this. She intends to give it her all. The formation of Huo Yuhao and his 7 men was quite standard. A 3-2-2 formation. Bei Bei, Su Sanchi and Zhang Nanan were in front, Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochen were in the middle, and Tang Yu and Xiao Xiao were at the back. Game. Start. Following a loud shout from the referee, the players on both sides released their martial spirits almost at the same time. Spirit rings are the easiest way to discern an opponent's strength. When both parties release their spirit rings at the same time, they will naturally look at their opponent. There is no need to say much about Huo Yuhao and the other 6. The 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black behind Ling Luochen are the 5-ring Soul King. Shrek really sent out the regular players. As the audience cheered, the people in Kindling Academy were visibly stunned. The invisible pressure made their breathing unconsciously quicken. However, the arrow has to be fired when it is on the string. Kindling Academy had no intention of competing head-on with Shrek Academy. They did not have the resources to challenge Shrek Academy. However, they lost the one-on-one match in the second round of the round-robin tournament. Although they won the first round, they are still on the edge of the cliff at this moment. If they cannot defeat Shrek Academy in this game, it basically means that they have been eliminated. Therefore, Kindling Academy's pre-war deployment was simple: just give it a go. Don't worry too much. Even if you lose, you must lose gloriously. Let everyone see the full strength of Kindling Academy. It is not shameful to lose to Shrek Academy. The 4 tall male students of the Kindling team moved first. Their skin became rough and thick, their bodies became more sturdy, and their thick right arms shook violently, and a dark yellow shield grew out of them. Lingxi Shield, a high-level defensive martial soul, is a variant of the rhinoceros soul beast. It is similar to Su Sanchi's Zuanming shield, but its quality is far inferior to the latter. However, at this moment, their 4 shields merged into one, and the 4 spiritual shields with a diameter of 1 meter on each side blocked the 3 people behind them like a wall. Their mission is to protect the big C in the back row, Captain Shensen. Under Shense's feet, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, rose in circles. The 5th soul ring is as deep purple as the abyss. Although it is not a 10,000-year soul ring, it is at least at the level of more than 8,000 years. In front of him appeared a spear with sharp points on both sides. It was 2 meters long and shining silver, with faint inscriptions engraved on 1,000 spears. The terrifying sharp aura is in no way inferior to Chen Zifeng's soul hunting sword. At the same time, behind Shensen, the deep blue ice and the red fire became his background. They are a giant frost bear and a blazing tiger, appearing in the form of light and shadow. It was the martial spirits of Enlengai and Fei Yuan. These 2 soul masters are the owners of beast martial souls, but their training method is very special, called martial soul mimicry. Different from Huo Yuhao's ice soul body mimicry, their training method is to absorb the same kind of soul beast when the first soul ring is used, so that the martial soul can fight outside the body and transform the strong attack martial soul into the control martial soul. There is not much improvement for soul masters, just the fighting method is different. This is the 4 shields in one solid fortress, and the 1,000 strike spear with dual control of ice and fire. This is the magic weapon that the Kindling team uses to defeat the enemy in team battles. They are confident enough and are not afraid of any team. At the same time, The dual control of ice and fire is far from over as the soul rings flashed. One person released an amplifying soul skill for the Thousand Strike Spear, and the other released ice control to assist in enhancing defense and reducing the opponent's speed. Suddenly, thick bluish-white flames began to appear on the body of the Thousand Strike Spear. Mixed with a low roar of a tiger, the audience couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw this. At the same time, Shen Se's momentum reached a new level. He just raised his hands, and the Thousand Strike Spear in his hand, which was flashing with bluish-white incandescent color, was about to shoot out. However, what he didn't expect was an ice blue light appeared accurately above his head. The blue light fell and instantly turned into an ice prison, trapping Shen Se in place. Can't break free. Shen Se, who was forcing himself to stop, was so angry that he wanted to burst into tears. Where are my teammates? Question mark. What on earth are you protecting? The next chapter of the round-robin tournament ends. End of this chapter. Chapter 184, Real Control, end of round-robin. Team Qianling lost. It makes sense, yet a little unexpected. In the front row of Shrek, Bibai, Su Sanchi and Zhang Nanan took the lead and sprinted directly towards the Qianling team. In response to this, the four spiritual shields naturally activated their defensive soul skills together to build an iron wall of defense. Ice controlling and Lengai was not to be outdone, and the spirit rings behind him flashed one after another. A layer of rich ice blue instantly spread out from the frost giant bear, covering the dark yellow Lynxy shield wall with a layer of ice blue glow, giving people an indestructible feeling. The first soul skill, Ice Shield. At least the defensive power of Lynxy shield will increase by more than 30%. Immediately afterwards, a layer of ice blue halo emerged from the ground and quickly expanded outwards. The cold air instantly caused the temperature on the competition stage to drop sharply. The second soul skill is freezing. Under the influence of this freezing air, the speed of Bibai and the other two who were rushing forward was significantly reduced. The purpose of Lengai and his group was to delay time as long as Captain Shen Se finishes accumulating strength, launches an attack and is the first to cause casualties on the opposing team. Everything will be fine. Although these coordinations sound slow, they are actually completed within a few seconds and can be described as perfect. But Huo Yuhao had something to say. Playing with ice in front of him is like showing off your sword in front of Guangong. This is really a bit of an exaggeration. Huo Yuhao simply activated the power of his second martial soul, concentrated his mind and took a glance. Then he was able to fully master Lengai's control over the ice element if Huo Yuhao wanted to. He could even use Lengai's own ice to end her life quietly and silently. This is the terrifying thing about the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, which controls the coldest ice and is best at ultra-low temperatures with the talent of ice soul body mimicry. All of its advantages were absorbed by Huo Yuhao, who demonstrated the power of the Ice Emperor to the fullest. It can be said that in the current Douluo continent no one understands the ice element better than Huo Yuhao. Even though she is Bingdi, she has to admit that she is getting old. Bingdi, in terms of ice talent, I would call Yuhao the strongest. The Ice Emperor had lamented not long ago. Huo Yuhao didn't even need to absorb the left arm bone of the ice scorpion, and he was able to gradually understand the use of the ice explosion technique on his own. In this regard, he was far inferior to him. Dian Meng said, "Don't worry about basic exercises, just lie down." Yi Lao believes that Ice Emperor's situation is due to the restrictions of the rules of Douluo continent, but Huo Yuhao, who possesses a strange poisonous insect, can bypass these rules to a certain extent and find another way. Ling Luchen grabbed Huo Yuhao's right hand without saying a word. Huo Yuhao also skillfully survived the extreme cold. The ice element attribute of Ling Luchen's martial soul was temporarily improved, leaping into the realm of ultimate ice. She immediately raised the ice staff transformed from her first soul ring above her head and pointed it into the air. In an instant, an ice blue halo spread out from her body, turning her entire body ice blue. At this time, the four Lynxy Shield Soul Masters were still sighing. "Why do I feel that Lengai is in very good shape today, performing exceptionally well and with a chilling charm, as if he has reached a new level. It seems they have to work harder." But Lengai, with a pale face, was in agony at the moment. "Run. That's not me at all." With a soul power level of 45, she is the second person in the Qianling team, after the captain. But at this moment, Lengai had completely lost the ability to control the ice element. Even under the backlash of the ice element, all the soul power in his body seemed to solidify, and his whole body seemed to be frozen, with completely irresistible thoughts rising in his mind. She couldn't even utter a timely reminder. "It's been ruined." As Ling Luchen's inky black fifth soul ring suddenly lit up, the ice staff pointed forward, and a circle of dark blue ice ring floated out. Ring of ice glory. This chilling cold suddenly spread out, causing the entire surface of the competition stage to quickly condense into ice. and the protective shield of the soul guide device was covered with a layer of white frost. Even the spectators watching the fight from the sidelines at this moment, they all felt a chill and shivered. Different from Huo Yuhao's restrained ice soul blade domain, Ling Luochun's ice element is extremely good at controlling a large area. At this moment, with a bonus of extreme ice, it is even more chilling. A dark blue ice ring floated into the air, blue light flowed, and 7 blue light beams were released instantly, shooting towards the Qianling team prison of ice. This is the combined effect of Ling Luochun's first, third, and fifth soul skills take control of the situation instantly. The 6 members of the Qianling team who still had combat power all felt the extreme coldness one after another, and their vision instantly blurred. They were still conscious, but their martial spirits, soul power, and the soul skills they were using were all frozen in the ice and snow. Even if it is not the ultimate ice, Ling Luochun's powerful magic control and elemental control can freeze the opponent for a period of time, and with Huo Yuhao's ultimate ice amplification, even if the opponent is also a soul king, it would be impossible for him to break free within at least 10 minutes. This is the terrifying thing about the ultimate martial spirit. 7 more ice sculptures suddenly appeared on the competition stage. Shen Se, who was frozen, was dumbfounded. Where are my teammates? Save them. After a moment of silence, he realized that the 7 of his men had all turned into ice sculptures. With a long roar, Shen Se's soul power exploded completely. Trying to break free from the ice prison, it helps a little, but not much. Looking at Fei Yuan, who possesses the blazing tiger martial spirit, he also has a helpless look in his eyes. There was a hint of despair in Shen Se's eyes. Is this Shrek's soul king? This level of control, intensity and efficiency is really overwhelming. I voted originally. The Qianling team had secretly mocked the Zhengshan Academy, a strong competitor in the same group, for being defeated shamefully by a soul sect member of Shrek with a 1-on-7 advantage. But when it was their turn to face Shrek, they finally understood the disparity in the world. Question: understand, become worthy of being the defending champion. They fell down before their main force. Huo Yuhao even started to exert his strength. I'm sorry that I couldn't let Lord Yuhao use his full strength. Therefore, the remaining process can only be described as torture. Facing the 7 people who were almost unable to resist, Biba and the other 2 completed the final finishing move, and Shrek Academy once again won the victory with an overwhelming advantage. Qianling Academy, which was known to be impregnable, didn't even last a minute. The fastest team battle legend. Even the referee this time, Xiansha Douluo, was surprised. This level of ice element, there is no doubt about it, it is definitely the ultimate ice. He took a deep look at Ling Luochun, and then announced, Shrek Academy wins. The Xingluo Emperor Su Jiaoyi in the Imperial City secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, because of the lesson of Huo Yuhao's 1-on-7 victory last time, he directly let the Empire's protector of the nation Douluo take over the refereeing position for the subsequent Shrek Academy competition. Otherwise, even the Soul Sage level powerhouses would suffer a great loss under the joint efforts of Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochun. In that case, where's the face of the Empire? At the same time, Su Jiaoyi was also looking at Huo Yuhao with interest. The second soul skill of Ling Mao martial soul is simulation. Even he, a titled Douluo, couldn't see through it. If he had not known Shrek's information in advance, Huo Yuhao would have concealed it from him. What a terrifying martial soul and unique soul skills. Below the stage, the audience and the representative teams from each college were all stunned. There was an uproar. This is Shrek Academy, the best in the continent, an undefeated legend. The students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy all had stiff expressions on their faces, as if they had lost the ability to think, and seemed to be frozen by Ling Luochun's soul skills as well. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the terrifying power of Ling Luochun's 10,000-year soul skill. Who dares to say that they will not be controlled in the face of such soul skills? During a match, even being controlled for just 1 second could determine the outcome of the game. Shrek Academy only produced a Soul King, but he astonished everyone with his skills and displayed the full power of Shrek. But from the current information, the home team of Shrek Academy, 2 Soul Kings, 2 Soul Emperors, and Huo Yuhao, a Soul Sect member with the combat power of a Soul Emperor. This lineup is truly outrageous. Fortunately, there were only 5 starters. Wang Yan let out a long sigh and smiled with relief. With the return of Ling Luochun and Zixi, the pressure on him as the team leader was greatly reduced. As usual, the Shrek Academy team did not stay for too long and quickly left the venue and returned to the hotel after the game. As long as you can clock out early, you won't be late at all. The only people left at the scene were those from other academies who were discussing Ling Luochun's strong control of the ice system. How to fight against her had become the hottest topic today. Shrek Academy originally did this just to maintain its mystery and intimidate its opponents, but now, It is complete confidence in one's own strength. What's more, as the round-robin tournament progresses, the result is already clear in the group that Shrek Academy is in. Only Xiangshan Academy and Qianling Academy pose some threat, but they have all been defeated by Shrek. The remaining teams are worse than the other, especially the comeback of Ling Luchen and Zixi made up for the only shortcoming of Shrek's 223 tactics. Qualifying is a foregone conclusion. There is no suspense at all. In other words, this is how strong teams should play in the round-robin tournament. Truly strong teams will leave room for maneuver and will not disclose information about their starting players. The real test will only come when the subsequent round of 16 knockouts begins, after the third round of the round-robin tournament. Shrek Academy still had 4 games to play, but the opponents in the next 4 games were completely vulnerable. In 4 games, the starting players didn't even have the chance to play again. There was an individual battle, a team battle, and 2-2-2-3 battles, all of which were resolved by the 7 people in the reserve team. The 7 members of the reserve team also enjoyed themselves very much, and they even had some energy left. Bibai did not reveal the awakening of the Golden Holy Dragon. Su Sanchi's Black Tortoise bloodline was not activated. Tang Ya's Blue-Silver domain was still hidden. Wang Donger's Clear Sky Hammer Martial Spirit was not used. And He Keitao's Super Energy Soul God Cannon was not used. The only ones who revealed more information were Xiao Xiao and Jiang Nan. Xiao Xiao's twin martial spirits had no hidden intentions, but perfectly played to their strengths in the only team battle with 7 wins. Shrek Academy successfully entered the final stage round of 16 knockout round in the group. The one that advanced together with Shrek Academy was the Xiangshan Academy, which had been defeated by Huo Yuhao alone with 7 of its students. Because most groups have 9 teams, the round-robin tournament will take another 3 days to complete. After the Shrek Academy competition ends during these days, the Shrek team has been receiving good news frequently. First of all, Dai Yuhang's injury has fully recovered, but he did not play in the round-robin tournament, and did not even go to the scene to watch the game. This is part of Wang Yan's plan. Their only goal is to win the championship. If it is not necessary, hiding their strength will be more beneficial for subsequent games. Just today, the day before the round of 16, Mazaya Ateo successfully returned to the team as a soul saint. The reason why it was delayed for so long was actually due to luck. This time she encountered a red flame golden phoenix with very compatible attributes, and its age was also very suitable, just over 60,000 years old. The most important thing is that the red flame golden phoenix dropped a precious left arm bone. Yan Xiao's naturally let Mazaya Ateo absorb it directly. As for the delayed Soul Master competition schedule, Yan Xiao's disagreed with Huo Yuhao. Backing me up. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a round-robin tournament. Isn't this a sure win? If they fail to qualify from the round-robin tournament, he can resign on the spot. That's why Mazaya Ateo came late today. Chen Zifan and Gong Yangmo have confirmed that they will not come because they are recuperating from their injuries. Shrek also received no follow-up reinforcements. This means that in the team competitions after the round of 16, reserve players will still be needed. However, everyone in the reserve team was exceptionally relaxed. The bullying they have done these days has given them confidence. Besides, with Mazaya Ateo, Huo Yuhao and Dai Yuhang in charge, Shrek has become completely complete and has truly taken on the posture of defending champions. This guy Su Sanchi continued to harass Jiang Nanan at his strong request and Bibai's encouragement. Su Sanchi teamed up with Jiang Nanan in the subsequent round-robin matches and stole the show. Originally, Su Sanchi thought that Jiang Nanan would treat him better in the future, but who knew it was just wishful thinking. Jiang Nanan still treated him with such coldness. However, Su Sanchi did not get discouraged. This attitude of repeated failures and this unremitting efforts also made everyone extremely puzzled, especially the girls in the team. They can see it through the contact and performance in the games these days. Although Su Sanchi usually looks mean, he is an excellent choice in terms of strength, talent, character and even appearance. I don't know why Jiang Nanan has such a strong prejudice against Su Sanchi. After being rejected by Jiang Nanan again, Su Sanchi left dejectedly. Zixi pulled Ling Luchen aside and sighed softly. Even in the inner courtyard, men like this are a scarce resource, don't you think so, Luchen? Ling Luchen did not reply, but stared at Huo Yuhao's room thoughtfully. Hey, you're not targeting Mazaya Ateo's lover, are you? I feel sick of them for looking like newlyweds after a short separation. Seeing Ling Luchen looking absent-minded, Zixi started to complain. Yuhao is the ultimate ice. Ling Luchen did not give a direct answer, but at the same time, she also secretly made up her mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 185 Auction. Xingluo's Show of Goodwill. In the conference room, the matchup schedule for the subsequent knockout rounds has been released. Wang Yan spoke gently. He had just returned from drawing lots at the Xingluo Empire Palace, and he immediately called everyone to a meeting. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he slowly said, "The academy we will face in the round of 16 is an old rival, the Dowling Royal Academy." Hearing this, Dao Hen, Ling Luchen and others looked a little solemn. After all, the four major royal academies have always been strong contenders for the runner-up prize and should not be underestimated. Huo Yuhao teased, "Teacher Wang, your luck in the draw is not very good. You got picked as one of the top 4 from the previous session." Wang Yan laughed, "It's not bad, at least we didn't directly draw the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. However, as the first in the group, we will only draw the second in other groups in the 16-8 draw, and we won't meet them in the first round." At this time, Wang Donger discovered a blind spot and asked, "Teacher Wang, what you mean is that Dowling Royal Academy qualified as the runner-up in the group, so we were selected?" Wang Yan nodded, "That's right, so, the strength of this year's Dowling Royal Academy is not strong." Xiao thought thoughtfully. Wang Yan shook his head. Based on their strength, Dowling Royal Academy should have qualified as the first in their group. But a dark horse appeared in their group, and Dowling Royal Academy gave up the last game against that dark horse in order to preserve its strength. That's why they qualified as the second place. Ma. Xiao curled her lips indifferently. "Whether it's the guys from Sun and Moon, or the others, we will meet them sooner or later anyway. No matter what strength they hide, we will just defeat them directly on the field." As she spoke, Ma Xiao became eager to try it out. Wang Yan was speechless for a moment. That's true, and it seems that he is a little too cautious after breaking through to the Soul Saint level. Ma Xiao's strength is obvious to everyone. Wang Yan even felt that with Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao, they would definitely be able to win all the souls in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition. Huo Yuhao nudged Ma Xiao's arm with his left elbow and reminded her, "Sister Xiao, it's good to have confidence, but don't underestimate the mainland genius. Listen to Teacher Wang's follow-up arrangements." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiao also calmed down and waited for Wang Yan to continue speaking. The hidden danger of evil fire was eliminated. He became the captain of the Shrek 7 Devils, broke through the Soul Saint, and absorbed the Soul Bone. During this period of time, Ma Xiao was indeed very proud and almost looked down on others. She would only listen to Huo Yuhao's words. Wang Yan also smiled and said, "It's a good thing to have confidence. With you, Xiao, and Yuhao in charge of the team, I am also very relieved. But our goal at Shrek is only the championship, so we must be careful about everything, especially the problems with Soul Guides." The Dowling Royal Academy's regular team this year has 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Masters, and they are very strong. Moreover, the Dowling Royal Academy is not a pure Soul Master Academy. They use Soul Guidance devices very frequently, and at least 2 of these 5 Soul Kings are real Soul Guidance devices. You need to be vigilant about this. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Although our strength is strong enough, it is always better to be cautious. Okay, I'll tell you the rules of the subsequent games. Starting from the top 16, each promotion game will have a team battle and an individual competition, which will be held over 2 days. Losing the team battle does not mean you're eliminated. As long as you defeat the opponent's 7 players with 3 or fewer players in the individual competition, you can turn defeat into victory. It didn't take too long to arrange the game tactics. It can be said that this rule that encourages personal heroism is quite beneficial to Shrek. Of course, Wang Yan has a lot to consider. He has to let everyone win while retaining their strength. Therefore, his arrangement for tomorrow's team battle is Huo Yuhao, Dai Yuhang, Ling Luchen, Zixi, Bibai, Su Sanchi, and Tang Yan. Ma Xiao frowned. "Teacher Wang, you won't let me go on stage?" Wang Yan shook his head. "It's just a fight with the Dowling Royal Academy. It's not worth it for us to expose the extremely important news that you, Xiao, have broken through to the Soul Saint." Seeing that Ma Xiao was very unhappy, Wang Yan quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, when I let you play later, I will give you the right to fire unlimitedly. HMPH, this is better." Ma Xiao then put down her fist. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes." Didn't she work so hard to cultivate to the Soul Saint level just to show off Shrek's power in this Soul Master competition? After working so hard for so long, can't I enjoy myself? What retained strength? Non-existent. She had no intention of slacking off. Moreover, after being promoted to Soul Saint, She was full of anger and was looking for a suitable punching bag to vent her anger. Huo Yuhao also consoled her, "Sister Xiaotao, I will take your share and win this team battle cleanly and efficiently. It doesn't matter. Spirit Replica will take action." Finally, Wang Yan also gave Bibi and the other 7 a mouthful of chicken soup. "For the next game, you reserve team players must take it seriously. Those who can play must cherish this precious opportunity, and those off the court must also observe the game carefully. 5 years later, it will be your home court. This tournament will definitely be a precious experience for you. Do you understand?" "Understand, Bibi." And the other 7 said in unison, "Boom. Boom boom." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Wang Yan frowned. "Didn't I tell the service staff not to disturb us at this time?" A pleasant female voice came from outside the door. "Sorry to bother you, I'm not a service staff, I'm from Starlight Auction House." Bibi, who was closest to the door, had already stood up. After getting Wang Yan's affirmative nod, he walked over and opened the door. A woman in a black dress was standing outside the door. She looked to be in her late 30s, an age when a woman has a mature charm yet still retains a youthful aura. With a smile on her face, she said softly, "Hello, distinguished guests from Shrek Academy. I am King Gaia, the black-level auctioneer from the Starlight Auction House. May I ask if teacher Wang Yan is here?" Wang Yan walked over and asked, "I'm Wang Yan, what can I do for you?" King Gaia smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to bother you. This Soul Master competition is a grand festival that happens once every 20 years in the Xingluo Empire, so our Starlight Auction House will hold the top auction tonight. Only the most distinguished guests are invited by us. If you are free tonight, you are welcome to attend this auction. There must be something you are interested in at today's auction." As she spoke, she took out a stack of auction invitations and handed them to Wang Yan with both hands. "I won't bother you anymore." King Gaia bowed again with a smile on her face, stepped back slowly, and closed the door. When she left, Wang Yan held a stack of exquisite gold-stamped invitations and narrowed his eyes as he said, 13 invitations, not one less, and they were able to ignore the official blockade of the hotel by the Xingluo Empire and send the invitations here. What a generous act, because the Xingluo royal family is behind the Starlight Auction House, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. What? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Without the permission of the Xingluo royal family, who would dare to come here privately to deliver an invitation? Huo Yuhao explained casually. No wonder. Wang Yan understood. Looking at the exquisite invitation, Dai Yuheng was a little surprised. The auctioneer was right. This is indeed a top auction. Tell me more specifically. Zixi asked curiously. Everyone looked over. After all, among the people present, only Dai Yuheng was from the Xingluo Empire, and with his identity he had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Dai Yuheng explained, auctions of this level only happen once or twice a year, and I was not eligible to participate in them before. Only my father, members of the royal family, big merchants, top soul masters or soul mentors can participate in auctions of this level. The items inside are very precious, and there are definitely a lot of good things. There was even a soul bone that was auctioned off that was as old as 90,000 years old. This Starlight Auction House should just be for the sake of being on good terms with our college, and there is no other intention. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Yan looked around at the students and saw a gleam of hope in almost everyone's eyes. They are indeed the best soul masters among their peers, but they are also a group of young people who are very curious about new things. What's more, this kind of top-level auction is not easy to attend. If you miss it, you will definitely regret it. Then, let's all go together in the evening, just as a way for you to relax before the game. However, watch more and talk less, and try to avoid all troubles. Return to the hotel and rest immediately after the auction. Great. Xiaoxiro was the first to jump up, and the others also had excited looks on their faces. Huo Yuhao was also somewhat curious, even though the two most useful things to him at this auction had long since disappeared. But after all, with the Xingluo royal family as his background, he must have some foundation, right? Night falls. After Huo Yuhao and his group finished their meal, they came to the Starlight Auction House with the invitation letter. King Gaia, wearing a purple long dress, was waiting at the door at the moment. She looked even more noble and elegant under the night lights, and her pretty face was full of tenderness. Her charming posture even attracted many passers-by to look back. But no doubt at this moment, Huo Yuhao and his group, who were slowly approaching in the night, were the focus of countless passers-by. Especially Huo Yuhao, Some beautiful girls even stopped the Shrek people on the spot just to get Huo Yuhao's autograph. In response to this, Huo Yuhao naturally righteously rejected the requests of those who tried to sign on certain skins, and instead distributed paper signatures with integrity. When King Gaia saw Huo Yuhao and his group coming, she quickly walked over to greet them and said with a happy face, "Welcome, distinguished guests. My mission today is to receive the distinguished guests from Shrek Academy. Everyone, please follow King Gaia." As she spoke, she smiled sweetly at Wang Yan again, and then walked gracefully in front to lead the way. Su Sanchi's eyes almost popped out, and he lowered his voice and smiled to Huo Yuhao. "How about it, Yuhao? Isn't she very mature and charming? If she smiles at our teacher Wang a few more times, I'm afraid that teacher Wang's soul will be seduced away." Huo Yuhao shook his head and did not respond. He recalled the relationship between Hanruoro and Wang Yan in the original novel. However, with his intervention this time, it is probably impossible for Wang Yan to achieve the old cow-eating young grass behavior. Bei Bei, who was passing by, glanced at Su Sanchi and said in a low voice, "Stupid guy, can you pay attention to your image? Besides, Jiang Nanan is still here. You have Tangya, you are noble." Su Sanchi secretly complained and no longer had the mood to continue teasing King Gaia, who was walking in front, led everyone to the depths of the Starlight Auction House. Walking to the end, two girls in golden dresses came towards them. They bowed slightly to everyone, had a brief conversation with King Gaia, and then one of the girls raised her right hand and pressed on the wall. Suddenly, ripple-like light patterns appeared on the wall, and a horizontal light pattern swept across the girl's palm from top to bottom with a humming sound. The walls slowly opened to both sides, revealing a pure white passage. This is auction room number 1, where we hold top-level auctions. Only the most distinguished guests are invited to enter and bid here. I am able to enter here today thanks to all the distinguished guests. King Gaia said this as she slowly led the way. There were already two girls wearing golden long skirts and looking only 18 or 19 years old coming to greet them. After passing the road paved with white jade, small doors appeared on both sides. King Gaia finally led them through gate number 7. This is a room of about 200 square meters. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious, and it looks even more extravagant than the treasure appreciation party in Shrek's inner courtyard at Jubeo Pavilion. Everyone sat on the huge sofa in the room to rest. King Gaia was leading two girls in golden skirts to explain the rules. A quarter of an hour later, the whole room was flooded with a layer of golden color that was not dazzling. Queen Ya said, "Dear guests, our auction today is about to begin." Everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to the Soul Guide screen opposite the sofa. At this moment, on the Soul Guide screen, in the middle of the auction table, stood a girl in a red dress. This girl looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful face and a well-developed body. She was wearing a red gauze dress that set off her fair skin, making her look perfect and elegant. The girl in the red dress said, "Good evening, distinguished guests. I am today's auctioneer Jiu. Welcome to the top auction at the Starlight Auction House. Today, we will present a total of 9 precious items to you. The value of the items will be displayed from low to high. I hope you will like them. Now, please appreciate the first item of today." As she spoke, she smiled sweetly and performed a complicated but very elegant court etiquette. The scene changed, and the Soul Guide screen on the entire wall showed an object. The 8th level close-range Soul Guide device, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword, is at level 8 right now. He Keitao widened his eyes. Although his teacher Fan Yu is an 8th level soul engineer, Keitao has never seen a real 8th level soul guide device. Even the knowledgeable people in the inner courtyard were shocked. 8th level soul guides have appeared in the auctions they have participated in before, but they are definitely rare. And this is just the first item of this top auction. It is conceivable that the Starlight Auction House must have spent a huge amount of money today. End of this chapter. Chapter 186, Deep Blue Shining Skull. There are always unlucky soul beasts. Dai Yaoheng touched his chin and asked in surprise, "This is the Xingluo Empire's court etiquette. Could this Jiu auctioneer be a member of the Xingluo royal family?" Huo Yuhao, that's a really good question. You, the eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger, don't even know Princess Xingluo for a long time? That's a bit exaggerated, King Gaia explained. This distinguished guest has good eyesight. Auctioneer Jiu is the youngest sister of the current emperor. But she once said that in the auction house, her identity is just an auctioneer, so we don't address her as Your Highness. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as Yuhao had said, they already knew that the Starlight Auction House had a strong background, but they had never expected it to be so deep. Dai Yuhang was a little embarrassed because he didn't recognize Princess Jiujiu, but soon his attention was attracted by the first item, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword. The light-guided screen in the private room displayed the items at 360 degrees without blind spots. Su Jiujiu introduced them with a smile. Bahu's Soul Refining Knife, an 8th-level close-range soul guide device. As the saying goes, a sword goes with a hero, and a beautiful scenery goes with a beautiful woman. Looking at this tiger-held knife in the shape of a saber, Dai Yuhang was immediately attracted. This Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword is made from the right arm bone of a 10,000-year-old Tyrant Tiger, and can be used by anyone with the 7th ring of cultivation. No one is more suitable for this sword than him who possesses the White Tiger martial spirit. Although he is unable to bring out the full power of this soul guide now, he is not far from breaking through to the Soul Saint level, and it will only take him 3 to 5 years at most. By then, punching Mazaya Ateo and chopping Huo Yuhao with a sword would be a piece of cake. What's more, this soul guide comes from Ming. All of the Sun and Moon Empire products produced by Ming Dadang are definitely top quality. Finally, Dai Yuhang gritted his teeth and made a decisive move to buy the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword for 1.56 million gold soul coins. Of course, this is just a personal behavior. Of course, he doesn't have that much money now. After being an inspector at Shrek Academy for so long, Dai Yuhang's savings are only a few 100,000 gold soul coins. However, Xingluo City is his base camp, so it is not too difficult to raise the money. He just needs to swallow his pride and ask acquaintances to borrow some. This shows Huo Yuhao's financial strength, not counting those precious treasures. Huo Yuhao's net worth is close to 30 million. This time, the Shrek people were invited to the auction, but not everyone had the ability to afford the auction items. However, Shrek Academy had already considered this. Wang Yan was carrying an unlimited credit certificate issued by the college. No matter how much money they spent at the auction, the college would naturally make a unified settlement later. A credit certificate is not money, but a guarantee for withdrawing money with credit. Only the credit limit of the most top-level forces is valid and high, such as the credit certificates issued by royal families of various countries and the credit certificates of top colleges. Shrek is undoubtedly one of the top forces, with absolutely no upper limit on credit credentials. Of course, everyone should not buy things indiscriminately. Only buy what you need. We cannot betray the trust of the college and waste money recklessly. Long before they left, Wang Yan had given them careful instructions. Biba Yi and his group naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Although they have Shrek's credit certificate, it does not mean that they don't have to work to pay back the money later. Moreover, there are some things that Wang Yan didn't actually say among the people present. Only those buying things for Huo Yuhao had unlimited credit. As for other people, the amount they receive naturally varies. The auction continues just like in the original novel. Under the strong suggestion of He Tao, Wang Yan bought the second item, 12 fixed-type soul guide shells, and Shrek did not bid again afterwards. Among the next 5 lots, there were 3 soul bones of very good quality, an extremely rare metal, and an 8th-level long-range attack soul guide. In fact, in every top auction in the past, soul bones have always occupied the majority, followed by soul guides. Soul guides are just external objects after all, and they generally have a lifespan, but soul bones are different, especially those top-level soul bones. As long as they are used properly, they will basically not be damaged. They can be passed down from generation to generation and become the foundation of a force. The value of top-level soul bones has always been higher than that of top-level soul guides. For example, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Sword that Dai Yuhang bought before was made into a soul guide because the Tyrant Tiger Soul Bone in it had a slight flaw and was incomplete. Moreover, the soul bone itself can directly enhance the foundation and strength of the soul master, and even play a role in changing one's destiny and cleansing one's meridians and marrow. In addition, soul bones are extremely rare, and the probability of them being shipped is extremely low. Therefore, soul bones have always been a hot topic among soul masters. Whenever a soul bone auction appears on the light guide screen, it will arouse discussion among the Shrek people. Among the 3 soul bones, there is also one that is very general and more suitable for everyone. However, the soul bones that can appear at this top auction are definitely of high quality, and the reserve price is at least 1 million gold soul coins. Wang Yan himself did not dare to make the decision on a price of this level easily. After all, his authority in the academy was limited. Besides, the children didn't say anything, so Wang Yan just watched and watched what happened. If a soul bone appears that is particularly suitable for the Shrek people, especially for Huo Yuhao, he will naturally take action. Biba and others, Teacher Wang, You overestimate us. Although most of them came from extraordinary backgrounds, there were not many who could come up with more than 1 million gold soul coins at one time. Although they have Shrek's credit credentials, everyone knows their own limitations and does not want to be burdened with huge debts for no reason. Huo Yuhao, who had the ability to buy them on the spot, also did not make a bid. He was naturally not interested in these soul bones that were only about 10,000 or 20,000 years old. Princess Jiujiu's beautiful figure appeared on the big screen for the 8th time. She smiled and said, "The next 2 lots will be the highlight of today. I believe that all the distinguished guests will be interested. You must seize the opportunity. Please take a look, distinguished guests." There was a flash of light and shadow, and a soul bone that was magnified many times appeared on the soul guide screen. This is a very complete skull, dark blue all over, like a crystal clear sapphire. A liquid-like blue halo flowed on this soul bone, with ice flowers faintly visible on it. A faint white mist emanated from the entire body, which condensed but did not emit, lingering around it, making it hazy. The 3 soul bones that appeared before were instantly eclipsed by this one, and the 2 were obviously not on the same level. Even the 50,000-year-old skull of the Fear Dragon King that Huo Yuhao had once obtained was already very different just from the appearance. Huo Yuhao even felt that this soul bone was no less valuable than the 70,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone in his own treasury. The Xingluo Empire had indeed spent a huge sum of money as if to win him over, but unfortunately, his skull already belonged to someone else. Although this skull does have some unique features. Moreover, this gave Huo Yuhao a guess. Could it be that another unlucky soul beast was captured by the Xingluo Empire? No way. The platform for capturing the Snow Empress is clearly still in his hands. If a 100,000-year soul beast embryo really appears again, that is definitely a plan of the Star Luo Empire at this time. Su Jiujiu's pleasant voice was a little deeper, which could arouse the emotions of the crowd. Dear guests, I am honored to introduce the next soul bone to you. Among the 6 soul bones, the skull is undoubtedly ranked at the top, and the skull you see now is the top level one found in our Starlight auction house. In recent years we originally planned to keep it as a treasure, because the quality of this soul bone is so high. But it happened to be the Soul Master competition held every 20 years, and we at the Starlight auction house thought about it again and again, and finally put it up for auction, so all the distinguished guests must not miss it. I believe that you have all noticed that this soul bone is of ice attribute. Before introducing its advantages, I will first tell you about its only disadvantage, which is its attribute limitation. Only soul masters with ice attribute can use it. When it came to the 8th lot, Princess Su Jiujiu spoke much more than before, and her ups and downs in voice were even more fascinating. As we all know, most of the soul bones do not require attributes. These soul bones can be used by all soul masters. The attached soul skills will also change with different martial souls. In addition to these mainstream soul bones, there are also some special soul bones that have certain property requirements. Soul masters who are not suitable for them cannot fuse with them, and forcing fusion will only hurt themselves or even endanger their lives. The 8th soul bone we are auctioning today is just such a piece. So, what I want to remind you here is that if you are not a soul master with ice attribute, then you must not auction this soul bone. Otherwise you will bear all the consequences yourself. Is this really a shortcoming? There was a slight twitch on Wang Yan's face. Soul bones with attribute requirements are indeed very restrictive, but any soul bone with attribute requirements is more powerful than those without attribute requirements. Once it is in harmony with the soul master, the amplification effect it can bring will far exceed those without attribute requirements. After talking about the shortcomings, I have to tell the distinguished guests about its advantages. Su Jiujiu smiled slightly and said sincerely, "First of all, as the chief auctioneer of the Starlight auction house and a princess of the Xingluo Empire, I can guarantee that everything I say next is true. This soul bone is the most unique one among all the 10,000-year soul bones I have ever seen. In my opinion, it is not inferior to the 100,000-year soul bone at all. This skull is called the Glory of Deep Blue. It comes from a 40,000-year-old deep cold blue dragon. The deep cold blue dragon has the pure blood of the Ice Dragon clan. This soul bone concentrates the essence of the deep cold blue dragon's blood. After absorbing it, it will subtly improve the soul master's own blood. Therefore, what I want to tell you is that once this skull is fused, the ice attribute soul master's own mental power and ice attribute affinity, and even the martial soul attributes will be greatly improved, and it is very likely that the soul master who absorbs it will have an effect similar to the ice element affinity physique. Although it is impossible to make an ice attribute soul master transform to the level of extreme ice, as long as it is an ice attribute soul master, you will never regret buying him. Next, I will give you 10 minutes to appreciate it, and then the auction will begin. As the skull appeared, the Ice Emperor in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea also gave a timely reminder. Yuhao, this skull is actually of similar quality to your 50,000-year-old Red Dragon King skull. The difference in age doesn't have much impact. It's just that one is more suitable for your spirit eyes martial spirit, and the other is more suitable for your ice soul body, Tian. Meng mentioned, if you really want to absorb it, the deep blue glory is more suitable. After all, it also has the ability to enhance mental strength. Huo Yuhao said he understood. In fact, he had no idea about either skull. I feel like none of them are as good as the Evil Eye Tyrant. The Evil Eye Tyrant is a race that is limited to dropping skulls. Huo Yuhao had already set his sights on this race. Even if we can't defeat the Evil Emperor in one go, he should at least be an Evil Eye Tyrant of the 100,000-a-year level, right? Since Huo Yuhao now has the Time and Space Demon Eye, an external soul bone, he is no longer restricted by the upper limit of his mental power. Therefore, Huo Yuhao naturally intended to strive for perfection. After Su Jiujiu finished his introduction, everyone in Shrek Academy looked at Huo Yuhao with envy, especially Ling Luchan. Such a top-level ice soul bone is no longer a matter of money, but an opportunity that can be encountered by chance. No matter how many gold soul coins you have, when what you want does not appear, money is just a number. The significance of the deep blue glory to Ling Luchan is unquestionable. It can be said that as long as she has it, Ling Luchan's overall strength and talent can be raised to a higher level, even to the level of Mazaya Ateo, which has extraordinary significance for her future development. But at the same time, Ling Luchan also understood that this skull would also bring huge benefits to Huo Yuhao. The improvement in mental power and affinity with ice attributes seemed almost tailor-made for Huo Yuhao. How could she take away what he liked? Not to mention, she also has some self-awareness. She naturally knew clearly who had a higher status in Shrek's heart, Huo Yuhao or herself. After careful consideration, Wang Yan said to the two of them, there is only one soul bone. But this soul bone is very compatible with Yuhao's two martial souls, so I plan to take a picture of this soul bone and give it to Yuhao to absorb. Ling Luchan's eyes flashed with disappointment that was difficult to conceal, but he still nodded. I understand. Something will occur if it belongs to your life. If not, do not push it, teacher. Wang, this soul bone is not suitable for me. Let's give it to Senior Ling. Huo Yuhao said something shocking. Everyone in the group looked at Huo Yuhao in disbelief. Mazaya Ateo was the first to speak up and advised, Yuhao, some things cannot be given up. You have to trust teacher Wang's judgment. Ling Luchan also sighed dejectedly. Yuhao, there is no need to comfort me. I also know that you are more suitable for this soul bone than me. Huo Yuhao shook his head. In fact, I already got a skull from the academy that is more suitable for the spirit eye martial spirit, so I have to miss out on this deep blue glory. Hiss. This is what made Bibi and the other 7 members of the reserve team marvel at the generosity of the academy while others were thoughtful. No wonder Yuhao's mental strength is so strong. This was actually Huo Yuhao's intentional misleading. Who would have thought that after a soul master obtained a precious soul bone, he would never absorb it? Of course, giving the soul bone to Ling Luchan and Huo Yuhao is not without benefits. At least one achievement task can be completed. Besides, it wasn't Huo Yuhao who paid for it himself. He just borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. I can only say that it's a great profit. End of this chapter. Chapter 187. The Unlucky 100,000-year-old Sea Soul Beast. The starting price for the Deep Blue Glory Skull is 10 million gold soul coins. Each increase in price must not be less than 50,000 gold soul coins. Such a high price could be described as a treasure worth a fortune, which really shocked everyone in Shrek Academy. Well, even if you devote all the resources of a city, it would be difficult to buy such a treasure. After Wang Yan gritted his teeth and followed the price twice, he felt a little overwhelmed. If he sold it to Huo Yuhao, it would not be a problem, but if he sold it to Ling Luchan, he really didn't dare to make decisions easily regarding this level of money. Although Shrek City is rich, its annual tax revenue is only a few 100 million gold soul coins. For Shrek Academy, the biggest source of income is actually the income from the strong men of Shrek Academy when they perform missions or hunt soul beasts, especially the latter. If the strong men in the academy are willing to take action, even hunting down a 100,000-year soul beast would not be that difficult. The value of a 100,000-year-old soul beast is difficult to measure with money. Even if you leave aside the soul rings and soul bones, the flesh and blood of soul beasts of this level are extremely precious. However, Over the past 1,000 years, Shrek Academy has become much more restrained in this regard. After all, the life of a soul beast is also a life, of course. The most important reason is that they don't want to anger the starred-out Great Forest again and trigger another beast tide. We should learn from the experience of the Benti sect. Therefore, although Shrek Academy is well aware of the countless wealth in the starred-out Great Forest, it will not easily hunt soul beasts on a large scale. It will only help students complete the task of upgrading their soul rings when necessary. Yuhao, do you want to continue? Wang Yan looked at Huo Yuhao with some embarrassment, asking with a questioning look. He felt a little embarrassed when he thought of the solemn guarantee he had just made. Although he was nominally the leader of the group, on such major matters, Huo Yuhao's opinion still had to be relied upon. Seeing Wang Yan's hesitant look, Huo Yuhao gave the other person a look of contempt. Must buy. He will bear any consequences alone. Huo Yuhao shook his head in his heart. Xiao Wang, I think you don't understand it all. He started with big words, talked nonsense in the middle, and ended with silence. Why do you think the Xingluo royal family put the Deep Blue Glory up for auction? Do you really think they are doing charity? No matter how many gold soul coins you have, they are just a number. The opportunity to convert gold soul coins into your own strength is something you can only come across by chance. Even if you just take it back to the academy to keep it in the bottom of the box, it will still be a huge profit. Even if Huo Yuhao himself couldn't use it, but for others, the Deep Blue Glory is definitely a rare treasure. With the help of the Deep Blue Glory, it is a piece of cake to change one's fate and create a title. Douluo, and with Ling Luchen's talent, if he has the help of Deep Blue Glory, he will have a great chance of reaching the realm of Super Douluo in the future. When the successor of Poseidon Pavilion Master spoke, Wang Yan naturally obeyed. Wang Yan's confidence immediately increased in the end. There was a near miss under the shocked eyes of the Shrek people and Meng Hongchen's unwilling wails. The deep blue shining skull was successfully acquired by Shrek at the price of 25 million gold soul coins. King Gaia smiled and congratulated while also looking happy. There was something strange in her eyes when she looked at Wang Yan. The Shrek Academy that she was responsible for receiving bid for a total of 3 items. Not only would she receive a commission, but it would also be helpful for her assessment and scoring at the auction. Someone knocked on the door soon, and the waiter brought in the deep blue skull. After Wang Yan took out the Shrek credit certificate as collateral, Ling Luchen chose to absorb this precious skull on the spot. Wang Yan didn't stop him either. I've bought them all. Since Huo Yuhao is not prepared to absorb it, the most suitable candidate at the moment is naturally Ling Luchen. We must be cautious in integration and not rush it. Wang Yan reminded soul rings value age, while soul bones value quality. Although the age of the Deep Blue Glory is only 40,000 years, for Ling Luchen, its quality is definitely not inferior to an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. Ling Luchen nodded seriously, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged. This is definitely her only chance in this life. She must seize it. As for the huge amount of debt he would have to bear in the future, Ling Luchen didn't care at all. Originally, she wanted to stay in school after graduation. This incident only deepened the bond between her and Shrek. At worst, I can sell myself to Shrek and give him my heart. Mazaya Ateo looked at Ling Luchen with some jealousy. They are afraid that Jimmy will suffer, and they are also afraid that the other party will drive a Land Rover. She previously had extremely complicated feelings towards Ling Luchen, because he refused to help her suppress her evil fire and even implied that she had mysophobia. Mazaya Ateo didn't like her very much, but as Shrek and his crew experienced more, especially the dangerous corpse explosion and the joint training and fighting in the Soul Master competition, the relationship between the two was not so stiff. Yuhao, do you think that after she fuses this Deep Blue Glory soul bone, can the ice element evolve to the ultimate ice? No way. Ho. Yuhao shook his head. This soul bone itself has not reached the level of extreme ice, and senior sister Ling's ice element itself is far from the extreme. I am thankful that it can allow her martial soul to evolve. Don't underestimate the fact that Huo Yuhao's previous help to Ling Luchen in briefly reaching the state of ultimate ice was very simple, but it's mainly because of the power of the ice soul body's martial soul, and it actually has little to do with Ling Luchen's own martial soul. I'll lead the way. You can do whatever you want. Ling Luchen's soul bone fusion process went extremely smoothly. At the same time, Su Jiujiu's gentle voice sounded. Next is the final big lot tonight. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao also became serious. In fact, he didn't think that he would be able to find similar priceless treasures in the Starlight Auction House after losing Zhu Di. After all, the conferred God platform is still in his hands. Soul guides of this level are not common, especially this 9th level soul guide that has almost no chance of being used. The soul guide who created this kind of soul guide must have some serious illness. Moreover, The one who can make a 9th level soul guide must be a 9th level soul engineer, but only the Sun Moon Empire has soul engineers of this level. That is why, in the original novel, the Xingluo Empire's plan to divert the trouble to the east seemed more like a piece of cake as the soul guide light curtain. Golden light emerged. Sujiuji reappeared, and this time she had changed into golden long dress. Her stunning face, fair skin, and exquisite curves, combined with the elegant golden palace dress, added a sense of elegance and grace. In our Starlight auction house, once the auctioneer puts on the golden auction uniform, it means that the final price of this item will definitely exceed 100 million gold soul coins. King Gaia looked at him with reverence for a long time and explained, "How many? 100 million, everyone." In Shrek exclaimed. Even Huo Yuhao took a breath of cold air. When you first hear it, you don't understand the meaning of the song, but when you listen to it again, you become one with the song. Don't think it was easy for him to make 20 million before, but that was the legacy of two titled Douluo level people. Just a gold belt for murder and arson. If you are here to make money seriously, it's very difficult. Dear guests, you may be very curious about why Jiuji would wear such an auction outfit. This is because the item I am going to auction next is likely to be the most astonishingly priced item in the history of our Starlight auction house. Frankly speaking, this auction item is the most precious treasure I have ever seen. Even a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone cannot compare to it. It is truly one of a kind. In a sense, it cannot even be measured in money. There was a different kind of seriousness and solemnity in Sujiuji's tone. Just the change of clothes in this sentence instantly aroused the curiosity of every bidder and shocked everyone. Is it worth more than 100,000-year spirit ring or spirit bone? Is this a bit exaggerated? Sujiuji continued, Starlight auction has always been based on integrity, and Jiujiu is not exaggerating. It is a disposable consumable, or in other words, a medicine. Dear guests, please take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Sujiuji raised his right hand and the soul guide screen suddenly changed. A tray appeared on the screen. On the white tray was a wooden tray, inlaid with at least 100 gems of various colors. Looking at the soul guide device, which seems familiar, Huo Yuhao's spirit probed into the conferred god platform in the storage soul guide. It cannot be said to be exactly the same. It can only be said to be completely consistent. It was definitely created by the same 9th level soul mentor. Huo Yuhao had been a little confused before. The delivery man who was seeking death was obviously not a 9th level soul engineer, nor a member of the Sun Moon Empire. So why was there a conferred god platform? The case was solved. This was not something he had done. If these changes happened because Zudi transformed early, it seems reasonable, right? On this small wooden support, there was a ball of blue air fluctuating slightly, condensed but not dispersed. It was restricted by the conferred god platform and was rushing left and right. The airflow you see before your eyes is the result of a 100,000-year-old soul beast that reached a bottleneck and chose to cultivate again into a human. During the transformation process, it was captured by a powerful being and imprisoned in the 9th level soul guide conferred god platform. In a sense, this airflow can be regarded as the embryo of a soul beast that has not yet taken shape when it is reborn as a human. Such a scene, let alone you, I dare say that there are probably not many people in our entire Douluo continent who have seen it. It turned out to be a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo. Huo Yuhao was not surprised. Relying on his powerful mental strength, Huo Yuhao sensed it from afar. Well, this aura is just that of an ordinary 100,000-year-old sea soul beast. The 100,000-year-old soul beasts who choose to transform into humans and cultivate again do so entirely because they are unsure of being able to break through the subsequent heavenly tribulation. Their bloodlines are generally not very strong. It's similar to a soft-boned rabbit 10,000 years ago. If it had noble blood and was already a powerful 100,000-year-old soul beast, it would definitely not choose to transform into a human and start over on this path that would lead to certain death. Even if one can only cultivate for 200,000 years, it is better than transforming into a human form and cultivating again for that short period of time. A ferocious beast like the Snow Emperor, which is 700,000 years old, chose to transform into a human because its time of death was approaching and it happened to find a 100,000-year-old snow lotus. In order to have the illusory path to becoming a god, it chose to transform into a human. It turned out to be a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo. Question mark. Just when all the distinguished guests who came to the auction were extremely excited, they heard even crazier news. Sujiuji's words once again ignited the atmosphere. I'm sure you all are very surprised to hear this. But don't worry. There will be more exciting news. According to the research of the great man from the Sun Moon Empire who provided us with this embryo, because of the solidification effect contained in this 9th level soul guide device, the conferred God platform, this soul beast can be directly absorbed by humans, along with its soul ring and soul bone, although the chance is not very high. As long as the soul master can rely on the conferred God platform to absorb this embryo completely, it is very likely to bring a martial soul to the absorber. In this case, its value does not need to be explained for a long time, right? Silence. Deathly silence. Only everyone's breathing gradually began to become heavy, and their eyes were extremely red. Artificial second martial soul. A true treasure. Bing Di directly poured cold water on him. Even if you succeed by chance and turn it into a second martial spirit, there will definitely be problems in the future, Tian. Ming agreed. The soul beast's consciousness is still there. It will gradually become stronger with the addition of soul rings. In the future, it will definitely suffer a backlash from its martial soul. Huo Yuhao, I don't plan to buy it. Just like in the original novel, the conferred God platform and the 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo fell into the hands of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. It is worth mentioning that because Ling Luchen needs to absorb soul bones, Shrek and his group stayed in this VIP room for a while. King Gaia naturally stayed to continue receiving the distinguished guests during this period. King Gaia and Wang Yan also started chatting. The conversation between the two made Wang Yan look very awkward, and he didn't have the confidence he had when he was planning tactics as a senior teacher at Shrek Academy. Wang Yan's status is not low. In his previous life, he would at least be a professor at the level of Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, even though Wang Yan is already over 30 years old, he still has not married or had children, and he has never even had a girlfriend. He has always been obsessed with the theoretical research of soul masters. Dai Yuhang left first because he had to raise money. The rest of the onlookers hid aside and chatted quietly. Zixi complained, Auctioneer King Gaia has also gotten better and is able to flirt with teacher Wang. Ma. Xia Ateo shook her head. I saw that when that woman smiled, teacher Wang started to stutter and was absent-minded. She is such a loser. Huo Yuhao chuckled and joked, it would be great if teacher Wang and auctioneer King Gaia could end up together. Tang Yu nodded. Indeed, Mr. Wang is already quite old. It's not bad to be with auctioneer King Gaia to settle the important matter of life. Su Sanchi said seriously, if I were teacher Wang, I would definitely not be able to hold back. The mature charm of auctioneer King Gaia is indeed very attractive. Biba smiled crookedly, and when she saw Tang Yu staring at her with ill intentions, she quickly changed her words. Of course, I personally don't like this type. Seeing Huo Yuhao nodding in agreement from time to time, Wang Donja quietly asked, Yuhao, do you also like mature women? I like beautiful ones. Huo Yuhao said that he would accept everyone who came achievement triggered. Achieve Ling Luchen's achievement of Deep Blue Glory and receive the reward of Frost Arrow Goo. Frost Arrow Goo, a 4th level goo worm. Once activated, frost will spread everywhere and condense into an arrow that will shoot at the enemy at high speed. Evaluation. My glory, long gone. End of this chapter. Chapter 188, 10 years of hard work. The sword is aimed at the next generation. The auction of the 100,000-year soul beast embryo is in progress. The voice continued for a long time. Even if the fusion fails and you don't get the second martial soul, you don't have to worry about the soul rings and soul bones disappearing directly. Because once the fusion fails, the soul beast will die directly, and the soul rings and soul bones will explode. But I want to remind you that if you want to try fusion, it is best to be at the bottleneck of level 90. If the fusion fails and you want to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, you will not be able to do it if your body is not strong enough. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have enough strength now. This conferred God platform has the powerful ability to seal time and space. Even if tens of thousands of years have passed, the soul beast embryos in it will not disappear or be damaged. Therefore, the VIP who wins this auction item must purchase this 9th level soul guide together with the item, as it is essential for preserving embryos. Now, we will give you 30 minutes of rest time. In 30 minutes, our final auction will begin. This auction house accepts mortgages, but a 20% handling fee will be charged. Dear distinguished guests, this opportunity is rare and will never come back. This treasure is truly unprecedented and will never be seen again. As long as you have it, you will definitely be able to create a super strong person. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. VIP room number 7. Wang Yan sat on the sofa with a frown on his face as he watched the conferred god platform rapidly enlarge in the picture. Yuhao, are you going to take action this time? His thoughts were in a mess, and he simply chose to empty his mind. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said firmly, no need. The value of this soul beast embryo is really not that high. It is not worth our bidding at all. The probability of successfully fusing it and forming a second martial soul is definitely very low, and there may even be hidden dangers. Ma Xiaotao agreed with this very much. As the captain of Shrek this time, she also expressed her attitude. Yuhao is right. This thing looks impressive and sounds good, but the price is too expensive. It is totally worth it. The auction value will definitely be based on the second martial spirit that appears after the fusion. With so much money, it is better to ask a few old monsters in our academy to capture 100,000-year soul beast, and we can just watch the fun. Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded and said nothing more. The other students also agreed to some extent. The 100,000-year soul beast embryo that is guaranteed to drop 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone is indeed extremely rare and precious, but they cannot use it at the moment, so there is no need to get involved in this mess. What's more, I have the will but not the financial resources. Just watch the fun. This epic auction drama is not to be missed. Unlike the original novel, since the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion had already been obtained by Huo Yuhao, Su Jiaoyi had no reason to pay for it by claiming the defects of the auction item. What's more, the person who absorbed the deep blue glory skull now was Ling Luchan. VIP room 1. Princess Jiuji whispered, brother, the target has really taken the bait. After we proposed to reduce the handling fee of Mingde Hall's products to 10%, they have already sold a lot of soul guides. At this time, Su Jiujiu had a small earplug in his right ear, which was obviously a sound transmission soul guide. Su Jiaoyi smiled slightly, just as I expected. Xiao Hongjin, the great-grandson of the head of Mingde Hall, is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Sun Moon Empire. If he can really complete the fusion with the embryo and obtain the second martial spirit, it will definitely be even more powerful, and there is even a chance to help him reach the realm of Super Douluo. And in terms of financial strength, Mingde Hall is undoubtedly the #1 on the continent. Therefore, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. A sly look flashed in Su Jiujiu's eyes. I hope they can slowly look for that 9th level soul mentor after they go back. After getting the soul guide, send it to the research institute immediately. Su Jiaoyi reminded and continued. 3 months later, Jiujiu remembered to issue a mission to seize the treasure of Mingde Hall to the Adventurers Guild. The mission amount is 100 million gold soul coins. Even if Xiao Hongjin is very talented, it is impossible for him to try to merge within 10 years at least. Su Jiujiu nodded, then chuckled, brother, your plan is really an unsolvable conspiracy. I find that you are getting worse and worse. Hearing this, Su Jiaoyi's eyes dimmed and he sighed, we are still too weak. If we have enough strength, why should I do this? Today's empire, although prosperous on the surface, is actually treading on thin ice. Moreover, these conspiracies and tricks can only restrain Mingde Hall. If we want to truly resist the attack from the Sun and Moon Empire in the future, we must be prepared to unite. Jiujiu, after this competition is over, we will immediately strengthen our relationship with Shrek Academy, and the Shrek Academy's merchant group will be exempted from half of its trade tax in the empire. Yes, brother, Jiujiu also consoled him, brother, this is not your fault. You have worked very hard. It's just that in the field of soul guides, we started too late, and we don't have the natural resource advantages like the Sun Moon Empire. Su Jiaoyi waved his hand and said, no reason can change the established reality. We can only continue to work hard for it. I will go to Shrek Academy in person in a while. If the Sun Moon Empire really makes a big move, they will be the only ally we can count on. How will the competing sects react? Su Jiujiu said, 2 of them have a clear intentions and sold us a lot of good things. Conservatively speaking, we can earn at least 50 million gold soul coins. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Emperor Xingluo. Try to make them create sparks. 30 minutes passed in a flash, and this time was enough for those who were interested to prepare. When Su Jiujiu announced the start of the auction with no distractions in their minds, everyone at Shrek Academy sat on the mountain and watched the fight between 2 tigers, feeling a bit relaxed like an outsider. The starting price of this 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo is as high as 100 million gold soul coins, which directly created history in the Starlight Auction House. The subsequent bidding can only be described as brutal at the beginning, Although the prices kept rising, the price increases were relatively stable, and they were all increased by millions until the prices reached 130 million, the bidding slowed down. And everyone was sighing in despair. Suddenly the price changed drastically, and one party actually increased the price by as much as 20,150 million. In VIP room number 2, Xiao Hongqian clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Who dares to compete with me this time?" There were more than a dozen people sitting on the sofa behind him, and each person had a different and complicated expression on his face. There is envy, indifference, jealousy, dissatisfaction, and so on. Ma Lao frowned. "Xiao Hongqian, isn't it too much to raise the price at once?" Ma Rulong was also extremely puzzled. "Is it really worth spending so much money at once?" Xiao Hongqian had already fallen into excitement, and without thinking, he retorted to Ma Rulong, "Why, you are not convinced? I didn't spend the academy's money. Moreover, all the expenses are worth it. As long as he has this thing, he will have a second martial soul. His future will definitely be more powerful. He may even have the opportunity to reach the level of Super Douluo or even Ultimate Douluo. The Hongqian family will also go a step further in his hands." After hearing Xiao Hongqian's words, everyone in the VIP room was speechless. With a strong background and a good grandfather, you can do whatever you want. Envious after successfully obtaining the 100,000-year soul beast embryo. After Xiao Hongqian calmed down, he was also very cautious. Ma, this treasure is absolutely a hot potato. Someone will definitely make a move on us secretly. After the transaction is completed, please return it to my great-grandfather immediately. As long as it enters Mingde Hall, I don't think anyone will dare to take it. Ma Lao nodded and said, "That's right. We must keep a low profile as much as possible. I will return immediately through Mingde Hall's secret channel in Xingluo City, VIP. Room number 3. The two bidders opened the champagne at halftime and looked at each other. It was the duo of Lang Ya and Yutao from the body sect. Yutao cursed, "Fuck. Whoever made the offer, I will kill him." Lang Ya also had a fierce look in his eyes. A buzzing sound. Strong mental fluctuations spread throughout the room, and Lang Ya said directly, "Help me find out who bid 150 million. The VIP room is accompanied by a black-level auctioneer and 2 waitresses, but the strange thing is that the black-level auctioneer and the 2 waitresses in this room have confused eyes at this moment, as if they were being controlled. After receiving the instructions, the auctioneer left the room directly. Lang Ya's eyes were cold. "Humph, when it comes to things that our Benti sect likes, there is no such thing as letting go." Yu Tao nodded approvingly and said in a deep voice, "Yes, just use your fists to speak. If this treasure is given to the young master, maybe he can." At the same time, in other VIP rooms, there were many people who chose to do the same as the 2 people from the body sect. With the tacit cooperation of the Starlight Auction House, the privacy of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was naturally leaked out accidentally. VIP room 1. Sujiao nodded with satisfaction. 150 million. "Master Ming, I hope you like this gift from me." As the auction came to an end, the secret passages in each VIP room were opened, allowing the VIPs who had participated in the auction to leave secretly. Of course, someone from Shrek's group had to stay behind to watch over Ling Lujin until he completed the fusion of his soul bones. The next day Xingluo Square was packed with people. Looking around, it was a huge black mass and extremely lively. As the champion of the previous session, Shrek Academy will naturally be the first to appear in the round of 16 to challenge their opponents in this round. In contrast, the rest area of the game became noticeably deserted. The vast majority of participating teams have been eliminated, and the remaining 16 teams are all representatives of the most powerful academies on the continent today. He can be said to be the most outstanding young talent in Douluo continent today. The Dowling Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, which has the powerful configuration of 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Sects, is the best among them, but facing the absolute champion of the competition, all of them, as Shrek Academy's opponents, were now nervous. I'm sweating profusely already. Who'd have thought that during the group round robin, in order to hide their strength, they deliberately gave up the decisive battle with the Dark Horse team. Good decision. Reward you for fighting Shrek. Everyone in Dowling Academy, I'm already numb, especially the team leader, who was ready to go home. It's time to start preparing for the next fighting spirit competition. 10 years of hard work to sharpen the sword. The sword is aimed at the spirit fighting competition. This is a competition held at their home ground, the most promising one, and they absolutely cannot be eliminated in the round of 16 like this time. As for the next soul fighting competition to be held in the Sun and Moon Empire, Take a look at the lineup of Shrek's reserve players: 5 Soul Masters, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Mysterious Shield, Blue Silver Grass, Softbone Rabbit, an unknown Soul Master, and 2 Soul Lords with excellent talents. Among these 7 people, there will definitely be a few Soul Emperors among them in 5 years, plus Huo Yuhao from the main team. Huo Yuhao is so strong now, it is impossible to imagine how much he will improve in 5 years. He can't even fight at all. I can only give up strategically. The rules for 16-8 are simple. There will be team battles today and tomorrow, and individual competitions the day after tomorrow and the day after that. In 4 days, the top 8 places will be decided. The teams then rested for a day before playing the quarterfinals. In today's 4 games, both Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy will appear. It was just that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy's competition was in the afternoon, so they didn't have to come in the morning. But in order to spy on Shrek's intelligence, they still followed. Although they are not optimistic about the Dowling Royal Academy, if they can force Shrek to reveal some of its trump cards and achieve something, it would be considered a contribution. Yuhao, that beautiful lady from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy has been staring at you. It seems that she is very interested in you. Su Sanchi said happily. Huo Yuhao, maybe this is the trouble of being too handsome. It was obvious that he and Meng Hongchen had only met once. Could it be a beauty trap? Huo Yuhao naturally understood that with his talent, he had long been on the list of major forces to be wooed. Even the Sun Moon Empire, hearing Su Sanchi's words, everyone glanced over. He discovered that the silver-haired girl's face was indeed slightly red, and she would look towards Huo Yuhao from time to time. Dai Yuhang was the first to take the lead in making fun of others. He was in a good mood as he finally got a chance to play. Following closely behind were Bebe and Su Sanchi, who were in cahoots with each other. He Tao certainly wouldn't be such a gossiper. As for the girls, there is no need to mention it. Some people frowned directly. Huh? Where did this wild fox come from? Obviously, unlike the serious-looking Dowling team, the Shrek players did not take this game seriously. Wang Yan saw all this and felt helpless, but he didn't know what to say. After all, the main players have all recovered their combat effectiveness. The Dowling team is indeed not afraid. However, Wang Yan still reminded, after all, the Dowling Royal Soul Master Academy gave up the first place in the group to meet us. Maybe they have some special trump cards prepared, so don't be careless. Before the game started, Wang Yan gave some special instructions. In a while, Huo Yuhao will be in charge of the main attack. Dai Yuhang will try to use as few shots as possible. Ling Luchen will be in charge of the control, but don't use all his strength, especially the Deep Blue Glory skill. Remember to hide it well, and everyone else can proceed as usual. No, Teacher Wang. Dai Yuhang said this, but he was secretly thinking in his heart, less action? Impossible. This is his home ground. We must show the power of the white tiger. End of this chapter. Chapter 189. One shining one is enough. The first promotion match for the 16th and 8th rounds, Shrek Academy vs Dowling Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Please enter the waiting area for the players from both sides. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the audience immediately burst into increasingly loud cheers, and the atmosphere reached a climax in an instant. Huo Yuhao, Dai Yaohen, Ling Luchen, Zixi, Bibai, Su Sanchi, and Tangya, 7 people followed Wang Yan into the waiting area. Dai Yuhang, who had never appeared in this competition, attracted the attention of the audience and major colleges. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, in particular, immediately became alert. Are you finally going to take action, White Tiger Soul Emperor? In the last competition, Dai Yuhang served as the captain of the reserve team and was also one of the focuses of everyone's attention. Therefore, the major teams were not surprised by his appearance and had already made plans in their minds. The academies that have made it to the top 16 generally have very well-informed intelligence networks in the imperial city. Zengluo Emperor Su Jiaoyi smiled with relief when he saw Dai Yuhang's appearance, and said to the queen beside him, "That is Dai Hao's eldest son Dai Yuhang, who has now reached the Soul Emperor level." The queen replied gently, "Like father, like son. Dai Yuhang will be a pillar of our empire in the future. I am looking forward to his performance on the court." What? A pity Dai Yuhang may not have the opportunity to perform. How could Huo Yuhao not see Dai Yuhang's little thoughts? The other person's desire to perform was written all over his face, whether it was the loss of the Shrek captain's position, or the fact that he had been healing from a lung injury these days. Dai Yuhang felt a little uneasy. It must be very uncomfortable to hold it in for so long after finally recovering from his injuries. He naturally wanted to vent his anger through fighting. However, Huo Yuhao did not have the intention of making everyone happy. It's good to just continue to feel uncomfortable like this after all. He had promised Mazaya Ateo yesterday that he would take her share and win together. He always does what he says. This is his soul path. What's more, the stage of the small Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy soul fighting competition is so small. If you are pretending to be cool, one is enough. Players from both sides enter the stage. The referee's voice sounded. Huo Yuhao and 6 others filed onto the stage. The Dowling Royal Academy has a lineup of 5 men and 2 women, and most of them are 19 years old. Captain Gu's Hujian took the initiative to step forward and said to Shrek Academy, "It is an honor to fight with Shrek Academy. Please give me your guidance." "Well, I hope you're ready." Huo Yuhao also took a step forward and responded calmly. Since the captain did not play, he, the vice captain, had to step forward. Gu's Hujian forced a smile on his withered face and said, "Of course, I also hope to learn something from Shrek Academy through the competition. That's a bit difficult." Huo Yuhao waved his hand and then retreated back to his camp. There was a flash of coldness in Gu Zujian's eyes, and he chuckled without refutation. "Shrek, let me show you our trump card." The other members of the Dowling team behind him also looked very confident, as if they were sure of defeating Shrek Academy. That can be said to have prepared for this Soul Master competition for a long time. He even deliberately conceded a game in the round-robin tournament just to hide his ultimate weapon, the Thunder Cannon. "Although I had bad luck, I met the Great Devil Shrek directly in the round of 16. There is a high probability that they will be defeated miserably in the subsequent individual competitions. There is no way. The pressure from Huo Yuhao is too great. Add to that Soul Emperor Mazaya Ateo and Dai Yuhang, who is most likely to be a Soul Emperor, and with these 3 people around, it would definitely not be difficult to defeat their team in a single fight. But they definitely won't give in this team battle. This is the confidence that the 7th level War Soul Guide brings them. Even the Soul Saints had to take the attack of the Thunder Cannon head-on. Will win. Both sides retreated and prepared to play. Today's referee's giant strength Douluo Changgang, who is also an old acquaintance of Huo Yuhao. It's not that Huo Yuhao has any opinion about him in this timeline, because Huo Yuhao did not borrow the aura of the Ice Emperor. Changgang did not doubt Huo Yuhao's identity as a soul beast as he did in the original novel. Instead, he protected Huo Yuhao in front of the 2 people from the body sect. It should be to avoid a destined beating, right? During the retreat, Shrek's formation was quite standard, but the formation of the Dowling team is very special, as the captain and the most lethal offensive Soul King, Gu Zujian, actually stood in the middle of the team, which should have been the position of the control soul. Faced with this situation, the Shrek people could only respond to the changing situation with constancy and look at their opponents with a slightly wary look. Huo Yuhao naturally knew where the opponent's confidence came from, but he had no intention of revealing it in advance. Just play normally. Although Wang Yan has arranged several tactics, it is a team battle after all, and there is a high probability that the opponent has some hidden cards in reserve. Naturally, the details must be grasped by the Shrek team members themselves. In short, as long as Huo Yuhao is the core, you will never go wrong. Game. Start. After Changgang made a gesture, he shouted loudly afterwards. As a titled Douluo, he flew directly into the air and performed his refereeing duties in an instant. The Soul Masters on both sides released their martial spirits at the first possible moment. Ling Luchen did not use his ultimate skill to freeze the entire field as he did in the previous battle with Kindling Academy. Instead, he summoned an ice staff, ready to release soul skills to control the enemy at any time. After fusing with a Deep Blue Glory skull, her soul power level increased by 3 levels, now reaching level 58. While her mental power has been further improved, her ability to control the ice element has also become stronger. This skull really fits her very well. At the same time, it also brought her a soul skill that was both offensive and defensive. Ling Luchen named it the Deep Blue Ring. Combined with her own soul skills, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The same thing happened to the others, who were ready to go after their martial spirits possessed them. Dai Yuhang unreservedly released the aura of the Soul Emperor to all around, and his 2 black soul rings directly overwhelmed the configuration of the Dowling team. On the other hand, compared to the calmness of the Shrek team, the Dowling team seemed to be in a hurry. After the 7 people released their martial spirits, 3 of them used their spirit skills immediately. The Soul King Chi Hengayu of the Vajra Shield Soul in the front released his 5th soul skill, Vajra Barrier. The already huge diamond shield instantly expanded, split into 8, and instantly turned into a large shield wall, blocking everything in front. With the coordination of the soul skills of the 2 people behind, a wall of earth with spikes rose up on the outside of the huge shield, and an airtight defense was formed unless an attack is launched from the air. It is impossible to break through this defense armed to the teeth. This is very similar to the original fighting style of Kindling Academy outside the stadium. The audience was shocked when they saw this scene. What kind of turtle style of play is this? Although the opponent is difficult to attack, it is not easy for you to take the initiative to attack either unless the defense is withdrawn directly. Although this fortress-like defense is stronger than Kindling Academy's defense lineup, it is far less flexible. Could it be that they want to? At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Ma Ruong frowned at a glance. It was identified as a soul-guided weapon tactic. This method would only be used when using some kind of terrifying soul guide. Sure enough, when everything was ready, Gu Zujian immediately took out a huge millstone-shaped round metal from the storage soul guide. At the same time, the other 6 team members also took out one accessory each, and put them together without hesitation. With a solitary bamboo sword as the center, like a puzzle off the field, Xiao Hongchen frowned and said, "If Shrek doesn't take action, it will definitely suffer a great loss. What are you guys still doing? You can't lose. Shrek can only be defeated by me. Is this the Thunder Cannon?" Ma Ruong was also somewhat surprised and asked, "How did they have the technology to make this cannon?" Xiao Hongchen said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, their Thunder Cannon is most likely a castrated pirated copy. They can't reach our level of craftsmanship, so they enlarged it, and it requires 7 people to coordinate its operation." On the field, huge soul power continued to surge on the other side of the shield defense at the muzzle of the Thunder Cannon. Soul power was constantly accumulating, and the patterns all over its body were gradually lighting up. On the other hand, the people from Shrek Academy did not make any moves, just wait there without launching any attacks. Su Sanchi even took back his martial soul, looking just like Zhu Beiji packing his luggage and preparing to return to Go Village. This scene made everyone more confused. What are they trying to do? In Shrek's rest area, Wang Yan suddenly became nervous. Although Su Sanchi was unable to release his energy due to the Zuanming replacement requiring him to lock onto the target in advance, Huo Yuhao was different, relying on his powerful mental strength. Huo Yuhao can teleport freely, but, Yuhao, why are you just watching? Get moving. This is completely different from the tactics we discussed before. He Tao also had a serious expression on his face. Is it going to overturn? He was well aware of the power of this giant thunder cannon, which could be said to be far superior to his trump card, the Super Energy Soul God Cannon. If this shot were to really be fired, even a soul sage would have to consider the issue of saving his life first. Can Yuhao and the others really stop it successfully? Ma Xiaotao felt a little uncomfortable. She should be the one to take the lead this time. Possessing the evil fire phoenix, she can launch attacks directly from the air. The stage is huge, but the people are not on the stages for the final outcome. She was not worried at all. Ma Xiaotao knew very well how strong Huo Yuhao was. Even though she had already broken through to the Soul Saint level, she was still no match for him. Winning the game is naturally easy, it just depends on what method Yuhao comes up with. Huo Yuhao did suddenly have an idea. This is also the reason why he did not take action yet and let his teammates play freely. When the Thunder Cannon was assembled and began to gather soul power, the Shrek people did feel a terrifying pressure suddenly coming from the opposite side. Even Dai Yuhang, who was a Soul Emperor, felt that if this cannon was fired, it would threaten his life. Therefore, several people looked at Huo Yuhao, hoping to get countermeasures from him. Huo Yuhao's response to this was just one word: wait. When the time is right, he will teleport in and take care of the opponent from the inside. You guys can do whatever you want. I'm invincible, baby. And the others naturally trusted Huo Yuhao very much and relaxed instantly. It is impossible to attack. That would be too troublesome. Ling Luchen had no intention of launching an attack. Although she could bypass the defense and control the enemy for a short period of time, there was no need for that. Dai Yuhang had no choice but to agree. After all, it would be difficult for him, a Soul Emperor, to break through that impregnable defense in a short period of time alone. The main thing is that it makes me look stupid. As the power of the Thunder Cannon accumulated stronger and stronger, the muzzle was already flashing with flickering azure light, and making crackling sounds. The atmosphere of terror began to spread, causing the audience to shudder. The 7 members of the Dowling team are all trying their best to infuse their soul power without reservation, and are about to reap the fruits of their labor now. Everyone's soul power is almost exhausted. It is not easy to operate a large-scale war soul guide device on the field while infusing soul power. Gu Zujian also wondered why those Shrek people didn't stop them but just stood in the distance and watched. But it doesn't matter. Caliber is justice. Range is truth. As long as the Thunder Cannon is fully charged, no matter whether it is Shrek or the Sun Moon Empire, it can be taken down with one shot. Huo Yuhao nodded. It was almost time. Under the powerful mental monitoring, He accurately grasped the progress of the Dowling team then. The martial spirit possessed the body, and the third soul skill flashed twice in succession. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in an instant. Huo Yuhao appeared in the center of the Dowling team. The expressions of the 7 people who were trying their best to charge suddenly changed. Who are you? Although I don't know how the other party got here, I must not let him interrupt the final charge. Just a little bit more. However, the 7 people had bloodshot expressions. Huo Yuhao raised his right hand, and the thunder cannon disappeared instantly. That's right, it disappeared. Even the audience looked confused. What about a huge Italian cannon? Huo Yuhao, what on earth did you do? In fact, without anyone noticing, Huo Yuhao instantly used the Blade of Living Beings watch to cut off the connection between the 7 people and their soul guides. Then he used the soul guide storage device to confiscate the thunder cannon on the spot. It is an 8th level storage soul guide ring, obtained from the titled Douluo who died at the hands of Xiao Bei last time. Amidst everyone's stunned expressions, Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared again. The next moment, he was already standing high in the sky. Clang! Flames rose and the phoenix's cry resounded. An illusory evil fire phoenix light gathered behind Huo Yuhao, and a mark on his 4th soul ring slowly dissipated off the court. Mazaya Ateo laughed out loud. Empathizing with the situation, sure enough, Yuhao had the same idea as her. If we launch an attack from the air, the 7 Dowling people will be the best targets. The light and shadow of the phoenix merged into the flames surrounding Huo Yuhao, and the light bloomed so brightly that it was impossible to look directly at it. Shiny, one is enough. Phoenix meteor shower. The terrifying aura spread instantly, and the air even felt strangely distorted due to the high temperature. In an instant, the flames turned into nearly 100 flaming meteors, which fell collectively like a meteor shower and smashed towards the location of Dowling Academy. The 7 Dowlings, who had no intention of fighting in the first place, became dull-eyed and their breathing almost stopped under the threat of the aura of death. Even one of the mentally fragile soul masters broke down and cried, Thunder cannon, woo! Recommend a friend's book. Douluo, Huo Yuhao's improper narration. The following is a brief introduction. The soul travels through Huo Yuhao and is bound to a narrator. I'll treat you to some meat, and let's just pretend that the unpleasantness that just happened never happened. The evil Huo Yuhao must have omitted the word bang. Huo Yuhao? Is your narration serious? End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 191. Understand the concept of soul guidance devices. Huo Yuhao at this moment even brighter than the sun high in the sky. The 7 people from Dowling Academy all lost their will to fight and had no intention of resisting at all. It was not only because most of their soul powers were close to exhaustion, but also because the thunder cannon disappeared out of thin air. The trump cards they were so proud of were so vulnerable in front of Huo Yuhao. They couldn't even guess Huo Yuhao's methods. No matter who it is, no one can accept this established fact. Just when the Phoenix meteor shower was about to wipe them out as the referee, Cheng Yang also took action in time. No wonder he, the title Douluo, was asked to take over Shrek's subsequent games. Just this terrifying soul skill alone would be difficult for an ordinary soul sage to handle. It was too late to cite Huo Yuhao's strength. Cheng Yang flashed and the whole person has appeared in front of the 7 Dowlings. Dark brown soul power burst out, 9 soul rings rose, and a huge Ant King shadow emerged. Boom boom boom. The blazing fire meteors continuously hit the dark carapace skin of the Ant King's martial spirit, and a fierce roar sounded. After all, he was a title Douluo, so Cheng Yang easily took on this move, and the dissipated flame impact scattered and fell on the soul guide protective shield. The burning flames hit the protective shield, instantly causing large ripples and tremors, making the audience sitting in the front row's eyelids twitch. Of course, more viewers felt the same way and their blood boiled. Another 1 against 7. Wonderful. He is truly worthy of being Huo Yuhao. As soon as he came on stage, he gave them a big job as for Soul Emperor Dai Yuhang. It has long been forgotten by everyone in a corner. If you are not familiar with it, don't get involved. This is the powerful Shrek. The Dowling team is not bad, but unfortunately, they were unlucky and met the wrong opponent. This is the evaluation of His Majesty. The Xingluo Emperor Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Team Xiao Hongchen looked solemn. He stood beside Marulong and whispered, "Captain, did you figure it out?" Marulong nodded slightly. "It should be the use of the storage soul guide." I just don't know how Huo Yuhao wiped out the spiritual power of other soul masters on the Thunder Cannon in such a short time and stored it instantly. Upon hearing this, some students stared in disbelief. Of course they knew about storage soul guides, but before this, no one had ever thought that there was such a use. It's really an eye-opener. It should be because of the Spirit Eye's martial spirit. Xiao Hongchen frowned. Also, in addition to the imprinting spirit skill of the fourth spirit ring, Huo Yuhao actually has a teleportation spirit skill, which seems to be his third spirit ring. These days, the people of Ryu have not been eating for free following the clues. They were able to find the source of Huo Yuhao's fourth soul skill, which turned out to be the long-extinct silver engine beast. While they couldn't help but admire Shrek's background, they also realized that the quality of Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye martial soul was absolutely extraordinary. Plus the space soul skills that have appeared nowadays. This fact has been profoundly confirmed once again. That's why the top leaders of the Empire have always wanted you to develop your soul guides and martial spirits at the same time. Soul guides are powerful, but martial spirits are definitely not weak either. Mr. Zhao looked back at the young people and spoke earnestly. He is another leader of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. As for old Ma Rulong's grandfather, he had quietly left through a secret passage yesterday because he had to escort a soul beast embryo. The Sun Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy are like two sides of a mirror, so similar as the #1 soul guide academy on the continent. They are the strongest in this field. They are also obsessed with the research of soul guides and rarely go deep into the cultivation of martial spirits. This has led to the current situation where drug taking is prevalent among soul masters in the Sun Moon Empire. Of course, this also has something to do with their personal physique. Elder Zhao sighed and continued, after this Soul Master competition, the Academy will once again apply to Shrek for an exchange, and this time the possibility of success is very high. I hope you can seize this hard-won opportunity, broaden your horizons, and learn Shrek's martial soul cultivation methods. Some students looked at each other, then nodded in agreement and lowered the proud head. Xiao Hongchen was also a little tempted. Meng Hongchen quickly stopped being a fangirl and was the first to raise her hand. Me, I'll be the first to sign up. She must take up a spot on this exchange application. Even if it is just to get closer to Huo Yuhao, she absolutely cannot miss it. Ma Rulong turned his head to look at the Hongchen siblings and said seriously, Xiao, Meng, your talents are far better than mine, whether in terms of martial spirits or soul guides. You can be said to be unique in our empire. We must seize this opportunity to exchange ideas and make achievements in martial arts, just for the sake of the empire, Mingde Hall, and our academy. Ma Rulong was well aware of his martial soul talent, and he was already deeply involved in the path of soul guides and could no longer turn back. But brothers and sisters in the mortal world are different. The two of them were like the big backup plan drawn out by the Sun Moon Empire, directly breaking the 1,000-year-old changes in the empire. This is also the reason why everyone is full of confidence in the next Soul Master competition. In this Soul Master competition, they had no intention of defeating Shrek. It was only because I saw Shrek's staffing configuration that I had this thought. However, Shrek gave birth to a monster called Huo Yuhao, who has reached the pinnacle in terms of martial spirit with just the strength of a soul sect. He has carved out his own path. His personal strength is extremely abnormal. He is also the owner of a twin martial soul and has enormous potential. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to be very proficient in soul guides. Only a person like this could come up with such a brilliant fighting method as the storage soul guide combat method. The Hongchen brothers and sisters were stunned for a moment, and their eyes gradually turned firm. Yeah, we will. Before Shrek left, the team leader of Dowling Academy even came to negotiate with an extremely humble attitude, hoping that Huo Yuhao could return the Thunder Cannon to them. Huo Yuhao did not deliberately make things difficult for the teacher. After all, it is a serious competition and Shrek is a serious academy. It is indeed a bit too much to steal other people's things and not return them. However, he said that for the sake of the smooth progress of the promotion competition and considering the overall situation, it must be returned after the individual competition is over the day after tomorrow. Huo Yuhao, the power of the Thunder Cannon is too strong. We cannot leave it alone. We must keep a close watch on it. Dowling team leader? He sincerely felt that even if Huo Yuhao relied on the spirit skill he had just used to fight against a Thunder Cannon head-on, they would definitely be the ones who lost. Damn it, this is too much. If it wasn't for the loss of face for the Empire to give up in advance, he would have just given up. Fortunately, he was able to return it in the end. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. This is the underlying power that the Empire has painstakingly borrowed from the Sun and the Moon. Even in the current Dowling Empire, there is only such a stable trial version. If he lost it, he would forget about aiming for the next competition. The easiest outcome would be to commit seppuku or die as a token of atonement. Back in the hotel conference room, Huo Yuhao released the thunder cannon and placed it on the conference table. At this time, the energy of the thunder cannon was still slowly dissipating. This 7th level soul guide will allow the internal energy to decay on its own after the source of soul power is cut off, so it is very safe. This was of course also determined in advance by Huo Yuhao's powerful mental power. Otherwise, put this thing into the soul guide storage ring. What if the Dowling team is not well trained and it explodes? Fortunately, there are still capable people on the Dowling side. Although it is a bit rough, the integrity of the cannon is very good. This is the evaluation from Huo Yuhao, a 3rd level soul instructor. Although he agreed to return it, he didn't say he wouldn't study it, especially He Tao, who was almost sticking to Huo Yuhao originally with the idea of friendly communication in mind. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Huo Yuhao also planned to rely on the advantage of his martial spirit to prepare a structural design of the thunder cannon himself. After all, it is a precious war soul guide, and it is still worth learning a thing or two about it. He did not forget that the next plot point is the college exchange. So doing this can be considered as preparing for the lesson in advance, but since the tool has volunteered, we naturally cannot let him go. So, together with He Tao, under the stunned expressions of the Shrek people, the two of them concentrated on dismantling this big guy in a few seconds. The giant cannon turned into a table of parts. Ateo couldn't help but ask, "Yuhao, aren't you from our Wuhan department? How come you are so skilled in using soul guides?" Everyone was shocked, but also very curious. Huo Yuhao nodded, "I know a little bit." He Tao didn't try to sabotage them either. Wang Yan sighed, "Yuhao is really too modest. His attainments in soul guides are definitely not low, as can be seen from his skillful movements." Zhao secretly poked Wang Donger beside her and said with her eyes, "Such a good opportunity, why don't you join us?" Zhao remembered that Wang Donger and Yuhao had studied soul guide devices for a semester in the soul guide department. Wang Donger spread her hands and said, "How could she understand these? She knows nothing." Taking this opportunity, Wang Yan also talked about the importance of soul guides. He had already mentioned the related topic with his students, but today, he talked about this matter with the students in the inner courtyard for the first time, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But Wang Yan's tone was very firm. Dowling Academy is not an isolated case. According to my observation, in this year's competition, more than half of the academies are equipped with soul guides to assist themselves. In the round-robin stage, the soul guides have reached a terrifying coverage rate of 80%. After using real-life examples to illustrate his point, Wang Yan said with great seriousness, "In fact, we don't need to reject soul guides. The future soul masters must be the combination of soul guides and soul masters. Although soul guides are external objects, they can better fill the weaknesses of soul masters." Looking at the people who were thinking, Wang Yan took a deep breath and continued to add fuel to the fire. "I know that you may still be resisting. Well, let me say a few more words. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the selected players were equipped with defensive soul guides when they were hunting down the Death Messenger last time?" Wang Yan said firmly, "I think Xiao Tao's example has proved this point very well. If she had the help of the soul guide, she would definitely not have been injured later, causing the competition to turn into the current situation. If it weren't for Yuhao, I can hardly imagine how difficult this competition would be." Perhaps it was the sense of urgency of this competition, perhaps it was the threat of the thunder cannon tactics this time, or perhaps it was the fact that Ateo had relied on her protective soul guide to walk out of the corpse explosion intact. Although the students were extremely shocked by Wang Yan's unorthodox ideas, they did not refute them. The main reason is the strong contrast with Dai Yuhang. There is also Huo Yuhao's personal testimony at this time. As for the 7 reserve players, needless to say, Wang Donger and Zhao had already been influenced by it. Tang and Bei Bei were the same. In order to revitalize the Tang sect's hidden weapons, the two of them had always been open-minded in accepting the spirit guides. There is no need to say much about He Tao, Su Sanchi and Zhang Nanan, who had never been influenced by the traditional soul master concepts of the inner courtyard, had clear eyes. They were also shocked by Wang Yan's statement, but they quickly accepted it. Su Sanchi nodded and asked, "Teacher Wang, I have another question for you. With our talent in martial arts, it is impossible for us to use all our soul skills to add soul power like those soul masters. If we do this, won't we always lag behind soul masters?" Wang Yan nodded approvingly. "Good question. I understand what you are worried about. That's right, if you just pursue soul guides, then people who start with a Soul Master training method will basically have no chance of catching up with Soul Masters. But don't forget your own advantages. Powerful soul skills are not inferior to soul guides, and the physical fitness of soul guides can never be compared with that of soul masters. All you have to do is to cooperate with soul guides. The reason why people are human is that they can use and create. You must remember that soul guides are just your weapons, they are still martial spirits. Especially in the later stages, we have an additional advantage. If you want to use a level 10 soul guide, or even become a level 10 soul guide, you need the cultivation of a super Douluo, which is above level 95. On the mainland, how many pure soul masters can cultivate to the level of titled Douluo? There are definitely no more than a handful, and there is no one who can become a super Douluo. This is one of the reasons why there has never been a level 10 soul master in the Sun Moon Empire. Therefore, the development trend of the continent's top masters must be to cultivate the ability of soul masters as the main focus, while also cultivating soul guides, just like Yuhao did. At the end, Wang Yan specifically mentioned Huo Yuhao to strengthen the persuasiveness of his point of view. There was a look of realization in everyone's eyes. Wang Yan's words were like a ray of hope that cleared the clouds and awakened the dreamer. Wang Yan's eyes were filled with confidence. These past few days, I have also been observing the fighting styles of other academies. I found that the more profound the academy is, the more it pursues the integration of soul masters and soul guides. I saw the most from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Almost every one of their reserve players had an outstanding martial spirit. It can be seen that their ideas coincide with mine, focusing on the soul master's own cultivation, and on the premise of becoming a powerful soul master, using powerful soul guides. This is the future development trend of the continent. Huo Yuhao summarized this while studying the giant canon. To be honest, it does make sense. If Guo hadn't been there in the original novel, it would have certainly been a humiliating defeat. After losing to Qianling, they lost to Zhangshan. Even if they managed to qualify by chance, they would definitely not be able to beat the Dowling team, which had the trump card of Thunder Cannon. Even reaching the finals to meet the Sun and Moon Royal Academy was impossible. No shame. Be pragmatic and understand the concept of soul guides first. End of this chapter. Chapter 191 Semifinals. Slacking off is your lie. The round of 16 was proceeding in an orderly manner. There is naturally nothing much to say about Shrek's individual elimination match on the third day. Since Shrek Academy won the previous team battle, they only need to defeat 3 opponents in today's individual competition to win as the losing side in the team battle. Dowling Royal Academy had to defeat all 7 players of Shrek Academy in a row with the strength of 3 people, so that they could turn defeat into victory and enter the quarterfinals. However, the Dowling team did not expect to fight back in the individual competition. Their morale had been destroyed by Huo Yuhao long ago, and their hearts were completely shattered. Thanks to Wang Yan's deliberate arrangement, there was no situation where one defeated 3 in the first game. Ling Luchen took the lead and easily defeated the opposing Terror Claw Bear Soul King, showing the power of Shrek. In the second match, Zixi faced off against the agile attack Soul King Hanlinger. The speed of the Lightning Leopard amazed the audience. The third match was between Dai Yuhang, a genuine Soul Emperor, and Gu Ziujian, the captain of the Dowling team, which perfectly interpreted the aesthetics of violence in 3 individual matches. Shrek Academy won consecutively and defeated Dowling Royal Soul Master Academy again, advancing to the quarterfinals. Although Huo Yuhao did not play, he was still the most popular figure, firmly occupying the first place in the popularity list. Even if Dai Yuhang showed the combat power of Soul Emperor level in the end, it was of no avail. Don't underestimate the bond between the audience and Huo Yuhao. In this year's fighting spirit competition, Huo Yuhao, with his handsome face, eye-catching temperament, and unique and overwhelming strength, charmed countless girls and won a large number of fans. Of course, because of the home advantage of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Yuhang also has some loyal fans. Because of his famous white tiger martial spirit, his tough guy style of fighting also attracted the attention of some viewers. The other side, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, also defeated its opponents and advanced to the quarterfinals. It is worth mentioning that their captain, Maru Long, who is at the Soul Emperor level, also kept a low profile and did not participate in the battle even after the list of the top 8 was announced. Maru Long, Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen from the Sun and Moon team had never made a move. It's really too much to bear. This is somewhat related to the strength of the opponent. The opponent is too weak, so there is no need to go all out. However, for Huo Yuhao, all the information about these 3 people was already known in his mind, and their hiding was useless. In the next quarterfinal match, The goddess of luck finally turned to Shrek and arranged an old acquaintance for them. The Zhangshan Academy team is also the weakest team among the top 8. The result is predictable. There is no suspense in this game. Ling Luchen attacked again. Even without Huo Yuhao's help, she easily defeated Zhangshan with the blessing of the Deep Blue Glory and entered the semifinals. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting competition is now drawing to a close, and the ending also means the arrival of the climax. Starting from the semifinals, the matchup lists were drawn temporarily and the game started on the spot, leaving no time to plan tactics in advance. It is a great test of each college's on-the-spot performance and information collection capabilities, but for Shrek, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. After all, if he wants to become the final champion, he must defeat all opponents the day before the semifinals. The operational meeting was held again. Wang Yan glanced at the crowd and said, "The semifinals will begin tomorrow. There is no doubt that our Shrek Academy will be the first team to appear. After the semifinals, we will rest for 3 days before the finals. Teacher Wang, who will be our opponent in the semifinals?" Zio asked curiously. Wang Yan shook his head, not sure yet. To be fair, starting from the semifinals, the top 4 will draw lots before the game to decide their matchups. This makes it impossible for us to make targeted decisions in advance, so today, I will talk about the characteristics of the other 3 colleges. The top 4 are Shrek Academy, the Sun Moon Empire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the Star Luo Empire Star Luo Royal Academy, and the Sky Soul Empire's Diao Academy. Afterwards, Wang Yan spent nearly 2.5 hours describing in detail the fighting styles and habits of the other 3 academies and analyzing their weaknesses. Again, there will be no weaklings among those who can make it to the semifinals. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. We must not let our guard down on this last leg of the journey. Mazaya Ateo, it doesn't matter, I will do it. After enduring for so long, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and volunteered to fight. After development, the Soul Saint officially comes out. In fact, if we hadn't met the Sun and Moon Royal Academy in the semifinals, Wang Yan wanted to save Mazaya Ateo as his trump card for the most crucial finals. Finally, hesitantly, he asked for everyone's opinions. Mainly, I want to hear Huo Yuhao's opinion again. Huo Yuhao said that he had no opinion and he had already entered the energy-saving state. Mazaya Ateo's mood immediately became filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. From a team perspective, Wang Yan's approach is correct and makes sense. His coaching style also places more emphasis on the team and does not like individualism, but in the face of absolute strength, this targeting is completely unnecessary. So what if there are only 5 starting players? Mazaya Ateo had long wanted to prove that even if all her soul skills were exposed, she would still be an unstoppable evil fire phoenix just like Huo Yuhao. He has played so many times. Can others find a way to target him? No, I can't find it at all. This is a fair and open crush. His powerful techniques and flexible and changeable soul skills made it impossible for Huo Yuhao to target him with a single soul skill. Although Mazaya Ateo is not as omnipotent as Huo Yuhao, but since the evil fire no longer restrains her, Mazaya Ateo is no longer afraid of any challenge, not to mention that she has now broken through to the Soul Saint level. If he fails to win the championship, he will be too ashamed to face the Shrek Elders and will just commit suicide in the Soul Master competition. Huo Yuhao, actually, I didn't appear in the show very many times. Get really serious and show some strength only in the round-robin match. They won 1 against 7 against Zhangshan Academy, and in the round of 16, they won 1 against 7 against Dowling Academy. After the few appearances he made, his role was more of a strategic deterrent. As for tomorrow's game, Huo Yuhao also planned to continue slacking off. Reaching the semifinals is a success. Crossed out, actually, you have to pay extra. During these days of the Fighting Spirit competition, Huo Yuhao only completed 1 achievement mission, which was the Deep Blue Glory skull at the auction. It has nothing to do with the Fighting Spirit competition. The ones who triggered the mission were the 2 people from the Body Sect and the Hongjin brothers and sisters. The former is to join the Body Sect, while the latter is to have a head-on fight. There is currently no chance to complete the task. Of course, if they win the Soul Master contest, the Shrek Masters will also give out some rewards. As for tomorrow's match, it will be against Xingluo Royal Academy facing Princess Sujiujiu's Star Crown Martial Spirit. It seems to be just a formality. Therefore, now Huo Yuhao just wants to slack off. He's been fighting all his life, can't he enjoy himself? With 1 hour left before the start of the semifinals, all 4 teams were present. The Shrek Academy team, dressed in classic dark green attire, walked out of the contestant entrance, immediately causing thunderous cheers. Shrek is invincible. Shrek will win. Brother Yuhao is so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Other 3 teams arrived earlier than Shrek Academy. The occasional glances would cause sparks to fly between them, and their fighting spirit was high, but with Shrek's entry, the situation suddenly changed and the atmosphere in the rest area became solemn and tense. Everyone's expression was solemn. They all prayed in their hearts that they would not encounter Shrek when they drew lots. The semi-final battle is not only a battle of glory among the 4 top colleges, but also the most important battle in the lives of these participating players. Any team that can get the top few places in the competition will have a smooth career in the future, and will receive extremely high treatment no matter what force they join. If they enter the country to work, they will even be awarded the title of nobility. The glory of this Soul Master competition will accompany them throughout their lives. Who doesn't want to get a higher ranking? It can be said that the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition has long become a major competition for countries across the continent to select and compete for elite talents. If it weren't for the transcendent status of Shrek Academy, I'm afraid that noble forces, families, and even sects from all over the world would have come to win over these students. Even the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy did not have the idea of meeting Shrek in advance. A strong clash of forces is good, but it would be very uncomfortable if someone else were to pick the spoils. In the end, it would be better for them to meet in the finals. Moreover, if we meet Shrek later, we can also find out Shrek's hidden cards. They have already analyzed the soul skills of most Shrek people. They believe so. But the Soul Emperor Millennia-old, who appeared at the very beginning, has remained mysterious, and now we have reached the semi-finals. There is absolutely no chance that Shrek will be complacent again. This Phoenix Soul Emperor must take the field starting from the semi-finals. The rules for the semi-finals and finals will follow the previous knockout rules, and will also be held over 2 days, with team battles and individual knockouts. The difference is that you have to win both games to qualify. If both teams win a game, then they will have to play an extra game in a 2-2-3 format. In other words, winning a team fight no longer has any advantages. The difference between the semifinals and the finals is that the semifinals are not completed in 1 day. In the final, team battles, individual elimination rounds, and the 223 strategy will be carried out in one go, with no time for rest in between. At that time, it will not only be a test of strength, but also of sustained combat effectiveness and endurance, as well as a test of willpower. Naturally, the team captain Millennia-old would play in this draw. After a fair, just an open draw, the top 4 teams were decided. The Emperor of Douluo personally announced a match list and said with a smile, "I wish the 4 teams can show their full strength in the next game. The draw is over, please prepare yourselves." The first team battle today will be between Shrek Academy and Douluo Royal Academy, and the second will be between Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and Douluo Academy. This made many viewers uncomfortable. Most of them were natives of the Douluo Empire, and when they heard that their national team would challenge Shrek Academy, they immediately became embarrassed. After all, the palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh, so, in the end, they split into 2 factions. Half of the people blindly supported the national team, and the other half continued to expect Shrek Academy to maintain its eternal glory and continue to maintain its glorious record of winning all the Soul Master competitions. Wang Yan thought for a moment with a tactical book and decided on the players for the team battle. The 7 people are Millennia-old, Huo Yuhao, Duels, Ling Luchen, Bei Bei, Su Sanchi, and Tang Yu. Although at least on the surface, Millennia-old drew a good lot for Shrek Academy, because according to Wang Yan's analysis yesterday, there is no Soul Emperor in Douluo Royal Academy, and it is the weakest among other academies. However, today the Douluo team used up the vacancies in the reserve players. She was replaced by Princess Su Jiujiu, whom Huo Yuhao and his friends had seen at the auction before today. Her Royal Highness the Princess looked completely different from the elegant and noble girl she was at the auction that day. Her entire temperament had changed, and she looked more heroic. Her long golden hair was neatly tied into a ponytail. She had an elegant smile on her pretty face, and she was wearing a well-tailored yellow outfit that perfectly outlined her delicate body. Before going on stage, Wang Yan also reminded the 7 people to be careful of any changes in the Douluo team's generals at the last minute, especially Princess Su Jiujiu. Millennia-old didn't care and said firmly, "It doesn't matter, we just need to defeat them head-on. Shrek, we must win," everyone shouted at the same time. The fighting spirit is burning in an instant. Wang Yan looked at the 7 people who were full of fighting spirit and couldn't help but smile with relief. This is Shrek. Huo Yuhao, who had been planning to slack off, also became interested. It was nothing else. Above Princess Su Jiujiu's head, through the system's vision, Huo Yuhao saw the long-lost mission, long-time relationship, acquaintance achievement mission, Recast the glory of the star crown. Very good, very energetic. Huo Yuhao likes this kind of opponent. Similarly, Su Jiujiu was also staring at Huo Yuhao and giving him a look with a provocative look on his face. The semifinals haven't even started yet, but just from the eye contact between the two teams, a strong smell of gunpowder has already spread. Starting from the semifinals, Shrek also lost a privilege. The referee will no longer pay special attention to Shrek. Xianxia Douluo Wang Jingsu will serve as the unified referee for the semifinals and finals, which is also to ensure the safety of the players live. Starting from the semifinals, it can be said that the intensity of the battle is completely different from before, whether in terms of the competition system or overall strength. If you lose, you just go home. And basically no one wants to retain their strength. Of course, those academies that have lost the game will naturally not leave early. Instead, they turned into spectators and watched the subsequent games intently. 3 people go together. There must be my teacher. What's more, it is an academy above them. Especially the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Their fighting style and use of soul guides are far ahead of Douluo. 3 kingdoms. There is a ready-made teacher right in front of you, and no one will miss this rare opportunity. The semi-final matchup is about to begin. End of this chapter. Chapter 192. Soul Saint Mazaya Ateo, Absolute Defense Soul Guidance Device. The 2 teams entered the competition stage at the same time. This was the first time that Shrek Academy played with its strongest lineup among the starting players. The only one who did not play was the agile attacking Soul King Zixi, but this is naturally part of Wang Yan's plan. The cheers of the audience resounded through the sky, half for Shrek, half for their own academy. Su Jiujiu stood at the front of the team. Although she was temporarily playing as a reserve player, there is no doubt that Su Jiujiu has become the core of the team at this moment. Her bright blue eyes exuded a faint golden luster, and her gaze was calm, yet had a feeling as vast as the ocean. However, her gaze only paused on Mazaya Ateo for a moment before falling on Huo Yuhao, who was following closely behind her as the sister of the Star Luo Emperor. Su Jiujiu naturally knew about the fact that Huo Yuhao possessed the second martial soul of ultimate ice. That was why she developed a strong desire to win. So what if it's the ultimate martial spirit? She wanted to prove that her inherited martial spirit, the Star Crown, was definitely not inferior to others on the Shrek side. Mazaya Ateo, who was at the front of the team, had 2 flames burning continuously in her red phoenix eyes. The fiery aura brought great pressure to the opponent. She also noticed the princess's subtle movements and knew without thinking that she was definitely sizing up Huo Yuhao. Mazaya Ateo couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. Is Yuhao fooling around with other girls again? And she is the princess of Xingluo. Although Mazaya Ateo's appearance is no less than Su Jiujiu, her figure is even fuller and sexier than hers. But in terms of temperament, the carefree Mazaya Ateo is to some extent outshined by Her Royal Highness the princess, born into a royal family, with a dignified temperament and noble status, and all kinds of halos. Su Jiujiu on the field at this moment is the focus of everyone's attention. The most eye-catching episode, however, Huo Yuhao had no interest in. Su Jiujiu. Maybe to others, the identity of a princess is high and mighty, to be admired, and to have a strong desire to conquer. But in his opinion, the identity of a princess is just that. Just an average one, not as attractive as the task above her head. Xianxia Douluo's eyes swept over Mazaya Ateo, revealing a hint of surprise, but he quickly returned to normal, and said coldly, "Both parties retreat, and no one is allowed to release their martial spirits before I declare the start of the match." Players from both teams retreated at the same time, and their formations changed rapidly during the retreat. On the Shrek Academy side, the one at the front was Mazaya Ateo, with Bei Bei and Dai Yuhang on either side of her. Behind the 3 of them was Su Sanchi, and at the very end were Huo Yuhao, Ling Lujin, and Tang Yu. The Xingluo Royal Academy had a somewhat peculiar formation. The 6 people stood in a triangle, forming a 1, 2, 3 formation. Only Su Jiujiu stood at the back, her eyes filled with confidence, like the commander of a team, looking at the Shrek people from afar. Game. Start. Xianxia Douluo had a stern face, shouted loudly, then soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. A golden light shone from Princess Jiujiu's forehead, and a gorgeous golden crown fell on Princess Jiujiu's head. This crown seems to be made up of countless light golden stars. It starts with a diamond-shaped gem and quickly gathers backwards. There are a total of 18 larger stars on the crown that protrude upwards to form a circle of beautiful tips. Su Jiujiu immediately released the Xingluo royal family's inherited martial spirit star crown, and 5 soul rings of yellow, purple and black flashed. As for the other 6 members, they are all soul kings, and they all have the best soul ring ratio. They are actually an all-soul king team. Shrek rest area. Zio subconsciously asked, what kind of martial spirit is this so gorgeous? This is the Star Crown Martial Soul, a top-level weapon martial soul. 10,000 years ago, this Star Crown Martial Soul was comparable to the inherited martial souls of the top 3 sects at that time. Wang Yan began to explain. Depending on the Soul Master's training direction, the Star Crown can have top-level auxiliary capabilities or powerful attack power. From a purely auxiliary perspective, the Star Crown Martial Soul may not be as good as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, but its performance in battle is not inferior to the latter. The Star Crown is not only an auxiliary, but also has a strong combat capability. In the auxiliary direction, it is also completely inclined towards combat, and this Princess Jiujiu is a unique auxiliary soul master. Before going on stage, although Wang Yan did not explicitly state his guess, he also instructed Huo Yuhao and the others to target Su Jiuji first. The tactics were temporarily adjusted for this. Therefore, Su Sanchi, holding the heavy Zuanming turtle shell shield, immediately and silently launched his 4th soul skill, Zuanming replacement, against Su Jiuji. The purple 4th soul ring shines. The black light on the Zuanming turtle shell shield became brighter, and a black light enveloped Su Jiujiu's delicate body. Su Jiujiu was already prepared. The brilliant golden light surging on the star crown on his head became more intense. The 3rd soul ring beside him lit up, and a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Star shine technique. The interior of this golden light column was completely golden mist, with bits of starlight swirling and rising in it, then quickly spreading out and turning into bits of light that fell on all the team members. There was an illusory golden halo on everyone. With the help of the star shining technique, the attributes of the Soul Master can be greatly improved. At the same time, there is no need to worry about being replaced, because the starlight will hinder the locking type soul skills. When the black light released from Su Sanchi's Zuanming turtle shell shield touched the golden halo, it disappeared as if it melted in water. Zuanming replacement failed. Although the Shrek people were not clear about the specific function of Su Jiujiu's 3rd soul skill, one thing was certain: Wang Yan's previous temporary change of tactics no longer made any sense at this moment. In fact, this actually suits Ma Xiaoteo's wishes. She can follow the original plan and let go and have a big fight. Although Wang Yan agreed to let Ma Xiaoteo play, he repeatedly reminded her before the game to conserve her strength for the final against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Now you can have fun again. Clang. An extremely loud and clear sound of a phoenix rang out. A loud phoenix cry instantly attracted everyone's attention. Dark red flames rose from Ma Xiaoteo's body, and 7 soul rings with the best proportion appeared: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Soul Saint powerful one. Hundreds of thousands of people in the audience gasped in shock. How can this be? Obviously, during the elimination round, Ma Xiaoteo was only a soul emperor with 6 soul rings, but less than a month had passed. Is this the Soul Saint? Didn't you come here to play in the game? How did you manage to make a breakthrough at the last minute? Ma Xiaoteo moved without hesitation, quickly condensing a pair of burning phoenix wings behind her, and rushed up like lightning. At the same time, Beibei and Dai Yuhang also launched a charge after being possessed by their martial spirits, followed closely by the roars of dragons and tigers. Ling Luchan summoned the ice staff, and then the 4th soul ring of the ice element lit up. Thick ice mist emanated from the front end of the ice staff, enveloping the Shrek people in coordination with Huo Yuhao's green water field and Tang Ya's blue-silver field. It bloomed outward at an astonishing speed, covering their own personnel and forming a huge arc, clamping towards the opponent. Defense. Su Jiujiu's pupils shrank and he reacted immediately without any hesitation. She immediately released her 1st soul skill, Star Attraction Technique. A bright star appeared above her head, and then turned into chains of light, forcibly locking onto the 3 people rushing over from Shrek, guiding her teammates to the enemy's position. Ma Xiaoteo was so fast that in just a short period of time, she had already rushed to the front of the opponent's formation. The blazing phoenix flames rose into the sky with a scorching breath, and a line of phoenix fire spewed out towards the Soul King directly in front of it. This Soul King's name is Wang Heian, a strong attack Soul King. Before Princess Jiujiu appeared, he had always been the captain of the Xingluo Royal Academy team. His martial soul is called the Dark Demonic Tiger, which possesses a rare dark attribute. His talent is almost the same as that of Dai Yuhang, who possesses the White Tiger martial soul. With the support of the Star Crown martial spirit and the cooperation of teammates with fire control capabilities, Wang Heian is fully confident that he can block the Phoenix fire line from Ma Xiaoteo. As the 3rd soul ring lit up, soul power shining with dark golden starlight surged out along with a loud tiger roar. and the yellow river cloud transformed into tiger shape and crashed into Maziao's phoenix flame. The devil tiger is shocking. However, a scene that made everyone's pupils shrink occurred as the flames rose. This dark red flame penetrated the light and shadow of the magic tiger, and the starlight that enhanced the soul skill defense was shattered without any effect. Just as the phoenix fire was about to pierce Wang Han's chest, a hand reached out in time and grabbed him out of the field. It was Xianxia Douluo who took action. Wang Han, eliminated. Even though Maziao's phoenix fire line is only a 100-year soul skill, but with the enhancement of phoenix rising from fire and phoenix wings flying in the sky, it shows the power of a soul saint to the fullest. After eliminating one person, Maziao did not pause at all. The sixth soul ring on her body quietly lit up, and a huge evil fire phoenix light and shadow gathered behind her, brewing the final killing move at the same time. The white tiger and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex engaged in battle. It was clearly just the initial engagement, but the appearance of the soul saint instantly broke the balance of the situation. Not to mention the ice frog that continued to approach. The Xingluo team is already in danger. The army was defeated like a mountain. Just at this moment, Wang Han was thrown out, and Maziao's sixth soul skill was still condensing. He clenched his teeth tightly for a long time, no longer hesitating, and immediately threw out a golden light shield with his right hand. A flash of golden light with a locking effect directly hit Maziao's terrifying phoenix flame that was rising into the sky. A layer of golden light shield descended from the sky and instantly rolled back, completely covering Maziao's sixth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower, which she had already released. It then quickly fell down, suppressing Maziao herself. At the top of the golden light shield was a bead with 108 cross sections. The bead was the size of a fist, shining brightly and spinning rapidly. Maziao, who was trapped inside, immediately launched a frantic attack on the light shield in front of him, but it only caused ripples and could not cause any damage at all. Shrek rest area. The 4th level soul guide. And K Tao suddenly stood up and said in shock, "Absolute defense soul guide? What is that?" Wang Yan asked. K Tao smiled bitterly. The Absolute Defense Soul Guidance device is also known as the Absolute Defense Soul Guidance Shield. It is a one-time consumable seal-type rechargeable 7th level soul guidance device, worth millions of gold soul coins once used. Within a quarter of an hour, the person sealed by the Absolute Defense Shield will face the defense of a Soul Douluo level defense-type battle soul master. Moreover, the Absolute Defense Shield has the same defense both inside and outside. Even if you want to destroy the core gem on the top of the body, you need at least the strength of a 7th level soul saint to have a chance to do it. The core array of this soul guide is tightly sealed. Currently, only the Sun Moon Empire can make it. We don't even have the possibility to make it. I never thought that it would appear in this competition, and that it would be used by the Xingluo team. Hearing this, Wang Yan took a deep breath, and his face turned pale as he recalled everything that happened during the bidding at the Starlight Auction House. Such a rare and expensive soul guide obviously caught Shrek off guard. Fortunately, one of the opposing players was also eliminated, and Huo Yuhao was still on the field, so no accidents should happen. A disposable rechargeable soul guide worth millions. The Xingluo Empire is really rich. Zio complained. Wang Donger complained indignantly. Isn't it a bit unfair for them to use this thing? It seems to be no different from cheating. There's nothing we can do. The rules are like this. They're just relatively fair. The organizers only need to consider the smooth running of the Soul Master competition. Wang Yan sighed. This is also the reason why he has always been on guard against the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. The Soul Guide is the biggest variable on Shrek's road to winning the championship. In fact, this disposable soul guide was sold to the Starlight Auction not long ago by the Sun and Moon Academy in order to bid for a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo. Sujiujiu originally planned to use this soul guide to catch Huo Yuhao off guard when he approached with a teleportation soul skill. She never expected that the appearance of Soul Saint Maziao had completely disrupted her plans. Who knows how long this Absolute Defense soul guide can trap Maziao? After all, she is a soul saint of Shrek, and she cannot be judged by common sense. But now, the arrow is on the string and has to be shut. As the 4th soul ring flashed with Sujiujiu's body as the center, a ball of strong starlight burst out, as bright as the sun, and turned into a layer of light shield, forcibly blocking the ice fog out. Star Guardian. On top of the Imperial City, the Queen said softly, "It seems that Jiujiu's strategic deployment was very successful." Su Jiaoyi shook his head. "It's difficult. Although I have rehearsed this battle many times, when the Soul Saint appeared, Jiujiu was destined not to win this game. Even an expensive 7th level soul guide could only stop Mazaya Ateo for a moment. The defeat of the Xingluo team was only a matter of time when Mazaya Ateo escaped from the trouble. Even without teammates, it was not a problem to fight 6 people alone. Thinking of this, Su Jiaoyi's lips curled up into a smile. However, I am more interested in the results of the subsequent Star Guardian and Ultimate Attribute competition. Our Star Crown Star Guardian was once a powerful range defense soul skill called Attribute Isolation, which was just right for dealing with the ultimate ice. This is probably why my younger sister is still not convinced by my evaluation of that little guy. Back on the field, Mazaya Ateo originally wanted to use her strongest martial soul avatar to break through the soul guide that was suppressing her, but he received the message from Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, keep your spirit body for now, and leave it to me later. Mazaya Ateo was a little depressed. This tactic is called Ice and Fire. The ice mist cast by Huo Yuhao in cooperation with Ling Luchen and Tang Yu has all-round control, suppression and auxiliary effects and truly defeat the enemy. It's Mazaya Ateo's Phoenix Meteor Shower. Unexpectedly, due to the soul guide, the first battle was lost. She had reason to suspect that the other side was targeting her. So annoying. End of this chapter. Chapter 193, Replica Soul Skills, Turning the Tide. Star Guardian. The bright starlight turned into a light shield, blocking the ice fog and dividing the battlefield. Dai Yuhang, Bei Bei and the trapped Mazaya Ateo, who were leading the Shrek team, were already enveloped by the Star Guardian and could not escape. 18 stars appear on the surface of the mask, shining brightly except for Su Jiujiu and the Lightning Falcon Soul King, who was fighting with Bei Bei. The remaining 4 people besieged Dai Yuhang without hesitation. Su Jiujiu took a leisurely look at the icy fog outside the light shield, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised under the isolating effect of the Star Guardian attribute. The ice fog has been completely blocked out. Even if Ling Luchen received Huo Yuhao's enhancement, it would still be of no avail. After all, the extreme ice can only amplify Ling Luchen's soul skills, but cannot change her soul skills. Ling Luchen's main job is still control. Ling Luchen frowned. Now she could only urge the ice mist to pour inward and attack the Star's Guardian shield. However, the star-studded light shield remained motionless, with only the 18 stars slowly fading one by one. Obviously, unless the light of all 18 stars dims, this light shield will not be broken. What a disgusting defensive soul skill. You're right, but this is Star Guardian, a large-scale defense, attribute isolation, and it's not even restricted by the age of the spirit ring itself. It's even more so when combined with a spirit guide. On the surface, Star Guardian is just Su Jiujiu's 4th soul ring. In fact, this soul skill cannot be easily performed. Although the power of the Star Crown martial soul far exceeds that of ordinary martial souls, even some top-level martial souls cannot be compared with it. But at the same time, behind the power there are many limitations. Star Crown soul masters can only practice at night. Only by absorbing the power of the starry sky can one enhance one's own cultivation, and any soul skills one performs need to be stored in oneself by absorbing the star power before they can be used. Among them, the one that takes the longest time to absorb star power is the Star Guardian. It takes a full 18 days to absorb the 18 golden stars. The power of Star Guardian will continue to increase with the improvement of the Soul Master's cultivation level. It is an extremely rare and powerful skill that is not affected by the quality of the soul ring itself, but its disadvantages are also very obvious. After using it once, it takes at least 18 days to cool down. It is precisely because of this that the Star Guardian's defense is exceptionally strong. With Princess Jiujiu's current Soul King level cultivation, the Star Guardian she casts can rival the full force defense of a Soul Emperor level defensive Soul Master at any point in her defense. For a moment, the 3 people outside the light shield were all in trouble. Both Tang Yu and Ling Luchen felt that they were a little restrained. They did not have the ability to break this powerful defensive spirit skill. As for Su Sanchi at present, he is tasked with protecting the back row. If he could awaken his bloodline and enter the Black Tortoise state, he might have a chance to activate an advanced version of the Zuanming replacement and break the deadlock. However, this state cannot be achieved easily. If the person trapped was Yang Nanan, he might have activated the Zuanwu bloodline in anger, but if it was just his bad friend Bei Bei, Su Sanchi could only gloat over his misfortune. He wasn't worried at all. It's not like I'm the only one who has a trump card. Dogs will also jump over walls when they are anxious. What's more, Bei Bei has the awakening of the Holy Dragon of Light as his trump card. Besides, Shrek's strong support is still there, so everything is under control. The 3 of them looked at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, don't be impatient. I'm thinking when engaging in a team battle, unless there is a huge gap in the overall strength of the 2 sides, In most cases it is the controlled type soul masters of both sides who control the direction of the situation. It can be said that the controlled type soul master is the brain of the team and the fulcrum of all tactics. This is why the ice and fire tactics are led by Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen. A person with the cultivation level of a soul saint can crush others in terms of hard power. One who can reach the ultimate ice with the help of Huo Yuhao and has extremely powerful control ability. However, the former was restrained by the soul guide, while the latter encountered its nemesis, the guardian of the stars in the Xingluo team. Although Su Jiujiu is an auxiliary spirit master, there is no doubt that she is the core of the team. Huo Yuhao can naturally also serve as the core of the team, but he is more accustomed to strong attacks. Solve problems with violence as long as you kill all the enemies. It will be the strongest control in the team battle. Just now, although Huo Yuhao did not blatantly play badly, he basically did not put in any effort on the other side. Su Jiujiu tried his best at this moment. As the fifth soul ring of 10,000 years flickered, the star chain was activated while enhancing teammates' attributes. This soul skill can also connect teammates together, allowing everyone to share the damage with the help of the 5th level soul guide 9 transformation soul instrument. Dai Yuhang was directly injured through the 9 transformation soul ceremony. Soul masters can inject their soul power into each other in a short period of time, concentrating it on one person and greatly enhancing his strength. Of course, this fused soul power must be released within a short period of time, otherwise it will damage one's meridians. Because Wang Han, who had the strongest combat power, had been eliminated by Mazaya Ateo first at this moment. The main force of the fusion is the defensive combat spirit Wang Shengai, who originally protected the princess closely, and his martial spirit is the giant winged eagle. With the help of the 9-turn soul transformation instrument and the assistance of Su Jiujiu, Sheng Yi's strength reached a level close to that of a soul saint in a short period of time. Dai Yuhang was also stubborn. Facing the attack from the hard metal wings, he chose to face the enemy head-on. After activating his amplifying soul skill, he attacked fiercely. Boom! Dai Yuhang felt as if he had hit an iron plate. He was thrown into the air and slammed heavily against the light wall of the Star Guardian. His internal organs were burning, and he screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. The opponent is just a soul king. How can he have such a strong soul power? Dai Yuhang was doubting his life. Just a moment. Dai Yuhang, who possesses the cultivation level of a soul emperor, is actually in danger. Although the audience could not see the actions of Huo Yuhao and the other 3 who were shrouded in ice fog, except for the Star Guardian, but at this moment, everyone was worried about Shrek. The Soul Saint is trapped and the Soul Emperor is about to be defeated. The remaining Huo Yuhao and Ling Luchen met their nemesis. Could it be that today, will Shrek's undefeated myth be broken? Huo Yuhao was thinking about how to complete Princess Jiujiu's mission. We must always give people room to perform. If there is no comparison, how can the general public know that Xingguan is powerful and Yuhao is invincible? If Huo Yuhao used all his strength, he could kill the opponent in one strike. How to restore the glory of the Star Crown martial spirit? The aroma of wine is also afraid of the deep alley. With hard work and perseverance, everyone will have a bright future. Besides, this is also for the purpose of imitating the opponent's soul skills. They are all necessary sacrifices. At the moment when Su Jiujiu used the Star Guardian, the copy soul master Huo Yuhao had already used the spiritual replication Bring It to You. After successfully copying it, Huo Yuhao immediately understood the limitations of Star Guardian. If he replaced the solidified green water field on the replica, Huo Yuhao would be able to use Star Guardian multiple times in the future. However, this replicated soul skill also requires Huo Yuhao to absorb star power at night. To charge it 50,000 years would only make the charging speed faster. You can change it, but it's not necessary compared to the Star Guardian, which could be temporarily copied by a tool person. The clear water field was more suitable for Huo Yuhao. Not only could the latter be integrated into his domain skills, but it was also out of print. After all, the green water golden lion that produced this soul skill has become Hanruoro's soul ring, and it is difficult to encounter another one. It is enough to store Star Guardian in the rubbing slot. Maybe we can catch the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy off guard later with the blessing of the soul. As Huo Yuhao's understanding of the essence of the spirit martial soul deepened, he became more flexible in using various soul skills. There is only one replica position, and only one soul skill can be permanently solidified. The underlying logic of mental replication cannot be changed, but the situation is different for the rubbing position. Although there is only one position for temporarily storing soul skills, it can only be rubbed 3 times a day at most. However, the duration of storing soul skills in the rubbing position was further improved by Huo Yuhao. In the beginning, it could only be stored for 1 day, but now, Huo Huo Yuhao can store it as long as he wants if you don't want to release it. You can also eliminate it directly with mental power, of course. The soul skills of the rubbing position are still one time. The only thing that surprised Huo Yuhao was that the Star Guardian, which had been copied for a long time, consumed nearly a quarter of Huo Yuhao's mental and soul power in one go. This is also one of the reasons why Huo Yuhao did not take action in time. As Xianun Bao Junlian's breathing restored its mana, Huo Yuhao quickly replenished its soul power. At this moment, the audience's vision was all blocked by the thick icy fog. Even Su Jiujiu, who was inside the Star Guardian, could only sense the positions of the four people outside through her star attraction technique. Her attention is now entirely on Dai Yuhang. In her opinion, this is the key to determining victory or defeat. Only by eliminating this Soul Emperor first will there be a chance of winning. As for the four people outside the barrier, they didn't feel worried at all for a long time. The extreme ice is no longer anything to be feared. As for Huo Yuhao's teleportation soul skill, it was also blocked by the Star Guardian. Huo Yuhao's 1,000-year teleportation soul skill is indeed powerful, but due to age constraints, he is unable to penetrate her Star Guardian, who can improve with her own cultivation. Even 1,000-year soul skills have their own levels, but Su Jiujiu had no idea. In fact, the age of Huo Yuhao's 4 spirit rings is 50,000 years each. Relying on the teleportation soul skill, he can go wherever he wants. He just prefers to crush them fairly. Just when the people of Xingluo were busy beating up Dai Yuhang, a terrifying chill came over me. The icy fog gradually dissipated, revealing Huo Yuhao inside. At this moment, the cold air that erupted from Huo Yuhao shocked even the Xiansha Douluo, who was acting as the referee. It's unbelievable. This can actually be released by a soul sect. In just a moment, a hint of icy blue spread out. The Star Guardian light shield seemed to be covered with a layer of diamond-like ice, sparkling brightly under the sunlight. Su Jiujiu's pupils suddenly shrank. The bone-chilling extreme coldness even penetrated the light shield and enveloped everyone's heart, causing them to shiver unconsciously. This level of ultimate ice. Could it be that the move he used with Ling Luchen last time was not Huo Yuhao's limit? She subconsciously looked at the Star Guardian. 3 of the 18 stars have dimmed. Fortunately, I can still hold on. There was a solemnity in Su Jiujiu's blue eyes, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. They must hurry up and completely deal with Dai Yuhan. Because Wang Heian was the first to be killed, their battle with the White Tiger Soul Emperor lasted too long. Think so. Click. Suddenly, a slight clicking sound rang in Su Jiujiu's ears. Her expression suddenly changed. The soul power she had been continuously injecting was forcibly interrupted. Looking in the direction of the voice, the Star Guardian light shield, which was comparable to the defense of a soul saint, actually had a crack. With a teeth-grinding cracking sound, the spider web-like cracks instantly expanded. Su Jiujiu only felt that his heart seemed to be hit by a huge force, and the magnificent star crown on his forehead also let out a broken wail. There were even signs of cracks on the diamond-shaped gem in the center of the star crown. Then, Star Guardian collapsed. Huo Yuhao's tall figure emerged. At this moment, he was leaning forward slightly, wearing ice armor, and his hands were already covered with dazzling ice crystals. Ice Emperor's pincer. Conventional soul skills are indeed restrained by Star Guardian. Huo Yuhao did not use the poisonous insect to assist him in bullying the weak, but it was pure punch. Can you handle the physical fitness of a soul saint? Star Guardian is really good. Huo Yuhao sighed. Su Jiujiu, who was breathing a little weakly, originally wanted to say something, but as Huo Yuhao flashed, this team battle entered garbage time because the ice fog disappeared. At this time, the Emperor's ministers went up to the top of the Imperial City and went down to the onlookers. Everyone stared at Huo Yuhao with eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss the most exciting moment of the game if they blinked. Really, if you don't sing, you will be a blockbuster. Huo Yuhao immediately revealed his second martial soul, the Ice Scorpion. Although there was only 1,000-year soul ring, as the soul ring lit up, Huo Yuhao threw a punch, and the seemingly unbreakable Star Guardian was shattered in an instant. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao was like a piece of cake and instantly won the game. He even had time to help Mazaya Ateo out of trouble. Seeing this scene, the audience was instantly excited. Shrek will win. Huo Yuhao is invincible. On the competition stage, he watched 4 teammates being eliminated by Huo Yuhao. Even the Lightning Falcon Soul King, who was trying to restrain Biba Yi, was bound by Tang Ya's blue-silver grass, and was soon beaten out by Biba Yi. I was in a bad mood for a long time. Huo Yuhao looked at Jiujiu with a smile on his face. Princess Jiujiu, are you still not going to admit defeat? Su Jiujiu also knew that with only him left, the Xingluo team was doomed to fail. He sighed and said, Huo Yuhao, you are indeed very strong. I admit defeat. Huo Yuhao also complimented, after witnessing the attribute isolation of the Star Guardian today, I realized that the star crown is indeed worthy of its glorious name back then. Thank you. After politely thanking him for a long time, he turned and walked off the stage. This game can't be said to be a comeback because of the appearance of millennia-old, the Soul Saint. The chance of defeating Shrek was slim. I can only say that it is worthy of being Shrek. It is worthy of being called the ultimate ice. Achievement triggered. Achieve the achievement of recast the glory of the star crown. And get the reward of 3 stars in Beyond Goo. 3 stars in the Sky Goo, a 3-turn goo worm that can greatly enhance the effect of the star goo, which is equivalent to a side or attack doubling goo. Comma, evaluation, meteor, answer the girl's wish. Comma, end of this chapter. Chapter 194, Evil Fire breaks out, the finals are approaching. The game didn't last long, but the intensity of this battle was definitely the most intense of all the team battles since the start of this tournament. First, Soul Saint millennia-old came on the field and instantly eliminated Wang Han, the former captain of Douluo Academy, when Sujiuji used the Soul Guide to suppress millennia-old and cast the powerful Star Guardian to divide the battlefield. The situation suddenly reversed and he completely controlled the rhythm of the game in the end. Huo Yuhao displayed his extraordinary power, smashed the light shield with his fist, and swept his opponent in an instant with his own powerful strength. The whole process can be described as intense, thrilling, and extremely exciting. Especially Dai Yuhang, who is always being suppressed, was still frightened until the end of the game. The audience burst into thunderous cheers. The other teams watching the game in the rest area all had solemn expressions. The strength of Shrek Academy far exceeded their expectations. Although millennia-old only appeared briefly in this game, she demonstrated the power of the Soul Sage to the fullest. If it weren't for the Soul Guide worth $1 million, millennia-old might have been enough to sweep the Douluo Academy alone. This is a Soul Saint under the age of 20, such a terrifying training speed, such a powerful martial spirit, so scary! Exclamation mark. And there's Huo Yuhao. Some knowledgeable spirit masters have already recognized his second spirit, Ice Jade Scorpion. Huo Yuhao is not only blessed with twin martial souls, but his second martial soul is also the most advanced ultimate ice. How can it be? At this time, Xiao Hongchen's eyes were red, and he was gritting his teeth. Even someone as proud as him had to admit that Huo Yuhao's talent was so good that it made him jealous. There was a glow of joy in Meng Hongchen's icy blue eyes. It's actually the ultimate ice, Ma. Rulong looked at millennia-old on the field as if he was facing a formidable enemy. How can we defeat the evil fire phoenix, which has the cultivation level of a soul saint and a top-level beast martial soul? As the captain of the selected team, Ma Rulong was naturally quite capable. Although his talent in soul guides was far inferior to Xiao Hongchen's, he was also a leader in the academy. Although he is only a soul emperor now, he can already make a level 7 soul guide. In addition, all of his 6 soul rings are soul skills that increase soul power, so Ma Rulong is currently able to activate a level 7 soul guide. If there were no restrictions on his cultivation level, he would even be qualified to be assessed as a 7th level soul mentor. But even so, if he were to face millennia-old, Ma Rulong felt that he had no chance of winning. Not to mention, there's Huo Yuhao on Shrek's side. Although Ma Rulong couldn't see how Huo Yuhao broke the Star Guardian this time, but just Huo Yuhao's performance in previous battles was enough to prove that the opponent definitely possessed the combat power of a Soul Emperor or even a Soul Sage. The first game of the semi-finals, a team battle, Shrek Academy defeated Douluo Academy. Xiansha. Douluo's lifeless and cold voice sounded, announcing the end of the morning competition. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Shrek group returned to the hotel. Teacher Wang, we won't be going to the match this afternoon because my evil fire seems to have flared up again due to my breakthrough to Soul Saint status. Amidst the complicated gazes of the crowd, millennia-old led Huo Yuhao away. Envy, jealousy, curiosity. The emotions of the crowd were mixed. So, after the explanation of Ling Luchen and Su Sanchi, the few people who were not aware of the situation finally learned about the intersection between millennia-old and Huo Yuhao. Due to the Phoenix evil fire and the ultimate ice, I never thought that Senior millennia-old had such a past. Xiao finally understood the exact cause, process and outcome of the incident. Before, I was the one who was caught and forced to do hard labor. It was miserable. The past was too painful to recall. Su Sanchi also sighed and continued, Senior millennia-old has already broken through to Soul Saint. I wonder how powerful she is now, because of the difference in soul power cultivation. The taste of evil fire is the most cruel torture even for him who has the blood of Xuanwu. Is Yuhao going to be okay? Xiao was a little worried. He is the ultimate ice. It's okay. Wang Dongzhi comforted. To be honest, she was a little envious of the other person because of this martial soul defect. Ma Xiaotao can legitimately stay with Huo Yuhao and practice together, although he and Huo Yuhao both possess the skill of fusing their martial souls, but the martial soul fusion technique cannot speed up the soul master's training speed. It seems to be of no use. Wang Dongzhi was a little puzzled. Wasn't it agreed that a man and a woman with the ability to fuse their martial souls could easily get together and form a pair? How come she doesn't feel anything? So far, it's still a clean slate, and it feels like there's no progress. Wang Dongzhi felt that the reason why there was no suitable opportunity was probably because the gap in strength between her and Huo Yuhao was too great. Even now that he had fused his left arm bone with a golden light, when he used martial soul fusion techniques, Wang Dongzhi's own soul power was often insufficient, resulting in the final fusion technique not being powerful enough. Well, it's just a lot of thunder but little rain. It looks powerful and feels very strong, but in reality, it was only comparable to a blow from a soul emperor. What's the difference between this and Huo Yuhao fighting alone? Now that things have come to this, let's practice first. Ling Luqian's face darkened. Evil fire. Is it really to suppress the evil fire? Are you suppressing your evil fire too often? Moreover, with a recent improvement in the relationship between Ling Luqian and Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luqian also offered to help Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire. As a result, he was rejected mercilessly by Ma Xiaotao. What else are you talking about? If it's not the ultimate ice, why are you joining in the fun? Damn old woman. This is also the reason why Ling Luqian is so eager for the deep blue glory skull. She just wanted to fight for her life. Boom. Taking Huo Yuhao with her, Ma Xiaotao rushed into her room almost like the wind, slammed the door shut and locked it tightly. At this moment, she was definitely showing signs of an evil fire about to break out. Ever since the Soul Master competition began, Ma Xiaotao had not suppressed Huo Yuhao's evil fire for a long time. She also broke through to the Soul Saint level without any hesitation, and even absorbed a 60,000-year-old red flame golden phoenix left arm bone. After the quality of the flame was further enhanced, the evil fire seemed to have obtained fuel and began to rebound. Ma Xiaotao's first reaction to this was ecstasy. Do you know how difficult it is to accumulate some evil fire now? In the beginning, every time Huo Yuhao helped her suppress the evil fire, he could indeed ensure that it would not recur for a month. However, as Huo Yuhao's soul power level increased, the time it took to suppress the evil fire became shorter and shorter. And the time the evil fire was suppressed became longer and longer. Now that Huo Yuhao has broken through to Soul Sect, he can even maintain the state of being a Soul Sect master for 3 months without the evil fire recurring. It seems like a good thing, but the evil fire being suppressed permanently, that kind of thing is not allowed. In order to give myself a legitimate reason to get close to Yuhao, oh no, in order to allow Yuhao to better temper his body and improve his strength, Ma Xiaotao naturally wanted to cultivate more Phoenix evil fire. When she was in Shrek before, Ma Xiaotao usually came to Huo Yuhao for suppression every 2 or 3 weeks. It was conceivable how hard she practiced. The fact that she had recently broken through to Soul Saint at a rocket-like speed was enough to prove how crazy Ma Xiaotao was in her cultivation. Of course, persisting and practicing is just one of Ma Xiaotao's attempts. There are thousands of paths, and there are many ways to cultivate evil fire. One of them is to maintain evil thoughts towards Huo Yuhao. However, although this method is very effective, it also has serious side effects and can easily cause Ma Xiaotao to have evil thoughts towards Huo Yuhao. Don't be fooled by her carefree appearance. She is actually very delicate when it comes to relationships. After all, this is her first time to fall in love. Therefore, in order to solve the sequelae brought about by daydreaming, Ma Xiaotao has already mastered the chantless water magic. Although she had her own little thoughts, this was indeed her help to Huo Yuhao as an occasional companion. Ma Xiaotao could see Huo Yuhao's efforts in cultivation and knew his thirst for power. Therefore, for the sake of Huo Yuhao's physical fitness, Ma Xiaotao did not mind enduring these hardships. Ahem, I said too much. In short, because of the Soul Master competition, Ma Xiaotao's perverted thoughts about Huo Yuhao naturally stopped temporarily, and the growth rate of the evil fire also slowed down. However, due to the influence of the breakthrough of Soul Saint and the left arm bone of red flame golden phoenix, Ma Xiaotao has indeed been feeling the evil fire in her body stirring recently. Following her previous practice, she was not in a hurry to ask Huo Yuhao for help in suppressing it. It's better to save more first, and then release them all at once after the competition is over. Until today, Ma Xiaotao, who wanted to end the battle quickly, was careless and fell into the trap of the soul guide device in order to escape. Although he did not use his martial soul's true body, he immediately stimulated the evil fire in his body, causing his phoenix flame to reach an extremely terrifying level. In this situation, it becomes difficult to continue suppressing it. Now Mazaya Ateo's fair skin was faintly pink, her dark red eyes looked even deeper, and her red hair was so bright that it seemed as if blood was dripping out. He held Huo Yuhao's cheeks with both hands. Although his movements were gentle, they clearly carried an irresistible force. Looking at the stunning face that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Huo Yuhao also took the initiative to cooperate. He said he was used to it. The proud and delicate body is surging and the red lips are as hot as flames. It's like a tempting poison that makes you unable to stop. After being rejected and left, Huo Yuhao skillfully used the extremely cold air to suppress the evil fire. The white mist rose up, making Mazaya Ateo's beautiful face hazy. The extreme coldness made her feel like a long-awaited rain after a drought. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. After that, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Sister Zaya Ateo, you must be more careful in the future. No matter what kind of opponent we face, we still have to be cautious. Zaya Ateo's arrogant mentality makes her very vulnerable to harm. Just like the decisive battle in the original novel when Sujiuji used the Absolute Defense Soul Guide to trap Mazaya Ateo, Huo Yuhao had the ability to rescue Mazaya Ateo, but he did not do so. It's good to be humble once in a while. There's nothing wrong with being proud, but you cannot be thoughtless and arrogant. It is better to suffer a small loss now than a big loss later. Mazaya Ateo nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, ever since I broke through to the Soul Saint level, I have become a little bit arrogant. Yes, Yuhao, you are right. After breaking through to Soul Saint, I did, that's it. The time comes in the afternoon. The other semi-final went smoothly. It's the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy versus the Douluo Academy. Except for Huo Yuhao and Mazaya Ateo, all the members of Shrek Academy were present to watch the battle. Although this game was not as exciting as those between Shrek Academy and Xingluo National Academy, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy also demonstrated its terrifying overall strength under the leadership of the regular Captain Maru Long. The team's skills were truly amazing. There was no spectacular collision of soul skills, only the dense array of soul guide rays that covered the entire field. Maru Long overwhelmed the entire field with just 2 7th level soul guides, and almost suppressed the entire Douluo Academy with his own strength, while the other 6 people used simple and crude soul guide turret tactics in the face of the terrifying firepower. The powerful configuration of 1 Soul Emperor and 6 Soul Kings from the Douluo Academy didn't even have time to exert their full strength before they were blasted out of the venue. Just as Wang Yan commented, this year's Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor team is definitely the strongest one in history. Its tactical reserves alone are extremely rich. From the first game to now, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy has never used the same tactics, especially in team battles. The tactics for each game are different. In addition to the hiding of the Hongchen siblings among the reserve team members, Huo Yuhao felt that even if the 2 regular players Gong Yangmo and Chen Zifeng were not injured and returned to the team smoothly, if Mazaya Ateo did not break through to the Soul Saint level, Shrek Academy would face great challenges without his help. The time comes at night. After finishing her self-reflection, Mazaya Ateo took the initiative to find Wang Yan and said that she would implement the tactics well next time. Although she has a hot temper, she is not the kind of person who is unreasonable and will not listen to any advice, especially since the person who brought up this matter was Huo Yuhao. Wang Yan naturally said that there was no problem. Tactics are just tactics. Although Mazaya Ateo was a little anxious, he still played according to the tactics, so there was no problem. There's nothing wrong with the way Zaya Ateo was beaten. If I really have to say what I did wrong, there isn't anything wrong. No one would have thought that Mazaya Ateo would be trapped by the Xingluo team's Absolute Defense Soul Guide without any intelligence. Finally, Wang Yan also asked Mazaya Ateo to be well prepared and take the lead in the individual elimination match against the Xingluo team tomorrow and perform well. Unfortunately, Mazaya Ateo did not play in the end. As dinner time approached, a piece of news came knowing that he was no match for Shrek Academy in the individual elimination round. Sujiuji directly gave up the next individual elimination round on behalf of Xingluo. As a result, Shrek Academy was the first to advance to the finals. They had 4 full days to rest and recuperate in the team battle. In the morning, only Dai Yuheng and Bei Bei were injured. 4 days are enough for them to recover to their best condition. Wang Yan led everyone to prepare for the finals and began to formulate tactics against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. There is no doubt that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy will advance to the finals. This is naturally the case in the individual elimination round. On the second day, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy defeated the Douluo Academy easily and decisively. With 2 victories, They advanced to the finals. Countless viewers are eager for the powerful collision between the mainland's #1 Soul Master Academy and the mainland's #1 Soul Master Academy. The final is approaching. It is very normal content. I don't know why it was just reviewed. End of this chapter. Chapter 195. Prelude to the final battle. Declaration of victory. Sun and Moon Royal Academy Conference Room. There is only one day left until the final, and this is also the last preparation meeting for the Sun and Moon team. Although they entered the finals again, after seeing Shrek's true trump card, everyone's face was filled with sorrow. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They were already very well prepared for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. In addition, Shrek was lacking in visible combat power due to some accident, so the stage was huge, just it's obviously double the happiness. Why did it turn out like this? They were thought to be the most promising class, and they might be able to end Shrek Academy's eternal glory and win the championship. However, they not only encountered Huo Yuhao, an unprecedented monster, but also millennia-old, who broke through in the battle and reached the Soul Saint level. Although Shrek had fewer regular players, the combat power of these two Soul Saints alone was enough to make everyone in Sun and Moon feel very powerless. Looking at Xiao Hongjin, whose expression was too serious to be concealed, Meng Hongjin couldn't help but be startled. "Xiao, are you okay? Why do you look so ugly?" "It's okay, Xiao." Hongjin shook his head and wanted to continue to be stubborn, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally explained in a low voice, "Well, when I think about facing Shrek tomorrow, I am more or less nervous." Hearing this, Meng Hongjin raised his eyebrows. She had not expected to hear such discouraging words from the always proud and face-conscious Lao Zhen, and it was hard for her to comfort him. "It's okay. Tomorrow is the final. If we lose, we lose. We're used to being the runner-up for years. Besides, our home court will be in the next session. Apart from Huo Yuhao, I think the performance of the Shrek reserve players is just so-so. Their spirit talents are even worse than ours. The outcome is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Xiao, don't forget that our biggest advantage is the Soul Guide." "Yes, Xiao." Hongjin clenched his fists, his eyes lit up slightly, and his fighting spirit was rekindled. 5 years from now, it will be our home court, and it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Xiao Hongjin cheered himself up in his heart. 30 years in heaven and 30 years in Hexy. Don't bully young people into poverty. Huo Yuhao, my old enemy, I admit that I may not be your opponent now, but in 5 years, I will definitely surpass you! Exclamation mark. Just when Xiao Hongjin was encouraged and cheered up by his sister Marulong, the team leader, also stood up and looked at the depressed team members. He shouted, "Cheer up, everyone! What's with that expression on your face? What's with that look in your eyes? Can you beat Shrek with this depressed attitude? Can you win the final championship? Remember this, we at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy are never afraid of losing. We have always been like this. We have lost, we have given up, but we have never been a coward. Losing is not scary, and a strong enemy is not scary either. But if you lose your spirit and fighting spirit, that is the scariest thing." At this point, Marulong patted his chest. "What's more, we may not lose. With the help of those soul guides, what can a Soul Saint level opponent do? Don't worry, I will take action in this final. After preparing for so long, we must let those primitive people of Shrek know how powerful our soul guides are. The captain is right. We'll win. Sun and Moon will win." At the same time, in the Shrek Academy conference room, in order to study his opponent in the finals, Wang Yan had obviously been working very hard late into the past few days. There was a half-meter-high pile of handwritten materials beside him, and he had dark circles under his eyes. After introducing the specific information of the opponents one by one, Wang Yan coughed and emphasized, "In the Sun and Moon team, apart from the 2 reserve players who have not yet played, the most noteworthy opponent is their captain, Marulong. Although he is currently only a 6th-level soul engineer, in the last match with Douluo, Marulong controlled 2 7th-level soul instruments with ease, demonstrating his powerful strength. Considering that they must have high-level soul guides produced by Mingde Hall, I even think that Marulong may not be much weaker than Dai Yuheng and millennia-old in a one-on-one battle." Everyone at Shrek fell silent, their hearts tightening indeed. When Suji Ujia used the 7th-level Absolute Defense Soul Guide, it almost changed the situation of the battle. And with the support of Mingde Hall, Marulong of the Sun and Moon team will undoubtedly take out something even more terrifying. Of course, Wang Yan had no intention of undermining the team's confidence, but rather of suppressing it first and then promoting it. He still has great confidence in his students. Next, Wang Yan analyzed Ma Rulong's shortcomings in detail in terms of background and foundation. Ma Rulong is definitely not as good as Ma Ziaotao and Dai Yuhang, the two powerful inner courtyard masters from Shrek. The soul skills that increase his soul power can only allow him to briefly burst out the soul power of a 7-ring soul saint, and cannot actually increase his total soul power. Although the power of the 7th level soul guide is strong, it also consumes a lot of soul power. For example, the 7th level absolute defense soul guide that Su Jiujiu had used before. This kind of disposable rechargeable soul guide that does not require much consumption of one's own soul power is very rare. And most of them are auxiliary soul guides. As long as the war is protracted, Ma Rulong will have no chance of winning. This is also a common problem among soul masters, and their ability to fight continuously is not strong. Moreover, the soul masters who can enter the inner courtyard of Shrek are 1 in a million. As long as they do not die in the middle of the journey, they can successfully reach the realm of tidal Douluo in the end. By comparison, the soul power of these people in the Sun Moon Empire is basically improved by taking various elixirs and other rare treasures. They do not focus on the cultivation of martial spirits, but rather place more emphasis on the talent of soul guides. In addition, the martial spirits of most of them are not that strong. It was common to end up like everyone else. Even if one managed to break through to the tidal Douluo level, there was basically no chance of making further progress. In short, our overall strength is stronger than that of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. We just need to be careful of the soul guidance device killer that has a high probability of existing. Afterwards, Wang Yan introduced the rules of the finals. The rules of the finals are similar to those of the semi-finals: team battle, individual battle, 2-2-3, best of 3. The only difference is that the 3 battles are played together in a row with almost no rest time in between. Therefore, the finals will test the depth of a team's configuration, which is our weakness as we are missing 2 starters according to the rules. The players sent out for team battles and individual battles can be changed. After the team battle, the individual battle list will be reported to the referee, and only the members on the individual battle list can participate in the next 2-2-3. My idea is to ensure victory in team battles, consume as much of the opponent as possible in individual battles, and finally fight 2-2-3. Regarding the finals, Wang Yan gave the following answer: team battle lineup: Ma Ziaotao, Huo Yuhao, Ling Luchen, Tang Ye, He Tao, Su Sanchi, and Wang Donger. Individual battle and 223 lineup: Ma Ziaotao, Huo Yuhao, Dai Yuhang, Ling Luchen, Zixi, Bibai, Su Sanchi. Wang Yan thinks this is the perfect lineup. It was similar to the previous fight against the Xingluo team, using the ice and fire tactics at the same time. Letting the food-type Soul Master He Tao play can reduce the soul power consumption of the 3 main players and provide long-range soul guide attack support. As for Wang Donger's appearance, it was naturally because of the martial soul fusion technique between her and Huo Yuhao, which was definitely a powerful weapon in team battles. It can be said that the team battle has been firmly won, and in the subsequent individual elimination rounds, Ma Ziaotao and Huo Yuhao prioritized recovering their soul power, while Dai Yuhang led the team to inflict heavy damage on the opponent in one-on-one combat. If the situation is favorable, then let Huo Yuhao and the other 2 come out at the end to directly defeat the Sun and Moon team 2-0, which would be the best. If it really doesn't work, then let the toolman Dai Yuhang do his best to consume the opponent. When it comes to the final 223 decisive battle, Ma Ziaotao and Huo Yuhao will each win 1 game and directly win the final game. Most people have no objection to this, only Dai Yuhang frowned slightly. He had an opinion as a regular player and a Soul Emperor. His halo was overshadowed by Huo Yuhao and Ma Ziaotao, and he was even inferior to his teammate Ling Luchen. Ling Luchen also has his highlight moments when he destroys an entire team alone, and Dai Yuhang himself, it's just a joke about a tiger being bullied by a dog when it's in trouble. In the last battle against the Xingluo team, Dai Yuhang was chased and beaten by 4 Soul Kings, which was a complete loss of face. This made the extremely proud eldest son of the Duke of White Tiger very uncomfortable these days. He seemed calm and composed on the surface, but in fact he was putting all his effort into preparing to avenge himself and wash away the shame in the finals, but got such an arrangement. Dai Yuhang wanted to question it, but after some thought, he found that Wang Yan's tactics really made a lot of sense compared to chaotic group battles. I am indeed better at one-on-one fights. Great. That works fine. He will lead the team to defeat all the members of the Sun and Moon team without having to do the 2-2-3 thing again. Yuhang issued a victory declaration. Luo City is the capital of the Luo Empire and the largest city in the empire. The city has been crowded for several days in a row from the moment the two semifinals ended. Long queues began to form outside Luo Square in order to witness the battle between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy with their own eyes. Some people have even lined up for 2 days and 2 nights in order to maintain order in the imperial capital. The Luo Empire urgently dispatched another 10,000 elite soldiers to enter the city to maintain order, and urgently allocated various resources from the surrounding major cities to supply the suddenly increasing number of foreign population for a time. The prosperity of Luo City had reached an unprecedented level, and the economic benefits brought to the Luo Empire by this huge flow of people were immeasurable. The day of the final was filled with dark clouds. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray gauze. Fine rain fell from the sky, bringing a slight chill to the entire Luo City. However, no matter how severe the cold is, it cannot extinguish the enthusiasm of people from all over the world, because the most exciting showdown will take place today. At this time, the two teams were on their way to Luo Square. Along the way, there were soldiers wearing heavy armor everywhere. Countless people who failed to buy tickets were stopped by the soldiers and gathered on both sides of the road, shouting the name of Shrek Academy in unison. Of course, there are also some fans of the Sun and Moon team among them. Due to their small numbers, their shouts were drowned out by the sound of Shrek's waves. Ling Luchen walked among the Shrek team, occasionally looking up at the sky, and a hint of joy could not help but appear on his pretty face. In weather where the air is humid and heavy rain may come at any time, it is undoubtedly great news for the ice element martial spirit. As for Ateo, who was being suppressed, Ling Luchen expressed indifference. Huo Yuhao was as calm as ever. As for the others, they were all more or less nervous, especially since most of them were participating in the Soul Master competition for the first time and entering the finals for the first time. They inevitably felt nervous and anxious. However, in comparison, the members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy were actually more nervous. Just yesterday, the head of Minghuo received news from Old Ma again. He waved his hand and directly sent a batch of powerful high-level soul guides to make up for the shortfall from the auction of soul beast embryos, greatly increasing the chances of winning the championship. What's more, Ma Rulong and his sister Hong Chen are the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Sun Moon Empire. Although the opponent Shrek Academy has powerful soul saints, it is incomplete in personnel and 2 regular players are absent. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The right time, right place and right people. They have already accounted for 2 of them. It can be said that compared to previous years, this is the closest time in the history of their academy to winning the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul Competition. As long as Ma Rulong can hold back Ateo and the Hong Chen brothers and sisters can successfully deal with Huo Yuhao, there is nothing to be afraid of from others. That's right, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy has no intention of avoiding war. Instead, he planned to show his sword directly and give it his all in the first team battle. As long as they can win the team battle that is most advantageous to them, they will basically be victorious. This coincides with Wang Yan's decision. He who wins the team battle wins the championship on the distant city wall. Emperor Su Jiaoyi of the Luo Empire, along with the Queen, Princess Su Jiujiu, and all the civil and military officials of the empire, arrived at the Luo Square and waited early to show their respect for the 2 final teams for this final. Hao, the White Tiger Duke who guarded the western border of the Luo Empire, also rushed back. With his iron-blooded temperament, he stood next to Su Jiaoyi when Yuhang entered the venue. He saw his respected father and instantly became eager to fight. Bearing the name of White Tiger, he could not lose. The 2 colleges walked into their respective rest areas. Different from Xiao Hongchen and Ma Rulong, who had tense expressions, Meng Hongchen looked quite relaxed. As his eyes fell on Huo Yuhao, there was a blush on her pretty face, and she would secretly glance at Huo Yuhao from the side from time to time. While looking at Huo Yuhao, she thought secretly in her heart, wow, she has a tall and slender figure, skin as smooth as jade, a perfect profile, and deep eyes. His eyes are so beautiful, blue, just like mine. He is only 12 years old, 2 years younger than me, so he is. Thinking of this, the heart of the 14-year-old girl who was just beginning to fall in love couldn't help but warm up a little. She didn't know why, but ever since she first saw Huo Yuhao when she registered that day, that fleeting glimpse of him had always lingered in her mind, and she had developed a pure and strong liking for him. Xiao Hongchen. Seeing the look on the girl's face, he closed his eyes in despair. What's the point of playing this game? Just admit defeat. Xiao Hongchen reminded him unhappily. Meng, we are rivals with Shrek. How are we going to fight you in this state? Don't worry, brother Lao, men. Hongjin wiped the corner of his mouth and said seriously, when we meet in this competition, I will show no mercy. End of this chapter. Chapter 196. Drawing the sword and looking around with confusion. In addition to the gaze from Meng Hongjin, Huo Yuhao also felt another pair of eyes staring at him. Looking in the direction he was looking, he saw Princess Su Jiujiu standing next to Su Jiaoyi. Since losing to Huo Yuhao, the princess has clearly shown great interest in Huo Yuhao. Originally, her brother Su Jiaoyi also participated in the previous battle with Shrek and provided help with soul guides. They actually wanted to tell Shrek through that group battle. Times have changed. Blindly pursuing a strong martial soul is outdated. Nowadays, the only correct way is to combine soul masters and soul guides. This approach was fully demonstrated in this soul master competition. Only a small group of diehards, led by Shrek, still adhere to the soul master tradition, believing that the ancestral methods cannot be changed. However, the team battle was lost. Su Jiaoyi's original goal was also achieved. In preparation for the subsequent finals, Shrek actually contacted the Starlight auction for the first time and purchased some invincible shields and bottle soul guides. Su Jiaoyi was very pleased about this. After a long time, there were still some complaints in the history of the Star Crown sect. It was the first time that the Star Guardian of the Star Crown martial spirit was instantly broken by brute force. The most important thing is that the opponent is just a soul sect. It was a shock that lasted for a whole year. Although Huo Yuhao is the ultimate ice, has twin martial spirits, and possesses at least 170,000-year-old ice jade scorpion left arm bone, it seems reasonable to have such strong physical fitness. Weird, this is not a soul master at all. It completely breaks the cognition that I have held for a long time. In short, she was curious if Huo Yuhao knew Su Jiujiu's question. He would only say, "It's nothing, it's just a matter of practice." With the assistance of several power-generating poisonous insects, Huo Yuhao now has a strong control over his body. He can mobilize all his strength to move his body at will and make full use of his strength. It can be said to be focused on one point and reach the pinnacle even without using the poisonous insect. Just relying on the Ice Soul body and the Ice Emperor's claws can defeat 10 opponents with one force and easily break the Guardian of the Star. If the Spirit Eyes martial soul is one of the top-level martial souls, then the Ice Soul body is the God-level martial soul among the original martial souls, far superior to the top-level original martial souls like Douluo. See, this is the power of the original body. You won't understand if you don't have the original body's martial soul. Of course, although Huo Yuhao has great talent, he also has the help of the poisonous insect, but his ability to get to where he is today and reach such a level is definitely inseparable from his hard training day and night, as well as his tireless task completion. Success is 1% talent and 99% hard work. As long as he possesses the most important talent, all the hard work will not be in vain and will eventually turn into solid accumulation for Huo Yuhao, especially with the help of Mazaya Ateo's Phoenix Evil Fire from time to time, under the tempering of ice and fire. His physical fitness progress was far ahead of his soul power training. Even Huo Yuhao himself felt the same. Mazaya Ateo and Ziho seem to be appearing a bit too frequently. Why does this evil fire become more intense the more it is suppressed? But this was a good thing for both of them, so Huo Yuhao didn't say anything. There was a middle-aged man standing next to Su Jiaoyi. Golden armor, regular facial features, and iconic double pupils. It was the Duke of White Tiger, Daihao. Now he is just a soul Douluo and cannot even withstand Huo Yuhao's soul explosion. However, every injustice has its owner and every debt has its owner. There is Huo Yuhao, a little butterfly flapping its wings. He would not deliberately pursue some of the plots in the original work. Huo Yuhao is not a devil, of course. He always remembered Huo Yun'er's revenge. The Duchess was dead, and even the sea god couldn't save her. As for Daihao, although Huo Yuhao felt that it was not a pity for such a scumbag to die, he also made contributions in resisting the sun and the moon, so he should live with regret. And sometimes for some people, death is fulfillment and liberation. Seeing that the final teams weren't already in place, Su Jiaoyi nodded to Daihao. Daihao shouted in a deep voice, "Silence! The competition is about to begin. Your Majesty, please speak." Su Jiaoyi smiled and said, "The last time I witnessed the finals of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition in Xingluo City was 20 years ago. At that time, both I and my brother Daihao were just young men. Time has passed, and today, 20 years later, I am the ruler of a country, and my brother Daihao has become the commander-in-chief of the empire. We will once again witness the showdown between the strongest young people on the continent. The winner of this final will receive 3 soul bones and 1 million gold soul coins as rewards. I have carefully selected 10 soul bones from my country's treasury, and the final champion will choose them. I originally wanted to ask Brother Douluo to preside over today's match, but unfortunately one of the main players on the Shrek Academy team is his eldest son, so in order to avoid suspicion, the referee of this match will still be Douluo. Okay, I won't say any more. Now please join me in watching this duel that will surely go down in history. As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo appeared in the center of the competition stage, the final of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul Competition. I am Wang Jingsu, and I am the referee for the final. Now I will announce the rules of the final. Both sides get ready. In 1 minute, the players participating in the team battle will enter the field. At the same time, a sloppy old man with a chicken leg in his left hand and a wine guard in his right hand appeared silently in the rest area of Shrek Academy. Master Zhuan, you are here, Wang Yan said in surprise. Zhuan Lao picked up the chicken leg and took a bite. After chewing it, he said, "You guys can do whatever you want. Just pretend that I don't exist. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to do anything behind your back." There is no doubt that Master Zhuan came here to support Shrek Academy at this point. He took a sip from the wine guard and continued, "As for soul guides, use them when necessary. I am not a pedantic person. The Academy will gradually promote the use of soul guides in the martial arts department in the future. There is no need to feel any psychological burden." Hearing this, Wang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if the Academy could realize the importance of soul guides. As the team leader, one of his tasks is to report the progress of this year's competition in a timely manner and summarize some information from other colleges. As for the extremely high usage rate of soul guides in the Soul Master competition, Wang Yan naturally also gave a detailed description and wrote about it in great detail. Now it seems that the college's top management may have already realized the importance of soul guides. There was no intention of concealing the appearance of Master Zhuan, whether it was the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire headed by Sujiao on the top of the imperial city, or the many powerful people hiding in the dark watching the battle. They all couldn't help but be shocked. Douluo, especially the leader of the Sun and Moon team, Mr. Ma. He was terrified at this moment. Shrek Academy is a key investigation target of the Sun and Moon Empire, but he clearly knows how strong Mr. Zhuan is. This old man Zhuan is over 200 years old, and his cultivation has reached level 98. He is the strongest person in Shrek Academy that they know of. During their investigation, however, everything about the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy was too secretive, and they only investigated so much. Even the information about Zhuan Lao's soul power level was obtained from other channels. Fortunately, he had already safely sent the 100,000-year soul beast embryo back to Mingde Hall, so nothing would happen to it. A minute flies by. Wang Yan stood up, his dark eyes swept over the Shrek people again, and said in a deep voice, "Everything is going according to plan. Shrek will win. Shrek, we must win." Wang Yan looked at Ma Xiaotao and Yu Heng and nodded to them. The two of them nodded, and understanding the key point of this game naturally lies with them, especially for Ma Xiaotao. It is better not to use your martial soul's true body unless it is absolutely necessary. Although once a martial soul's true body is used, soul skills below the 7th ring can be used unlimitedly for 30 minutes. The power will also be greatly increased, and there will also be a huge increase in attributes. However, after using up the martial soul's true body, the Soul Master will fall into a period of weakness, with his own attributes weakened by 50%, and it will take at least 7 days to recover. As for Huo Yuhao, he is the key to executing the plan. Although Su Sanchi's Zuanming position had been exposed long ago, the Sun and Moon faction was definitely prepared for this soul skill, but it doesn't matter. Huo Yuhao pointed out that as long as they had his assistance, no matter what preparations the other party made, it would be useless. Wang Yan naturally believed that if everything goes well, that would be great. If this plan fails, there will naturally be a backup plan. The battle between Soul Masters changes rapidly, and the actual on-the-spot performance still requires the Shrek people to adapt to the situation. Therefore, Huo Yuhao shouldered the heavy responsibility, and the overall commander of this team battle fell on his shoulders, and the deputy commander was the main controller Ling Lujin. The team members from both sides appear. Douluo calculated the time carefully and did not extend it by a second. As soon as the words fell, the 7 Shrek members stepped onto the competition stage. The opposing Sun Moon team was led by Captain Maru Long, followed closely by the Hong Chen brothers and sisters, and then followed by the 4 regular team members, Mika, Zio Zai Fen, Chen Fei and Lin Zai, all of whom were level 5 soul mentors. By the way, The unlucky guy who was burned to ashes by millennia-old in the original novel was this Lin Zai. However, this was not millennia-old's intentional killing. Instead, Lin Zai wanted to use 2 layers of protective shields to restrict millennia-old, which eventually led to the accumulation of evil fire and an explosion in temperature. Finally, the evil fire directly broke through the protective shield, and Lin Zai died blindly. Believing in soul guides is also not advisable at this time. The 2 sides confronted each other amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Millennia-old narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze was scorching, and the pressure of a soul saint level spread out. Every failure makes her wiser. This time she will not be as impulsive as she was in the last team battle. Ma Rulong took a deep breath, his eyes focused, and after withstanding the pressure from the soul saint, his gaze fell on Huo Yuhao, who was beside millennia-old. His mission this time was to hold back the soul saint millennia-old, but Ma Rulong felt that the biggest threat to the Shrek team was this kid whose cultivation level was only that of the soul sect, although he didn't feel any pressure from the other party in particular. After noticing Ma Rulong's attention, Huo Yuhao smiled at him to show his friendliness. This made Ma Rulong feel uneasy, fear of the unknown. Great horror. Even with the 8th level soul guide sword of judgment in his hand, Ma Rulong still had no confidence at this moment. What kind of hidden cards does this little soul sect have? Forget it, the Hongqian brothers and sisters can help. Huo Yuhao shouldn't be able to cause any big waves, right? Let's first think about how to hold back this Phoenix soul saint. Both sides retreat, and the match is about to begin. The match ends when one side has no one left to continue fighting. Both sides gradually retreated because it was his first appearance in this competition. Even the usually proud Xiao Hongqian seemed quite nervous. However, at this time he had already begun to show signs of excitement. This is a big competition player. The more nervous he is, the stronger his fighting power will be. As for Meng Hongqian, she had been staring at Huo Yuhao and had long been completely focused. Meng Hongqian had only one thought in her mind. This was the first battle between her and Huo Yuhao, so she had to try her best, as this was the best respect. Gradually, the players from both teams were approaching the edge of the playing field. The formation of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was very typical, with the team leader Ma Rulong in front and the others following in order, forming a triangular formation on the Shrek Academy side. The formation was fine, but the positions were very strange. Su Sanqi was in the lead, with Huo Yuhao and millennia-old standing behind him. Ling Luqian and Tang Yu stood behind the 3 of them, followed by Wang Dongzhi and He Keitao. The defensive soul master takes the lead. Isn't this un-Shrek at all? Although the audience was a little confused, but the people from the Sun and Moon team have already guessed Shrek's intention. Humph, do you want to use Su Sanqi's Zuanming exchange to exchange 1 for 1? It's quite a beautiful thought. In response to Su Sanqi, the 7 people of Sun and Moon were equipped with targeted soul guides to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Seeing that the other side was full of confidence, the 7 Shrek people didn't care. Believe Huo Yuhao will take action. At this moment, Shrek's team configuration is 3 strong attackers, 2 controllers, 1 defender, and a soul guide who can act as an auxiliary. Originally, in Wang Yan's deployment of troops, Wang Dongzhi's position is actually reserved for Jiang Nanan. After all, Su Sanqi solemnly guaranteed that as long as he could activate the Black Tortoise Awakening, it would definitely be a big shield that would be beneficial to the team. Moreover, adding an agility attack system to the team is actually quite reasonable, but in the end, Huo Yuhao rejected it. Isn't it just a gift for a spirit master of agility attack to go on the field? How can an assassin fight head-on? Times have changed. This is no longer the era where one can quickly get close to the back row and provide support. Facing a team of level 5 soul masters with each person having an invincible shield, the agile attack soul masters can be said to have no place to perform. The 7 Shrek members all held cigars in their mouths, looking very domineering, especially Su Sanqi, who ranked first. Crazy and arrogant. Its purpose is simply beyond words, an upright conspiracy. We also have to be on guard against the Sun and the Moon. Once the soul skill of Zuanming replacement comes into play, it is extremely powerful. Once Su Sanqi completes the replacement, no matter who he transfers away or who he replaces with from his own team, it will not be a good thing for the Sun and Moon team. The spirits of both parties are in a state of high concentration. The 2 teams faced each other from a distance. An asylum atmosphere spread from the competition stage. Xianxia Douluo Wang Jingsu shouted, "The game begins." The first battle to determine who will ultimately win the championship has begun. Both sides released their martial spirits, and the Sun and Moon team also released their soul guides at the same time. Shrek maintained its previous formation, with Su Sanqi leading the charge. The formation of the Sun and Moon team changed instantly and they lined up in a row, and the person standing in the front became Lin Zai. Lin Zai immediately released a shield soul guide, which spread out a light shield with a diameter of 2 meters to protect the other members of the Sun and Moon team. The skill of Xuanming replacement is not invincible until... Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly lit up with golden light, and a strong mental wave swept across, accompanied by a flash of black light from Su Sanchi. Unbelievable! Ma Rulong instantly appeared in Shrek's encirclement, drew his sword and looked around in confusion. Nobody. Are you cheating? End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, The Struggle of the Prisoner, The Change of Plan. In the eyes of the audience, the final result of this powerful battle will definitely be a big victory for Shrek Academy. In underground casinos, the odds for this final even reached a staggering 10-1, which was a one-sided situation. Obviously, few people are optimistic about the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and even among this small number of people there are some gamblers who want to turn their bicycles into motorcycles. The 3-foot-thick ice does not form overnight. There is no doubt that Shrek is powerful. It is a reputation earned by successive generations of students, and a fact that is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although there are only 5 starting players this time, but there is no surprise that this Shrek team is definitely the strongest one in history, especially after Mazaya Ateo appeared, showing his Soul Saint cultivation. This call has reached its peak. The 20-year-old Soul Saint is truly a child of destiny. You know, the last time a Soul Saint appeared in the Soul Master competition was several hundred years ago. As for the Soul Master whose strength is comparable to that of a high-level Soul Emperor, it is unheard of in history. It seems that the Sea God back then was far inferior to him. So what if there are 5 people? Huo Yuhao and Mazaya Ateo alone are enough to support the entire team. However, the configuration of this class of Sun and Moon Royal Academy is also extremely powerful. The audience is looking forward to the final and the battle feast between Soul Guides and Soul Skills. However, no one expected that the situation would be so one-sided. In their opinion, when the core leader of the Sun and Moon side was defeated by Su Sanchi through the exchange tactic, there was no chance of winning. It can be said that the Sun and Moon team is on the verge of despair. It is him again. It was indeed Huo Yuhao. Marulong was also in deep pain at this moment. He is so stupid, really. Although they knew that Huo Yuhao had twin spirits, their attention was all drawn to the terrifying killing power of the second spirit, Ultimate Ice. He was totally unprepared for this subtle and unpredictable spirit, but who could have predicted this kind of cooperation in advance? Besides, they had clearly equipped themselves with a trigger-type mental defense soul guide in order to guard against Xuanming replacement. Even if the level was not high, it was completely sufficient to deal with Su Sanchi for now. Why can I be replaced? Huo Yuhao? Yes, it is me. Under the deliberately induced strong mental fluctuations, while attracting the attention of the Sun and Moon parties, the triggered mental defense soul guide was also suppressed silently, and if anyone pays close attention they will notice the black line of Xuanming displacement released by Su Sanchi earlier, when it was about to be blocked by Lin Zai's soul guide shield, unexpectedly turned a corner and hit Marulong accurately. This change happened so quickly that no one expected that Su Sanchi's Xuanming replacement could be used in this way. Of course, if it were only relying on Su Sanchi's Xuanming replacement, it would not be possible to control it so precisely. However, with the guidance of Huo Yuhao, the master of spiritual power, everything became simple. After the replacement was successful, Huo Yuhao's black fourth soul ring flickered, and an engraving that was faintly shining with starlight slowly disappeared. The phantom of the star-crowned martial spirit appeared, and with Huo Yuhao as the center, a dazzling starlight storm burst out, and a layer of light shield enveloped the Shrek 6 and Marulong Star Guardian. The battlefield was divided in an instant. At the same time, the moment Su Sanchi was replaced, he raised his hand to indicate defeat. My mission is accomplished. Xianxia Douluo pulled Su Sanchi out of the competition stage. Xiao Hongchen looked at the Guardian of the Stars and his eyes turned black. What should we do? Old horse, old horse. Ah. As the top student of Minghall and the captain of this year's Sun and Moon team, Marulong made a prompt decision when he was in a desperate situation. Wall of Fortitude, save me. Before talking about this 6th level defensive soul guide, we need to talk about the Invincible Shield first. An Invincible Shield, also known as the Little Wall of Toughness, because the Invincible Shield can only be used once. It is very expensive. What is currently circulating on the market are generally level 6 Invincible Shields, which only require a certain amount of soul power. The special crystal inside will provide enough energy to support the shield for 3 seconds, reaching the defense power of an 8-ring defensive Soul Master in a short period of time. As for the Wall of Tenacity, although its defense is slightly lower than that of the invincible shield, it is just right to defend against attacks from Soul Sages and below. Moreover, it is not a disposable soul guide. It can be used multiple times. Most importantly, it is trigger activated. Even if Ma Rulong is attacked without any reaction, the Wall of Toughness will protect him on its own. This is much better than the invincibility shield, of course. The disadvantage of this kind of soul guide is that it needs to rely on the Soul Master's own soul power to trigger it or continuously provide soul power to use it. The soul power consumption is huge. Now, Ma Rulong has entered the stage of trusting his teammates. I just hope that the Wall of Toughness can buy them some time. Xiao Hongqian did not disappoint Lao Ma's expectations. After a moment of stunned silence, he took over the command directly, continued to execute the tactics and blast it. In an instant, the soul guide that had been ready for a long time was instantly activated. Light balls, and shells instantly rose into the air, like a peacock spreading its tail, covering the sky and the earth, rushing towards the Guardian of the Stars at an astonishing speed with a piercing whistle. Don't underestimate the drug-addicted Soul King. Even though some of them have superficial cultivation and weak foundation, their soul power levels are real. As soul engineers, they use Soul King level soul power to activate soul guides. Their attack frequency is extremely terrifying, and their power even exceeds the soul skills released by traditional Soul Kings in the previous team battle against the Dao Academy. The Sun and Moon team used this all-round burst of soul guides to carry out long-range fire suppression and easily won the victory. This time when facing Shrek Academy, they had planned to suppress it from a distance first to prevent the opponent from getting close easily. The rescue team leader's actions at this moment can be considered a blessing in disguise. More is beautiful, bigger is better. Xiao Hongqian is a loyal believer of the multi-turret holy religion. His martial soul is the 3-legged golden toad. He can control metal and is extremely adaptable to soul guide tactics. As he waved his hands, at least hundreds of metal balls were thrown out. The next moment, the 3-legged Xiao Hongqian squatted slightly, and the first and third soul rings lit up one after another. Control of gold, condensation of gold. With the metal balls suspended in the air as the core, thick metal gun barrels emerged, transforming into 128 gun barrels with different appearances. The second and fourth soul rings light up the boiling of gold, the sacrifice of gold. These 128 soul guide cannons, all made up of 5th-level soul guide devices, lit up with golden flames, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The terrifying aura made the surrounding audience shudder with fear. With a clanging sound, a storm of exploding metal roared out. The target is directly aimed at Star Guardian. At the same time, Ma Rulong has already faced Shrek's group fight head-on. Except for Huo Yuhao, everyone, led by Ma Xiaotao, cooperated with Ling Luchen, forming a sandwich situation with the two worlds of ice and fire. However, in a flash, Ma Rulong's soul power was drained by the tough wall by 30%. More importantly, the Halo shield was visibly cracking. The tough wall that claims to be the triggered advanced version of the invincible shield is surprisingly powerless. At this moment, Ma Rulong decisively activated the invincible shield. It's not that he doesn't want to attack. It's just that he has no time to attack at this moment. There is no time to activate soul guides other than defensive soul guides. This group of old coins were already prepared. Ma Rulong, who was suddenly replaced, had no time to react and was automatically protected by the Wall of Toughness. As the Wall of Toughness is destroyed, the invincible shield is seamlessly connected. 3 seconds left. Under the protection of the invincible shield, Ma Rulong, who was finally able to catch his breath, activated his soul power amplification and soul power explosion soul rings. Without hesitation, he had a huge helmet on his head, and a strong black light was shining on his head. The big-headed spirit ape is an auxiliary beast martial soul that can enhance Ma Rulong's own mental power, which is of great help to his control and use of soul guides. This is also one of the important reasons why he is able to use and manufacture 7th-level soul guides beyond his level. Carrying the golden 7th-level soul guide cannon barrel on his shoulder, Ma Rulong's mood did not seem to be affected by being deep in the enemy's camp. His hands were steady, and he stared intently at the biggest threat, Ma Xiaotao, ready to give it a try. As for the 8th-level soul guide, the Sword of Judgment, let's leave it to the individual battle later. Facing siege from all sides, it is simply nonsense to draw the sword at this moment. Don't want to die? If you rashly use the Sword of Judgment, you will expose your cards for no reason and will only accelerate your exit. Although his golden 7th-level soul guide can only attack one target, its destructive power is extremely strong, so it will be no problem for him to drag someone into the water before leaving feeling that the game was over. Ma Rulong began his final struggle. Boom. Boom boom. A violent roar exploded on the star power shield, and the aftermath of the violent soul power impact dissipated. The terrifying power forced the 108 soul masters who were maintaining the soul guide shield of the competition stage to increase their soul power input. The dense soul guide firepower coverage that could make soul saints shudder was blocked head-on by the star power shield. It is as solid as a rock, except for the star power that covers it, which makes the stars gradually dim. The remaining dozen or so stars are still shining brightly because of the age of the soul ring. The star guardian used by Huo Yuhao is more solid than the one used by Sujiujiu unless Contra takes action otherwise. It would be impossible to break through this impregnable defense in a short period of time. This has led to the current situation. This is the Shrek version of Battlefield Division compared with the defensive counterattack tactics of the Star Luo Empire. It is more proactive and more complete. With a Zuanming replacement, Shrek can attack or defend. And his tactical play is incredibly flexible. It can be said that Shrek has grasped the only shortcoming of the Sun and Moon team at present. Shrek's tactics were like a sharp blade, accurately piercing the weak spot of the Sun and Moon team, that is the soul power level. The soul power level affects the quality and total amount of soul power. Generally speaking, if you want to unleash stronger combat power, you must consume more soul power on the Sun Moon team side. Only Ma Rulong reached the Soul Emperor level. The configuration of 1 Soul Emperor and 6 Soul Kings may seem luxurious, but it is totally inadequate in front of Shrek's 2 Soul Saints. However, don't think that it is easy for Huo Yuhao to use the Soul Saint level combat skills. That's because the Ultimate Ice already has a solid foundation of soul power. With the help of the Wine Worm in refining his soul power, it can be said that Huo Yuhao's current soul power quality is not inferior to that of an ordinary soul saint. Even though his total soul power was slightly inferior, Huo Yuhao had no pressure at all. With the help of the 4th level Xianyuan Bao Junlian, which could move back to the Blue Spring Water, tactics are actually a kind of intelligence warfare. Huo Yuhao, who had the advantage of foresight, controlled the general direction of the tactics, so success was inevitable. As the saying goes, when you are poor, you should use tactics to infiltrate. And when you are rich, you should use firepower to crush. In fact, with the Soul Saint Maziateo around, if Huo Yuhao revealed some more of his strength, he could indeed turn the tables on Xiangang and directly suppress the Soul Guide's firepower from a distance. But there is no need to do that. There is no benefit. Besides, the Star Guardians have all been copied. It would always feel a pity if I didn't do this. I just want to see this expression on your face, this expression of resentment and helplessness. This is impossible. The members of the Sun and Moon team looked at the unharmed Star Guardian with dull and distorted expressions. Xiao Hongjin, in particular, was defeated on the spot. He couldn't believe that the attack he was so proud of was blocked so easily. In the end, it was Meng Hongjin who stopped them from continuing to attack. Stop attacking, don't waste your soul power anymore. A word to awaken the dreamer. The other 5 people came to their senses one after another. Yes, Shrek Academy is clearly consuming their soul power. After hesitating for a while, they all gave up. The rescue Captain Leoma, have a pleasant journey. The 6 members of the Sun and Moon team naturally did not think of giving up. Instead, they took the steamed buns from Xiao Xiafen, the food-type soul master, and quickly recovered their own soul power. Especially Xiao Hongjin, his full strength output just now consumed nearly 50% of his soul power in an instant. At the same time, they were also preparing the soul guides that would be released next. The moment when the invincibility shield ends, Ma Rulong's soul power suddenly exploded, and a thin blood-red beam of light shot out, aiming directly at Maziateo in the air. The ultra-high temperature soul guide ray is as high as level 7. And its temperature is even higher than the phoenix flame of Maziateo. When she was a soul emperor, even someone as strong as a soul saint could be killed instantly if he was caught off guard and hit in the vitals. With Huo Yuhao's advanced prediction and warning, Maziateo did not intend to confront him head-on, but instead mobilized her soul power and ignited her 5th soul ring. The phoenix flames around her body rose rapidly, and Maziateo's figure disappeared into it, turning into flames. With a whoosh, the beam of light penetrated the flame, and wherever the red light passed, the air emitted a burnt smell. Under Huo Yuhao's precise control, a small hole was opened in the Star Guardian, and the ultra-high temperature soul guide ray passed through it directly, eventually shooting through the soul power shield outside the competition arena and flew far away, causing countless people to exclaim at the same time. Crimson flames shot up into the sky and transformed into an exquisite and gorgeous fire phoenix, which pounced on Ma Rulong, who had been controlled by Ling Luchen and Tang Ya. Phoenix penetrates the clouds and strikes. Before Ma Rulong even had the time to admit defeat, He was attacked by ice and fire and fainted on the spot. This is also the price of greed if he admitted defeat in advance within the invincible shield. Huo Yuhao, who had great martial virtue, might consider letting him go in this way. Ma Rulong might be able to preserve his strength and continue fighting in the individual competition, but if you want a one-for-one exchange, that's not possible. It's enough to have Su Sanchi accompany you when you go down. Do you still want to drag someone else down with you? Dream it. Huo Yuhao even secretly added a soul shock to ensure that the opponent would not wake up in a short time. Plans have changed. Prepare to win. Huo Yuhao intends to accomplish his goal in one fell swoop. One team battle is enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 198, Soul Fusion Skill, Love in the World. Sun and Moon Team, Captain Ma Rulong, was eliminated. Seeing that the plan was going so smoothly, Ma Xiaotao sent a message to Huo Yuhao through her spirit power. Yuhao, withdraw the Star Guardian. Just leave it to me, Ho. Yuhao nodded and said in a deep voice, everyone, get ready. It's time for the final battle. He naturally understood what Ma Xiaotao meant, and their ideas coincided with each other. He had considered this situation long before the game started. If the Sun and Moon side makes a desperate attempt, Shrek will naturally have to make a final effort as well. Seeing that his teammates were all ready, Huo Yuhao thought about it and dispelled the Star Guardian in an instant. Seeing that the Star Guardian was withdrawn, Xiansha Daluo Wang Jingsu, who was monitoring the game, immediately took action and rescued Ma Rulong off the stage. Wang Jingsu looked at Huo Yuhao with fear at the moment when the invincible shield ended. He had already judged that Ma Rulong could not withstand the subsequent attacks from Shrek, and he wanted to transfer him out in time, but Wang Jingsu was shocked to find that although he was a titled Douluo of the control system, he was unable to influence anything within the Guardian of the Stars. The Star Guardian used by Huo Yuhao not only isolated the attributes, but also suppressed the space. Here it can be said to be extremely domineering. It is even more than twice as powerful as the one used by Princess Jiujiu in the semifinals. It is unbelievable that pirated products are better than genuine ones. The only way to rescue Ma Rulong is to use brute force to break the Star Guardian and interfere with the game, but with Master Zhuan in charge, Wang Jingsu wouldn't dare to do that. Although this is the final, if someone dies, it will have a bad impact, but as long as nothing happens to Shrek's people, it's fine. Fortunately, people like Shrek also know their limits. Although the final attack was a bit heavy, his life was saved. As for Huo Yuhao's finishing blow, he naturally noticed it. He remained silent about it. Well, a very steady boy. As early as the beginning, when Huo Yuhao released the fluctuations of his mental power, Wang Jingsu sensed the opponent's vast mental power strength and his meticulous mental power control ability, especially the latter. Such exquisite control of mental power is probably something that many soul Daluos cannot do, but it was actually seen in a soul sect. I can only say that it is worthy of being the original martial soul. It's worthy of being Shrek. No wonder Tod Douluo came here to take charge. It was probably for his precious child Huo Yuhao. At this moment, there is no longer any barrier between the two teams. The Sun and Moon parties took the lead in launching the attack. They had already distanced themselves and were ready to strike. They believed that Shrek would not continue to waste time like this due to Su Sanchi's elimination. Shrek no longer has the mobility of Zuanming replacement, and will remove the turtle shell sooner or later. This is their consensus. We must win this team battle. Because Ma Rulong, who had the strongest individual combat ability, was eliminated, and he was seriously injured, it seemed that he would miss the next individual battle. The Sun and Moon team has no way out at this moment. Xiao Hongzhen's Soul Guide combat method was activated again. The rest of them also took out their best high-level Soul Guides and activated them. Meng Hongzhen did not release the Soul Guide to carry out long-range attacks at this moment. He had long snow-white hair, and his originally clear ice blue eyes turned blood red in an instant. An indescribable chill came over me in an instant. Meng Hongzhen leaned forward and raised her palms. It can be seen that her face, palms, and all the exposed skin turned snow white at this moment. It is as white as jade and crystal clear, just like the most exquisite jade in the world. In the palms of her hands, there was a faint flickering of light blue, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. 5 soul rings circled her delicate body and moved rhythmically at the same time. Behind her, a light and shadow slowly emerged. It was a toad as white as jade, with blood-red eyes just like hers at this moment. However, the martial spirit beast transformation that appeared on Xiao Hongzhen did not appear on Meng Hongzhen. As the first soul ring flickered, Meng Hongzhen pushed out his palms, and a stream of air with a white tint and a diameter of 1 foot went straight towards Shrek. At this moment, the cold wind was mixed with dense raindrops. These raindrops, blowing from top to bottom, naturally merged into the airflow, and then made the airflow appear like a vortex. Ice toad poison. This is a cold poison composed of alternating ice and fire. Meng Hongqian believes that even if Huo Yuhao is the ultimate ice, he will have no way to deal with it if he is poisoned at this time. Meng Hongqian didn't look like a soul master at all, but more like a soul master. But apart from Huo Yuhao, no one on the Shrek side could tell what a martial spirit was. Even the knowledgeable old Zhuan and Wang Yan, who had been devoted to the study of martial spirits for decades, could not recognize the origin of the white jade toad at the first time. There is no time to think about these first. You need to face the firepower coverage of the sun and the moon. Shrek was also well prepared. Huo Yuhao took action, relying on the clear water field and the ultimate ice to intercept these fire bombardments. The next moment, deafening roars came one after another, causing the protective shield of the competition stage to tremble continuously in the gloomy weather. The entire competition arena was as bright as day. Wang Danger would kill some of the fish that had escaped the net to prevent them from disturbing her teammates. He Tao directly retaliated with his super energy soul god cannon. He had already started preparing for this attack before the Star Guardian was lifted. The 5 soul rings behind Ling Luchen flashed alternately and exploded in just 3 breaths. With the help of the ice ring, a large area of ice fog spread out. The temperature on the entire competition stage dropped to below -50 degrees Celsius almost instantly. The extremely cold ice fog was raging and spreading rapidly inside the protective shield of the competition stage at an alarming speed. Tang Yu held a bottle soul guide in her mouth while controlling the blue-silver grass to wrap around her teammates and replenish their soul power in time. At the same time, clang! Amid the loud sound of the phoenix, a dark red phoenix flame suddenly ignited on Ma Xiaoteo's body, and her momentum was surging as the 7th soul ring shone brightly. Ma Xiaoteo turned into a dazzling fire phoenix and soared into the sky. The true form of the phoenix. As the fire phoenix flapped its wings, the phoenix flames rolled up and down, causing the surrounding air to distort. The terrifying flames caused the temperature in the entire competition arena to rise sharply. Coincidentally, the left arm bone of the red flame golden phoenix that Ma Xiaoteo absorbed after breaking through to the soul saint level is a soul skill that amplifies the fire attribute with a blessing of the phoenix rising from the ashes. Phoenix wings flying in the sky, scarlet golden fire and the martial soul's true body. The phoenix evil fire at this moment is already very close to the ultimate fire. However, correspondingly, the backlash of the evil fire is also rising again. If this defect cannot be completely resolved, the evil fire will probably become more rampant in the future. At the same time, Ma Xiaoteo instantly compressed her soul skills and released the 2 soul skills Phoenix Piercing Cloud Strike and Phoenix Meteor Shower. The compression of multiple soul skills is the inner courtyard's secret method of Shrek Academy. Moreover, it is only suitable for soul masters like Ma Xiaoteo, who mainly attack opponents in the form of energy. Even Dai Yuheng can't do it. Huo Yuhao had naturally learned how to compress multiple soul skills, and had even carved out his own path in it, similar to the Ice Soul Blade domain. After all, there was no need to compress and use his several soul skills together. The strong soul power fluctuations spread, and the flame soul power turned into huge fire meteors, almost covering half of the sky above the competition arena. The next moment, huge fire meteors continued to fall towards the 6 members of the Sun and Moon team. The blazing dark red flames instantly suppressed the torrent of soul guide shells. The intense heat swept across the competition arena. The air was burned out, turning it into hell of fire. Ma Xiaoteo perfectly illustrates the powerful suppressive power of the Soul Saint. As soon as the spirit's true form was activated, it began to kill indiscriminately. The best defense is offense. At the same time, Huo Yuhao once again handed Ling Luchen the ultimate ice, asking it to cool down the Shrek venue and intercept the aftermath of Ma Xiaoteo's high temperature for Soul Saint powerhouses. The competition stage is still too small. If Ma Xiaoteo gives it her all, she can even cover the entire field with fire attacks. Nearly 100 fireballs continuously bombarded the ground on the Sun and Moon side. A dark red halo emerged and the vision became blurred again. When the audience looked at the competition stage, they could only see a red flame and nothing else. The 108 soul masters who maintained the protective shield of the competition arena tried their best to input soul power, vowing to keep the terrifying high temperature inside. We can't let the horrific flames burst out and cause casualties. Only powerful soul masters can see through the flames and see the battle situation on the stage. Su Jiaoyi on the top of the imperial city couldn't help but smile. It seems that Yuheng has no chance to appear. Dai Hao, the Duke of White Tiger, who was standing beside Su Jiaoyi, said, "It's a matter of time and fate." The match was very exciting. Both Ma Xiaoteo and Huo Yuhao are top talents. They are the protagonists of this final. At this moment, Su Jiujiu also widened his eyes, looking at this terrifying fire phoenix, feeling a little bit scared. Fortunately, when we fought against Shrek, Mazaya did not use her martial soul's true body. If she really used it, the disposable absolute defense soul guide shield might not be able to trap her at all. At that time, the few people of their star guardian would be surrounded by Mazaya alone. Sujiujiu sighed in his heart. In other words, his tactics had completely failed. Even if Huo Yuhao had not appeared, they would still not be able to defeat Shrek, who had a soul sage powerhouse. While countless spectators were excited and nervous, the two leaders of the Sun and Moon team were breathing rapidly and their hands were shaking uncontrollably at this time. Marulong had completely lost his ability to fight. The game is now one-sided. There is a high probability that they will once again be eliminated as runner-up in the Soul Master competition. What's the use of having so many advanced soul guides? He didn't even have the chance to use it, and was still easily defeated by the Phoenix Soul Saint Marulong, the only Soul Emperor and the core of all tactics, was precisely controlled by Shrek and had no power to resist at this moment. The golden light from the Sun and Moon team was shining brightly. Everyone activated the life-saving invincible shield at the same time. However, 3 seconds was still too short. Although Mazaya cannot break the contra-level defense instantly, her attacks are very persistent. The continuous bombardment and burning of the fireballs made every member of the Sun and Moon team extremely frightened, even through a layer of invincible shield, of course. They also tried to launch soul guides to attack back. However, facing this huge fire phoenix, their counterattack was so weak a hint of fear arose in everyone's heart. Can't beat it at all. Even someone as proud as Xiao Hongqian had to admit it at this moment. This Phoenix Soul Saint is indeed very powerful. And I am no match for him now, sister. Xiao Hongqian shouted in a deep voice. Although the situation seems to be settled, there is still a chance. Meng Hongqian nodded. Come on, as a younger sister, I naturally know what my brother Lao means in front of Mazaya Soul Saint strength. Whether it was his own Zuquing Ice Toad Toxin or Xiao Hongqian's metal control, they were all just base decorations. Although his Ice Toad venom can still spread slowly in the air in a gaseous state after being evaporated by the flame. However, there is no time for the toxins to accumulate and take effect now. Only the martial soul fusion technique with Lao Je can reverse the situation. Although, it is unwise to blindly expose this trump card, but money can't buy my happiness. What's more, this is their last struggle. Xiao Hongqian smiled proudly. Let them see our strongest attack. As he spoke, Xiao Hongqian activated the wall of toughness to expand outward, instantly covering himself and his sister, and opened his arms. Meng Hongqian also turned around and threw himself into Xiao Hongqian's arms. Suddenly, a beam of light mixed with golden ice blue shot up into the sky, instantly dispersing the aftermath of the Phoenix Flame martial soul fusion skills. Mazaya was surprised her fireballs were still bombarding, and she thought that once the invincibility shield ended, the team battle would be over smoothly. But she never expected that the opponent would do such a thing. Emperor Su Jiaoyi and all the civil and military officials on the top of the imperial city also had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Martial soul fusion skills are quite rare. Moreover, the owners of martial soul fusion skills have always appeared in Douluo Three Kingdoms. This is the first time in thousands of years that the Sun Moon Empire has heard of the emergence of martial soul fusion skills. This is almost completely unimaginable in the world of soul masters. It can even be said that the martial soul fusion technique of Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian is the first in the history of the Sun and Moon Empire. The person who was most depressed at this moment was Xiansha Douluo, who was the referee. Why not just admit defeat? Why keep struggling? At this time, he certainly couldn't stop the other party from using his soul skills. But to what extent would the power of the two Soul Kings' soul fusion skills be? What if someone accidentally dies? In the blink of an eye, a column of light mixed with golden ice blue turned into an enormous three-legged toad in the air. It exuded a red-gold metallic luster, and its eyes were a deep black. Xiao Hongqian's voice resounded throughout the venue. Even at this time, he still did not forget that he had to play the role of a hero who turned the tide. Take it, Shrek. Let me show you our brother and sister's martial soul fusion technique, love in the world of mortals. As soon as he finished speaking, the red gold toad opened its mouth, and a red gold vortex spun violently and spewed out. In an instant the swirling red gold light turned into a torrent and poured down, heading straight for the 5 Shrek members below. He did not attack Mazaya blindly. Instead, they attacked Huo Yuhao and his companions by attacking Wei to save Zhao. The red gold light was full of the clanging of metal and the coldness of ice. What was even more terrifying was that when it appeared, the air was violently distorted due to the heat. The entire competition stage, in the red gold glow of this worldly love, seemed to have turned into a sea of magma under the bombardment of Mazaya-Ateo's fire meteors. End of this chapter. Chapter 199. We are the champions. The Sun and Moon team is not only capable of long-range firebombing turret tactics naturally, they have also made plans for close combat, especially the subsequent one-on-one session. The Soul Guide Armor is their hidden trump card. The Soul Guide Armor covering the whole body can greatly increase the user's offensive and defensive capabilities, and can even make up for the gap in cultivation, especially Meng Hongjin's 6th level Soul Guide full body armor, which comes with weapons and flying soul guides, and can also be worn by her, a 5th level Soul Guide combined with Zhu Qingai's Toad's all-pervasive poison. Shrek will definitely suffer a great loss in the subsequent individual battles. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Mazaya-Ateo's breakthrough directly broke the balance between the two teams among those of the same age and level. Shrek Academy is already the strongest in one-on-one combat. What's more, it is the evil Fire Phoenix at the Soul Saint level. The Sun and Moon side had to admit it. Even Ma Rulong, the Soul Emperor with the highest level of cultivation in the team, would not have even a 20% chance of winning against Mazaya-Ateo in a one-on-one situation, even if he used his Soul Guide at full strength. Of course, they also have prepared Soul Guides similar to the one-time absolute defense shield used by the Star Luo Empire last time. However, Mazaya-Ateo, who had suffered a loss, had no intention of charging forward at all. When the Phoenix's true form was revealed, it transformed into the goddess of fire, and countless fire meteors fell. She is so steady. In this regard, with Ma Rulong being eliminated, the remaining 6 people really had no way out. The 3 seconds of the invincible shield passed quickly. Even a wealthy academy like the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, each person is only equipped with one invincible shield, and the tough wall of the so-called advanced version of the invincible shield is only possessed by a few core members. One of them is naturally Ma Rulong, who has been eliminated. The only ones left are the Hongjin brothers and sisters. Before, it was Mazaya-Ateo, under the cover of other Shrek members, who caught the Sun and Moon people off guard, but with the use of the soul fusion technique by the Hongjin brothers and sisters. The Sun and Moon team also sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. At this moment, the battlefield seemed to be divided into two ends artificially faced with a fireball. Linzai and others who were still holding on did not hesitate to equip themselves with Soul Guide armor and work together to resist the attack from Mazaya-Ateo. If you can dodge, dodge. If you can't dodge, activate the Soul Shield and take it at the same time. They all launched a final attack on Mazaya-Ateo and successful. They become benevolent. The words are divided into two parts. The Hongchen siblings used Hongchen attachment, targeting Huo Yuhao, and the other for the madness of metal, the deadly poison of Zhu Qingai's toad, and the fusion of ice and fire. A variety of conflicting factors gathered together, making this wide competition stage seem like a purgatory on Earth. Faced with the attachment to the worldly world that was like a huge wave, Huo Yuhao sighed quietly. 1. Strike decides the outcome. He shook his head at Wang Danger, who was standing beside him with an agitated expression. With a flash of his body, Huo Yuhao appeared in front of the team. He had no plans to use the martial soul fusion technique. After all, Wang Danger's soul power level was still too low. Even if it is a fusion centered on Huo Yuhao, to be honest, the cost effectiveness is not very high. After all, his soul power level is just soul sect. Even with a foundation of extreme ice, he can't lead Wang Danger. Moreover, the red dust attachment at this time is not the incomplete version like the original. Instead, it contains all the soul power of 2 Soul Kings and has completely reached the destructive power of Soul Saint level. They have already tried their best. Huo Yuhao also expressed respect for this. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huo Yuhao's aura changed, and a 3-foot ice knife appeared in his right hand. In an instant, the ice soul blade intent burst out, and the sharp and domineering blade intent cut the competition stage around Huo Yuhao into pieces. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was already wearing ice armor, and his entire right hand, including the ice knife, was covered with dazzling ice crystals. Ice Emperor's pincer. At the same time, extreme cold air spread out, blue ice crystals spread out instantly, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to -200 degrees. Suppress the fiery purgatory created by Mazaya-Ateo. Even the attachment to worldly affairs was affected by it, and the speed seemed to be gradually slowing down. The domain shrank in an instant, and Huo Yuhao swung out with a sword. The loud sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Powerful energy suddenly burst out, and a huge blue sword energy turned into a blue dragon, rushing towards the Sun and Moon team. Love of the red dust versus ice soul blade. The martial soul fusion technique has been famous for thousands of years, and it appeared for the first time at this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Huo Yuhao used the Ice Soul Blade once during the round-robin tournament as the finale of the individual elimination match, where we defeated 7 opponents at once. Everyone was deeply impressed by it, but at that time, Huo Yuhao did not use the sword as a carrier, but punched out, directly and ruthlessly crushing Yu King. There is no doubt that Huo Yuhao is now truly exerting his full strength. This self-created soul skill has already shown its cutting edge. At this moment, the audience's hearts almost jumped out of their throats. The two Soul Kings' martial soul fusion skills collide with the Soul Sect's original soul skills. If this were to be told to others, it would be absolutely unbelievable. They thought that Soul Saint Miao was the protagonist today, but they never expected to see such a scene, which was definitely a grand scene rarely seen in 1,000 years. Everyone roared and cheered for Shrek and Huo Yuhao in the rest area of Shrek Academy. Wang Yan was already afraid to watch any further. The battle at this moment was out of his control. Whether Miao used her martial soul's true form or the opponent used her martial soul fusion technique, how could he have imagined this? He was just a soul-breaking king. Old Zhuan seemed calm and composed. Others might not be able to see it, but as a level 98 Super Douluo, he was once again shocked by Huo Yuhao's evilness. There was no intention of taking shortcuts when Huo Yuhao attacked with this blow. Instead, he truly implemented his own will, coordinated his soul power and mental strength, and formed a sword intent that wanted to compete with the gods. The trinity of sword intent, martial soul origin, and domain. With the sword intent as the core, he gathered the ultimate ice martial soul's origin and domain, and only then was he able to slash out this stunning sword move. In it, Elder Zhuan not only saw Elder Mu's domineering appearance, but also saw traces of the Dragon Emperor breaking the evil rift and the Dragon Emperor shaking the world. Huo Yuhao has truly walked his own path. In this regard, the only emotion left for old Zhuan was envy. What I envy is that Mr. Mu was able to find such a suitable successor. If his attitude had been better at the beginning, he might have been able to intercept Huo Yuhao in advance and take him in as his disciple. Of course, he has no intention of coveting other people's cooking skills now. At the same time, Biba and the others who were watching the battle in the audience were silently praying for Huo Yuhao's triumphant return. Huo Yuhao has already given them many surprises. They just hope that they can create a miracle and succeed smoothly this time. On the other side is the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Old Ma clenched his fists. Although his martial soul fusion skill was exposed in advance, it seemed that, possibly, maybe there was a little chance. After all, they still have soul guides that can be used against Miao. If everything goes well, Huo Yuhao and Miao can be taken down together in the team battle, and there is absolutely no possibility that they will recover in time afterwards. If Ma Rulong had woken up in time, he might have won the first Soul Master competition in history. After all, in this way, there will only be one White Tiger Soul Emperor left on Shrek's side. Isn't this a sure win? The Hongjin brothers and sisters are both top-level Soul Kings, and the power of Hongjin's attachment is comparable to the attack of a top-level Soul Saint. It's impossible for Huo Yuhao to accept this hasty response. Above the Imperial City, Zengluo Emperor Su Jiaoyi, Princess Su Jiujiu, White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, and all the ministers fixed their eyes on the center of the competition stage. They also can't wait to see the final ending. You must win, Shrek. The victory that was thought to be a foregone conclusion encountered twists and turns due to the emergence of the martial soul fusion technique. If the Sun Moon Empire won the final championship, they dared not imagine what would happen next. At this moment, everyone was extremely excited except for Xianxia Douluo Wang Jingsu, who was the referee of the final. He was on the verge of tears. He could neither stop the players on both sides from using their respective trump cards, nor was he sure to what extent the subsequent clash would reach. In particular, he had to guard against Miao's attacks. It seemed that the Sun and Moon team was in danger. Suddenly, the Soul Guide armor appeared again and stood up again. Please don't let anyone die. Xianxia Douluo prayed silently to the heaven. Countless eyes were focused on the competition stage. To everyone's surprise, the ending was completely one-sided. The blue blade light was extremely domineering, destroying the red gold torrent like a whirlwind. Even though the Hongjin brothers and sisters resisted with all their might, it was still of no avail. Just when the Sun and Moon team was in danger, Xianxia Douluo couldn't wait any longer and took action instantly. He pulled the 6 members of Sun and Moon out of the field. A defeat of Sun and Moon is inevitable when the restrained ice soul blade exploded. Even he, a titled Douluo, was terrified. Afterwards, Xianxia Douluo intercepted the Bingpo knife head-on, the true form of Wuhan. If the ice soul blade is allowed to fall, the protective shield of the competition arena may not be able to hold up in an instant. The color of heaven and earth changed amid the howling wind. Countless black mists and ice soul swords continued to collide. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, what is presented to all the audiences: the competition stage is covered with a thick layer of ice and is full of holes. Half of the competition stage, which had been continuously bombarded by the phoenix flames and the sword energy emitted by the collision between the ice soul blade and the title Douluo, had been completely destroyed, with ashes and debris everywhere. At this moment only the competition stage on the left was intact. Huo Yuhao stood at the front of the team. His face is as cold as frost, yet he dominates the world. There was silence. This scene is remembered by countless people. Xianxia Daluo Wang Jingsu announced the final of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul Competition. The team battle, Shrek Academy won. Both sides rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the individual elimination round will begin. This is also to rebuild the competition stage, otherwise, the team will have even less time to rest. The silent audience shouted, "Shrek will win. Long live Shrek." Ma's face turned pale at this moment. The soul power of the Hongjin brothers and sisters was almost exhausted, and they were not the ones most seriously injured. Even with the help of soul guide armor, the other four were also unable to hold on under the attack of the Phoenix Soul Saint. The four men were already seriously injured and had no strength to fight anymore. What's more, his grandson Ma Rulong showed no intention of waking up. There is no fight. Absolutely no fight. Mr. Ma sighed regretfully and had made up his mind. They lost this game. Ma Lao came near the soul shield and said, "Referee, we admit defeat. We will not play the individual match or the 223 match." Hearing this, Xianxia Daluo looked over and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" "Sure," Mr. Ma replied helplessly. Xianxia Daluo was silent for a moment, then announced in a deep voice, "The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy admits defeat. This Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition is officially over. The final champion is Shrek Academy." Hearing this, the audience was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the roar like a tsunami rang out again. "Shrek! Shrek! Ma closed his eyes helplessly, putting Huo Yuhao aside. The pressure from the Soul Saint was indeed too great. We must pay more attention to the cultivation of soul power, especially since the next competition will be held at the home ground of the Sun and Moon Empire. If the team didn't have a Soul Saint to support them, it would be even more difficult. It can't be possible that I won't even be able to see Huo Yuhao by then, right? Moreover, Mr. Ma is also aware that the Empire intends to allow sectarian forces to participate in the next competition, and by then there will probably be more variables." Xiao Hongjin and Meng Hongjin looked at each other. There was no objection to Mr. Ma's decision. Ma Xiaotao is the only genius they have ever seen in their lives. After all, Ryu couldn't even dream of becoming a soul sage under the age of 20. "I didn't expect that there is actually a master." Huo Yuhao's ruthless blow completely crushed Xiao Hongjin's pride. The feeling of suddenly falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley made Xiao Hongjin feel a little confused and helpless. "Meng, I have to admit that I was wrong about Shrek Academy. Shrek is really powerful." There was a hint of determination in Xiao Hongjin's pale face. "Brother, Huo Yuhao is indeed a monster that we have never seen in our lives." Meng Hongjin nodded and sighed. "And if all of their regular players come this time, it will probably be even more difficult for us." Xiao Hongjin glanced at the sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and their clothes were almost soaked. "After this competition, I will calm down and practice with the mentality of an apprentice. Grandpa is right. Improving cultivation too quickly is not a good thing. It's not just because our bodies can't bear it. It's more important because of our mentality. If we don't calm down, I'm afraid we will still not be able to reach the peak we have never reached in the future." Xiao Hongjin made up his mind. Maybe this failure is not a bad thing. He has deeply understood that there are always people better than you. Meng Hongjin nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, I'll go with you. We are the champion." At this time, everyone in Shrek also cheered. Dai Yuhang looked a little dazed. "What about the one-on-one fight?" Before he could make a move, the sun and the moon fell. The people in the reserve team cheered. Bibai and Su Sanchi were arm in arm, while He Keitao was grinning foolishly beside them. Several girls hugged each other and cheered for the victory of the game. Wang Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This year's fighting spirit competition was finally over. Fortunately, he did not lose the final championship. It's been a bumpy road along the way. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao let everyone down from the competition stage. "It's over." After a sigh, the system prompt sounded. Achievement triggered. Achieved. End of this chapter. Chapter 200. Who in the world doesn't know you? Now the entire Xingluo Square has turned into a sea of cheers even though the Sun and Moon team admitted defeat later and the game started off well but ended badly and failed to meet their expectations. It was hard not to be excited to witness Shrek win the championship again and continue its undefeated legend. Moreover, just by witnessing the true spirit of Soul Saint Mazaya Ateo, everyone felt that the trip was worthwhile. What's more, the final collision of Yuhao's martial arts fusion skills with the Hongchen brothers and sisters was shocking and exciting enough. Above the imperial city, the Star Luo Empire's Emperor Su Jiaoyi kept his eyes on Huo Yuhao. Even someone of whose status and position could not help but be distracted. What a blessed little fellow! Not only does he have an excellent talent in martial arts, but his own comprehension is also outrageous. After the Ice Soul Blade exploded, he also recognized that this is clearly a combat skill that combines soul power and mental power to an extremely high level, as well as the use of the original power of the martial soul. How old is Huo Yuhao? Is this something that can be mastered at this age? The former is easier to say because the Spirit Eye's martial soul is a spiritual spirit. It can be seen that Huo Yuhao's mental power is absolutely very strong. If he has someone to guide him, it seems that it is not impossible for him to learn the integration of combat skills. It is difficult to just master the original power of the martial soul. Only when a soul master reaches the 70th level of Soul Saint can he unlock his martial soul's true form and transform himself into his martial soul. Only in this way can he gradually gain a deeper understanding of his martial soul and develop its original power. And Huo Yuhao is just a soul sect now. You told me he was 12? It's simply a monster among monsters. He is definitely a peerless genius who will be able to challenge the ultimate Douluo in the future. Such a genius has already joined Shrek. What a pity. At this moment, Su Jiaoyi looked at his sister whose beautiful eyes were filled with joy, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Hey, is there a possibility? Similarly, White Tiger Duke Daihao was also looking at Huo Yuhao. He looked thoughtful. For some reason, this talented young man from Shrek Academy gave him a vague sense of familiarity. Is it an illusion? Everyone in Shrek was very happy. In addition to the glory of winning the championship, there are also material gains. It can be considered an unexpected fortune. Huo Yuhao was naturally very happy as well. With the end of the Soul Master competition, he also gained a lot. Achievement triggered. Achieve the achievement of No, it's love at first sight. In Dream World and get the reward of love and separation. AI Shengli, a third-level poisonous insect, extremely toxic, and can kill with blood. Evaluation. This is not a Yandir. Achieve the achievement, the taste of a strong enemy in Zio Hongjian, and receive the reward of Golden Gangu. Golden Gangu, a third-level goo worm, a defensive goo worm. After using it, a thick layer of Golden Ganki will appear all over the body, which can form the prototype of armor. Evaluation, Golden Armor, combined. Achieve Wang Yan's achievement of fortunately fulfilling the mission, and receive the reward of Be Careful Goo. Be Careful of Goo, the third-level goo worm, Zidao, can assist the Soul Master and handle the critical steps that determine success or failure. Comment, my life is like walking on thin ice. Achieve Xuanzi's Continue Shrek's Glory achievement and get the reward. Eating Strength, 6th rank Immortal Goo is both strength and food. By eating beast meat or fruits and vegetables with strength, the strength marks on the Soul Master's body will grow automatically, completely in line with the soul. Comment, I eat. Of course, the emergence of Immortal Goo is exciting. Moreover, the traces of force could be used to enhance the original power of one's martial soul, or to experience the power of rules. However, this is already the 4th mission reward he has received from Xuanzi. That is to say, Huo Yuhao took a quick glance at Xuanzi relationship, confidant achievement task, waiting for refresh. For some reason I started to feel a little scared. Huo Yuhao felt that he had not done anything. How come in Xuanzi's eyes, they have already reached such a relationship? Forget it, this is also the other party's unilateral opinion. I don't admit it. With the end of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, the extremely noisy Xingluo city gradually returned to calm. The championship award ceremony in the afternoon was not open to the public and was not grand, but it still could not conceal the great value of this honor. Of course, this is not important, as long as the reward is in place as the final champion. Shrek's team received a reward of 1 million gold soul coins and up to 3 soul bones. Su Jiaoyi originally wanted to invite Master Xuan to go directly into the royal treasury to make a selection, but was rejected by Master Xuan as the strongest person in Shrek Academy in public. He was unwilling to be too involved with the Star Luo Empire in the end. Wang Yan made the selection on behalf of the college. He knows his team members well enough, and has a sharp eye. His ability to identify soul bones is extremely strong, and is definitely not inferior to that of Master Zhuan. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. The final choice made Su Jiaoyi's eyelids twitch, and he felt very painful, but the king's words cannot be taken lightly. I can only admit it, the value of these 3 soul bones cannot be measured by money. They are completely priceless. The reason why the host country of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition needs to be changed every 5 years is also related to the pressure of this reward. There are 4 soul bone rewards in total, 3 for the champion and 1 for the runner up, and for the sake of the country's reputation, although the soul bones that the Xingluo Empire provided for the champion and runner-up to choose from were not as good as the Deep Blue Glory that was previously put on auction as the main axis. They were at least fine soul bones that were more than 10,000 years old. Generally speaking, this kind of fine soul bone can only be seen at the finale of large-scale auctions, and it is definitely a rare treasure. Even if a titled Douluo came, he would be jealous. Wang Yan felt regretful for a while because he didn't find a suitable soul bone for Huo Yuhao. This is because there are no spiritual soul bones in the royal treasury that are more than 10,000 years old. The other attributes that are suitable for Huo Yuhao are not of high enough quality and are not worthy of him. The profession of soul master has been around for tens of thousands of years. Although there have been some accumulation of soul bones, they are still far from enough compared to the base number of soul masters. Moreover, with 10,000 years of accumulated experience, today's soul masters have even created a method to synthesize soul bones. The so-called soul bone synthesis is to use several related soul bones to synthesize together through a special method to form a brand new soul bone. There is a high chance that the power of the synthesized soul bone will be increased, but there is also nearly a 50% chance that it will be damaged because soul bones are too precious. Although there are methods to synthesize soul bones, very few people dare to try it. However, like the 3 10,000-year-old wolf ape left leg bones that Huo Yuhao had obtained before, if you use soul bone synthesis, it is basically foolproof. However, after Huo Yuhao absorbed the soul ring of the 3 lives wolf ape, he already had the soul skill of teleportation. This gave up the idea of synthesizing soul bones. After all, soul bones like this that can teleport are extremely versatile and of great value. It can be said that 3 are basically better than 1. Elder Zhuan first paid the Shrek team's expenses at the Starlight Auction House, and then immediately ordered them to return to Shrek Academy. These days, he had warned the 2 people from the body sect not to have any tricks on Huo Yuhao. With the end of the Soul Master competition, Langaya and Yutao also left tactfully, but Master Zhuan knew it very well. This is just the beginning of a storm. During the competition, Huo Yuhao exposed more than just his spirit eyes martial spirit. He even has the second martial soul, the ultimate eyes. Old Zhuan was very sure that the old monster from the body sect would definitely take action. Therefore, it is better to go back to college first. Only when he returned to the academy, with Master Mu in charge, could he feel completely at ease. Of course, he is definitely not a coward. This is a strategic retreat mainly because of the presence of Shrek's group of kids. Old Zhuan has a lot to consider. He is not like Dubashi, who has no worries at all. Night in front of a familiar dilapidated grave. Huo Yuhao felt a little emotional. This was the place where he first came to Douluo Star, or in other words, the anchor point for awakening his past life memories. It was here that the achievement system was successfully loaded, and Huo Yuhao has since embarked on a path that is completely different from the original. Looking at the crude wooden tombstone engraved with "Tomb of my late mother Huo Yuner," Huo Yuhao fell into deep thought. He had never seen Huo Yuner in person. That gentlewoman only lived in Huo Yuhao's memory all her life. The original novel says that Huo Yuner is very beautiful. It is indeed beautiful, but the beauty of the appearance has long disappeared due to years of high-intensity labor. Only the beauty of the soul will last forever. Even at the last moment of her life, Huo Yuner did not blame Dai Hao, but was worried about Huo Yuhao's future. It's pitiful, lamentable and sad. I am back. Huo Yuhao had a smile on his face, looking high-spirited, confident and free and easy. Now he is no longer the cowardly and helpless child. Instead, he led Shrek to win the championship and defeated the Soul Sect expert, who was invincible among the young men of the continent. Although the power is not much, it is enough. Achievement triggered. Achieve the achievement of Who in the World Doesn't Know You and get the reward of Dingxian'ao. Dingxian'ao, 6th turn immortal goo, within 3 breaths, can take a person to the place they want to go, no matter where in the world. However, the premise is that the person must have a specific impression of this place in his mind. If this place has changed drastically, then using Dingxian'ao will also fail. Evaluation, you are free. Teacher, can we migrate in smoothly? Huo Yuhao asked in his heart. Of course. Electrolux replied, once. The teacher transfers your mother's grave to the undead demi-plane. You can use the undead magic to summon your mother's soul. Huo Yuhao nodded seriously. Thank you for your help, teacher. A light gray air current swept out from Huo Yuhao's body, and then a pitch-black door slowly emerged within 5 meters around the tomb. The next moment, the pitch-black door moved from bottom to top, slowly put the grave inside. Elder Yu once promised that once Huo Yuhao reached the level of a 5-ring Soul King, he could begin to try to accept his inheritance. Huo Yuhao was naturally willing. Moreover, with the help of poisonous insects, especially those wisdom poisonous insects, although Huo Yuhao is currently only a soul master, he has also begun to come into contact with undead magic in advance. Although human energy is limited, the poisonous insect will take action. Although most of the undead magic that Huo Yuhao learned were auxiliary, but it also broadened his horizons a lot. The master and disciple often sat and discussed in the undead demi-plane, discussing soul skills, soul guides, Douluo rules, and even issues related to poisonous insects. The soul contract is completely completed here for Huo Yuhao. The undead demi-plane is actually more like his home. It just so happened that I came to Xingluo City this time when Huo Yuhao returned to his hometown. This thought arose in his mind: if everything goes well, that would be best. If that doesn't work, then I can only fight with a pure and innocent sea god. The next morning everyone from Shrek Academy changed into relatively ordinary clothes and, without alerting the officials of the Star Luo Empire, quietly left Star Luo City and flew directly to Shrek Academy. This time on the way home, just like when they first came here, they were personally led by Master Zhuan. Even more simply and crudely, they managed to shorten the return time to within 2 days. He was really too cautious. There must be some unspeakable secret in the past. Empire of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Mingde Hall. This is a spacious hall. The decoration is not luxurious, but full of metallic style, mainly in light gold tones. There is a plaque hanging above the entrance, engraved with 3 large dark golden characters, Mingde Hall, which exudes a strong sense of majesty. At this time, a person was sitting on a chair in the middle of the hall. He looked to be no more than 40 years old, with long brown red hair, a short but broad build. One could describe him as short and fat, a black robe with gold thread patterns covering his round belly. This person is none other than Jing Hongzhen, the head of Mingde Hall, a titled Douluo at level 93, a martial soul toad, a level 9 soul mentor, and the grandfather of Xiao Hongzhen and Meng Hongzhen. Get up, there was a person crawling on the ground in front of him. It was the team leader, Mr. Ma. At this time, Mr. Ma finished his report, stood up as if he had been pardoned, and said respectfully, "Master, I failed to lead the team well this time. Please punish me." Jing Hongzhen sighed sadly. "You did nothing wrong. No one could have imagined that Shrek would actually send out a soul saint. No matter who was substituted, they would lose. Although the outcome of this tournament is disappointing, it is a great achievement that you were able to bring the team back intact. Moreover, we will gain something even better from this trip, Master." Mingde's tolerance shocked Ma Lao, so he asked tentatively, "Is it the 100,000-year-old soul beast that turned into a human embryo?" Jing Hongzhen shook his head and said calmly, "We spent a lot of money to buy this 100,000-year soul beast embryo. It can only be said to be an equal exchange. Moreover, this thing has also brought us a lot of trouble. So far, there have been 3 groups of people who want to sneak into my Mingde Hall to steal things. Could it be news about Huo Yuhao?" Ma Lao continued. "This person is very young, but his talent and strength are simply appalling. If he is not eradicated in time, he will definitely be a great enemy of the Empire in the future. That Huo Yuhao is indeed worthy of attention, but the impact is not that great. It takes a lot of time to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo, not to mention the ultimate Douluo. Time is on our side, so there is no need to worry too much." Mr. Ma was a little confused and looked at Jing Hongzhen in confusion. Jing Hongzhen stood up, patted Ma Lao on the shoulder, and explained to him, "This competition made Xiao and Meng feel the crisis and they knew they should calm down. After they came back, they immediately closed themselves off to reflect and took the initiative to ask to participate in the student exchange program with Shrek Academy. This is the biggest gain from this trip. However, since it concerns the safety of the 2 little guys, I have to go to Shrek in person in a few days to discuss the specific details of the exchange students." End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.